Yeah, it's like I could just like
There we
talk about
go.
what we're doing
Hello,
today.
everybody. I will be back in just a minute. I will put you on Bitlytic Vision.
Featuring Bitlytic on the stream. Is he gone now?
I'm trying to get Bitlytic Vision
Oh my
working
god.
properly.
What do you mean?
Wait,
you're trying to get it
this is
working?
my stream. It's showing my stream. Nope, that's the wrong one. I stopped my stream.
Dude, this guy knows how to. Oh my god. Okay.
I don't know what I'm doing.
I just have to sit here and wait for you to do this because I can't start talking about what I'm
Well,
doing.
you're not
today.
streaming. I need your stream to be able to.
I am.
On
Am I
Discord.
not? Oh no, I'm not.
That's why it wasn't working. There we
Shit, wrong
go.
screen. It's fine. I can just change it. You can.
Okay. There we go. There we go. Now we make that smaller.
Good.
Now we go here. Biddy Vision. There we go. I will be right back.
Yippee. Okay. Hello. So last time, I believe I had technical difficulties as fuck. I believe last time I had ability stuff working. Oh, it's not showing the icon. No, it lied to me. It said it was going to show the icon. Whatever. Why is this? Oh, this is set to 144. Set this to vsync. Yes. Okay. So last time, what I did was started rewriting the ability system so that it actually uses these. It's a new ability system, so it's going to crash whenever I swap to like sword or something. And I want to continue work on that. So you can see it's going to crash. I want to continue work on that, and I want to continue porting some certain things over. I actually ended up making a very large document write-up of everything that needed to be included, or at least everything that needed to be considered for this. So right here is this large-ass document. And whenever I say large-ass document, I mean large-ass document about all of the things that need to be considered with the rewrite of the ability system that we're doing. So right now, the only thing that this has is a simple cooldown. So if I were to go into equipment, I'm already in equipment. I have this.
I'm back.
Welcome back. So I have this, where I have this is cool on cooldown flag set to true. We do the attack, and then there is a signal on the ability, which I believe right here, ability finish that I connect to, and then I go to the ability ended signal, which sets cooldown to false. And the simple cooldown is handled via base ability. Has this thing where it will create a cooldown timer, and whenever it gets used, it will just use this cooldown timer and emit the signal afterwards. Otherwise, we have to do it ourselves. So, oh shit, I forgot to open up my drink. Give me a second. There we go. Don't forget to take me off your screen if you have.
Oh yes, right. I'm just writing down some ideas for the flying goober hive enemy. That's his name.
Bro thinks he's an idea guy.
I'm an idea guy. So I'm thinking, if you get within a range of it, it'll spit out like up to a certain number of eggs that so that they'll hatch after like a couple seconds into the little gremlin guys that fly around.
Oh, okay. They hatch into it.
Yes.
I see. I thought it was going to be that they would just like spit them out and then they wouldn't do anything. They would just kind of like float in the air for like a second or two before they actually like.
No, so that way,
if that works too.
If you're like fast enough, you can just kill the eggs and not have to worry about them.
Yeah. I see. Okay.
So it kind of gives you like, you could either, if there's like other enemies in the room, you could either kill the other enemies first and then deal with the flying
Goobers.
Minion things, whatever you want to call them. And then, or you could focus on the eggs first, but have threats from the other enemies. So it's kind of like a, which one's better?
Yeah. So I'm trying to think about this. How do I want to add cooldowns to the abilities? Because they are... Or to the cards, sorry. Because I could do it on the card instance. The only problem is this is not going to be in the tree. Always. Ever, actually.
It won't?
No. Because the cards are not in the tree. Because these are the card instance that holds the resource. These are just a data class.
Oh.
Yeah, I mean they're like referenceable via nodes. Like the card visual will hold onto it, but I don't want the card visual to tick the card cooldowns because that doesn't make sense. Ooh, I know. The deck can do it. Because the deck is in the tree. I don't know if the deck should be in the tree, but the deck will be in the tree for now. I might change something about the deck later, but I think I'll... Excuse me. I think I will address that whenever that comes up. So... I need to give them a cooldown, which will be here. Ability visual. Oh, this is the old ability system. I see. Right. I need to rewrite this as well.
Do we have combined chat on Twitch?
We should. Oh, maybe we don't.
I don't think we do.
What the fuck?
It usually has a little banner thing that says combined chat.
I don't know. It says shared chat is enabled. Let me end shared chat and then start it. Oh, because you weren't live. It didn't share your chat.
Oh, that's funny.
Yeah, you actually had to click the button to join the shared chat. But I just ended it and restarted it, so it worked. Hello, Dion. Dion. I'm sorry, I'm American. We don't have cool names like that. So I discovered your channel recently. Thank you very much for your videos. Thank you very much for watching them and coming by to check out the stream. I appreciate hearing that they've helped you. Also, good morning. Maybe it's morning where you're at. It's not morning here. Not even close.
Good morning. It's like basically morning.
Replace this with the new ability stuff. Because I think I would also like to change this because this doesn't need a visual, does it? Does this ever have a visual?
What does?
Is there anything that has an ability visual that isn't an equipment?
Not currently.
No? Okay.
But there might be.
When would that be a thing? Why would that be a thing?
Actually, yeah, it wouldn't, now that I think about it. Because it would be the ones that, it's like when you hold it in your hand.
Yeah, because I'm thinking like, if we want to do something like that, the card would just attach something to the player rather than it being like a singular slot. Visual. Yeah, so I think the ability visual stuff, it doesn't even matter, which is fine. Spawn object A, ability to instantiate. Use the card scene. Okay, yeah, I remember this. I remember writing this. This was also done on a plane, I think. Because I had to fix things after Godokon. I should put out like a statement on YouTube about working on this game. Because I don't think I've actually like made any public statements about it.
True.
Sorry, I'm switching around windows. Releases with new ability stuff. I might just rewrite it, but that's fine.
Because yeah, like nobody knows you're working on this.
Yeah, well they do, but like, you know, I didn't like make like a public thing that's like, by the way, guys, Godokon went so well that I'm now the lead programmer for Dante's 9.
I saw the great potential in your programming, and I was like, I need this guy on my team.
Yep, that's exactly what happened. It wasn't, please fix the code, please fix the code. Please, for the love of God, this demo isn't going to work at Godokon if you don't help, you know. No, I think it was, there was something, I think it was one of the crashes that I was trying to figure out, and then I was just like, give me access to the repository and I'll go in and do it, or something. I don't remember what the first commit was. I think okay, so I can do current cooldown. This. Do I want...
I think I'm gonna make this guy almost like a little flower kind of thing, like a little plant. Cool.
I'm gonna add a little fucked up little function.
Scary.
Yeah, I think it's fine. I just want to add this because I know future proofing is like probably like it's the devil's work, I think. But I'm like, what are the chances that maybe we have a sticker that makes the cooldown like tick twice as fast or something, or like I don't know.
Yeah, that's actually not a bad idea. Of all things, the future proof, that's not.
Yeah, well, future proofing is usually a bad thing because you don't know what's going to be in the future. But if it's something as simple as this, I think it's fine, probably. Because all I'm doing is instead of subtracting from a value, I'm making a function that does that for me. So I think that's fine.
That's not like a big deal.
If current cooldown is greater than 0, current cooldown minus equals delta, current cooldown is max of current cooldown is 0. I guess, sorry, there should be a max F, technically. So yeah, this will take the cooldown. The cooldown will get set whenever it gets activated. Will the other cards have cooldown, I wonder? I guess they would, right? Like the heal card would?
Yeah, it would.
It will have a cooldown? Okay. Like an actual cooldown, not just like you can't activate this within 0.3 seconds, but like maybe like a few seconds of cooldown?
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, for some of them it might be like it might be really short, but yeah. We still want it to be like customizable, and it should have a little indicator that like goes around the diamond.
Okay. I think I can write this in such a way that it's like a if you're because I use this cooldown, so I can just be like if it uses cooldown, activate cooldown, otherwise don't.
For the for the indicator of the cooldown, you said you wanted to go around the diamond, right?
I think so, yeah.
I'm just trying to think how we would want to do that. That's like the first question, is how would you just do it around the diamond? Like what's your approach to like displaying it visual?
Oh, this isn't important. Well, it's important, but it's not like yeah. Sorry, what?
How would you display that visually?
How would I display it? What do you
like
mean?
how would you animate the
shader?
The diamond, the shader, okay.
Yeah, shader.
Okay, I didn't know if you could do that with a shader or what, because my next question was, what if we end up doing a thing where you have like the different shaped diamonds based on the damage type or something like that? Because that was an idea. Okay.
Yeah, that's
because it would just be like an outline
shader.
Right? Is that what you're
thinking
of doing?
We could use a mask. The shader can supply a mask.
Yeah, okay.
So that it only applies to like the white parts of an image, and then we can use that to say what the shape is.
Yeah.
I mean, we could also, there's a lot of things we could do. We could also do clip children on it, draw in front of the parent, and then have it do the thing. There's a lot of things we can do there.
Hi,
so
Moaz.
I wouldn't worry too much about that. Holy shit, Moaz hitting the banger fucking message over there. That's funny.
Insane.
Oh, there it is. Yeah, sorry. Now it did actually show up the icon up here in my chat. It shows what chat it's from.
Oh, cool.
How'd you add color to 10 to the file system? You won't believe it. It's not an add-on. It's not some crazy editor magic. You right-click it, and you go to set folder color, and then you add a color. And it's absolutely amazing. I love it. I still find it so fun when people are
the
like,
number of people that go into your stream and are like, what?
Yeah, it's not like funny in a like a, oh, you're stupid way. It's just like, I don't know. I guess a lot of other engines don't do it. You know, like Unity, you can't do that without a plugin. Unreal, I don't think you can do that at all. But Godot is just like, oh yeah, you can just like right-click, add color. Sorry, what am I doing? Oh yeah. So current cooldown is equal to card.cooldown. Wow.
I have no idea what I'm drawing right now, to be honest. I'm just
it's okay.
Putting blobs.
Not really, but it's fine. So, oh, wait. Ooh. Hold on. An idea. Ooh. Wait a minute. I can go to player equipment because the card has a cooldown now. So I can check rather than checking on cooldown.
Why is Moaz Haktua-ing in chat?
Where's he doing?
In my chat.
Oh, in your
Like
chat.
the
Did you
evil
just
little gremlin that he is.
Oh yeah, there it is. Yeah, it didn't show up for like a few seconds for me. Yeah, okay, Maz. Just because it's your stream, you can calm down, buddy.
Just because it's your stream.
Sorry. Yeah. If current ability and current ability is on cooldown. By the way, JW, I'm gonna let you know right now. You might hate this. I'm going to use and instead of the word and.
That's okay.
For like, yeah, I just want to let you know that like I'm gonna be using
That's
that.
Okay.
Ability finish doesn't necessarily need to exist now. I don't think.
Yeah, probably not.
I don't think so. I mean, I'll play it by ear whenever it shows up, but actually this doesn't need to exist. This one does. Does it? It doesn't. Wait, I don't need a timer. Hold on.
Yeah.
Do I? I don't think I need a timer. No, I don't. Create cooldown timer doesn't need to exist.
What if I make this be
multicolors?
multicolors? What if I make it green and like red? Or if green and red be the right colors? But what if we add some other colors? I've always debated, like, I don't know if I want to try to like make all the enemies color coordinated like they currently are, or add some like color variety to them.
I think you can add color variety. I don't think they need to be super color coordinated. I think honestly sometimes it can add like a little bit extra if an enemy is like a different color in an area because you're like, oh shit, dude, that guy looks.
Yeah, I was thinking
dope.
for like each level they would have their own color of enemy. But like they could include enemies from previous levels. But, like, I don't know if that's a great idea. Because that way, the enemies are different from each level. Like each level, you're like, oh, there's new enemies here, and you can tell which ones are the new ones. But you can still include the old ones. So that's kind of what I was thinking.
I think that'd be fine. Someone in my chat just asked,
Any
do you have
advice
any
for
advice for Pixel?
Yeah, I see.
He's reading it.
Shading and animation. Animation, I have no clue because I do pretty much no frame by frame animation, so I can't help you with that one. But I can find a good shading tutorial.
Adam C. Eunice on YouTube, as always.
Yep, that's the one. I can.
Is that where you were going?
Chat. Yeah, I can send it in chat for you.
Dope.
Give me
Yeah,
just
Adam
a
C.
minute.
Eunice, aka, I guess no, it's not AKA. He's working on game. He goes by Indie Tales sometimes. He does really, really good pixel art tutorials, and kind of talks about the concepts rather than like place this pixel here, place this pixel there.
Yeah, this is good, and anything else on his channel is also very good. All of his tutorials are very good.
Did you send it in my chat?
Yeah, I sent it in your chat.
Got some terrible news for you, bud. You want to toss that in our Discord DMs?
Go. Does it not work?
Yeah, YouTube was like, someone's pasting links in your chat. Yeah.
You could probably make me a mod in your chat, so that I think I can.
Yeah, I will.
Can do that.
I will. Yeah, here's his. Here's the video he sent. I'll also send it in Twitch chat for anyone who's interested. Does that actually open up? That totally does.
Yeah.
Yeah. Let me find out how to mod you on YouTube.
I can send that in my YouTube chat too for like the 2 people that are watching. In case Moaz wants to do pixel art. Here, Moaz, go do pixel art.
Moderation activity will be shown. Oh. Oh wait, I also have to do live chat instead of just top chat, right? Because YouTube's really cool.
I don't know why it does that.
Yeah, YouTube moderation. Okay, hold up. Let me. Sorry guys, give me just a second. I'm trying to add them as a mod. Can you send a message in my chat, please? That isn't a link.
Yeah.
It can just be anything. It's gonna be a meow. Yeah, there it is. Found it. Add as moderator. You are not a managing moderator. You are a standard moderator. That means that you can mod chat messages. I'll also mod you in my Twitch chat, I think.
Yeah, you're a mod in my Twitch chat.
Well, I'm a mod on your Twitch chat because you don't know how to ban people in Twitch.
I do.
So-
I figured it out. I figured it out.
Oh, let's go. Okay.
I could ban Wilson right now.
Whoa.
I won't do
Do
that.
not ban. Hello, this is Wilson. What the fuck, man? Okay, so...
That would be kind of funny, though.
It wouldn't be that funny. Wilson's dope. So whenever we do the attack, I think by base, whatever it'll do, it will set the cooldown of the card. Do I want to do that? I think I do. I think I do want to just go like card instance dot add card cooldown, because I was doing that before. So now I can also add a function called is on cooldown, which will return a boolean, and we will return card instance dot. I should also make a function on the card. Is on cooldown. Will return current cooldown greater than 0. And then I can apply here. Cool. And then I think just on cooldown. So in here, we will say if current ability and oh yeah, if there's a current ability and it's on cooldown, we return. Otherwise, we continue going through and doing whatever the fuck we're trying to do. Which I think makes sense to me.
I actually kind of like how this looks. You want to see my
Oh yeah, let
little
me
plant?
toss you on stream and then take a look as well. Oh, there it is. It reminds me of... What does it remind me of? Oh my god. It reminds me of Sylvanos's tale from Rivals 1.
Of course you would say that.
Because he like spits out a flower from it. And it does like basically the exact same thing that you're talking about, kind of. I mean,
Oh,
not
that's
like
funny.
really, but you know. Let me see if I can get a gif of him on in Discord. I think I saw another message, by the way, if you want to check that, because I think it might be an ARC message.
Well, huh? Where?
I think there's an art message on
Oh.
YouTube chat.
I see. Made so much art in Piscal only to realize you can't create separate animation folders or frames, so you shifted to Aseprite. Yes, I'm using Aseprite. I did actually use Piscal before I used Aseprite. It is a really good
Oh god.
free alternative for pixel art. I did like it.
Really?
Yeah, it is.
I don't know it.
It's
I
not like
think I've never heard
amazing,
that one.
but it works. And I did a lot of art with it. Like I did the... Remember the Pirate Software Jam where I made the mayonnaise game?
Nope.
You don't remember that? Okay. Never mind then.
No clue. No clue what you're talking about. I'll trust you though, man.
Yeah, that one I
That
made
sounds
with
dope.
Piscal. Yeah, it was a game about mayonnaise. It was pretty great.
Really? I never
Mhm.
guessed that one.
It wasn't actually that great, but
Oh yeah, I see. Are we using Aseprite? I'm also
Yes.
using Aseprite.
We
I don't
are
do the art
using
for it, but
Aseprite.
if I need to do anything, I will go into Aseprite. Let me open up something that isn't like a, I guess technically a spoiler or whatever the fuck. Like if I have to go in and change anything, I'll go into Aseprite specifically to do stuff, because it is very nice. I also like my Aseprite a lot because I use the Godot theme, which makes it look like Godot. Sorry, what am I doing now? So we do the attack. Does this just work, by the way? I don't know if this just works. No, it's not going to. I think I can shoot the gun one time and then it's going to immediately stop working because I don't actually have the cooldown ticking enabled. That's really funny. Your Nightbot in your YouTube chat got caught by my combined chat program. So it showed up on my stream, but it didn't actually send the message in my chat.
Wait, huh?
Because I have the program that I use to combine the chats,
Yeah.
and I added your chat, your YouTube stream to that.
Okay, yeah.
So your Nightbot is showing up in my combined chat program, but not in my chat.
Oh, that's
Remember this game at GodoCon? You were at GodoCon, nice. Were you a showcase or were you just like hanging out? And if you played it, how did you enjoy it? I'm now the full-time programmer for it, so
yeah.
Things changed. Do you think YouTube is the best way to get publicity for your games? Not a chance. I think YouTube is fine. There's a video
Speaking
by
of, I need to do that.
by Jonas Tyroller. That's probably not how you pronounce it correctly, but he made a video about marketing and the most effective way to get your game publicized is to make a good game and put it on Steam. Because if you make a good game and put it on Steam, the algorithm will favor you and it will show it to more people, which will end up introducing it to more people.
Yeah,
That
I mean, that's
alongside-
the basics,
well,
but
I- also-
obviously, yeah, go ahead and finish.
Yeah,
I didn't
also-
notice you were done.
So, sorry, yeah. YouTube is not even remotely close to the best thing you can do in terms of like entertainment for your game. Because like you could do devlogs, you could do like showcase things. There's also short form content like TikTok, Twitter, Reddit, things like that, where people just like scroll and look at things. That's also an okay way to get publicity. The most effective thing you can do in terms of entertainment media for getting your game noticed is to reach out to 500,000 streamers and send them all, hey, I have this game. Here's what this game is. I like your content. If you could show off this game, I would love to give you a key, or toss a key in the email, or like anything like that. And then if they stream it, that will do so much more than anything you could ever do usually. Obviously, there's some asterisks, there. Like some people have really successful YouTube channels off of game dev, and that works great for them. But most effective is definitely just
There's this one guy I
Steam
saw
algorithm.
once. His name was like Bit something. I forget.
I don't think so. Also, hello, Reloaded Reviews. How's it going? What am I doing? Oh, yeah. Okay, so the pistol's not working. I also can't unequip it because it is on cooldown.
Do you like?
I need...
Do you like it now? It's basically done. I added some little like eye
Hmm?
things. I don't know if they're eyes,
Oh,
but they look
whoa.
like eyes, and it looks cool.
I just OO'd, sorry.
Oh, whoa.
I meant like an O, comma, whoa.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, it looks kind of cool. It does kind of give eyes. Or, you know what? Wait, hold on. There's a dude it looks like. What does it look like? It kind of looks like the Godot logo a little bit. I'm going to put it on stream. Hold on. This motherfucker right here. This is the Godot logo. Like, cool. You can see it. Like, this is his mouth. These are the eyes. And he's got, like, some cool
I
hair.
want to see. Would it look good if we like made one side lower than the other? So it's like.
I think that works.
Yeah.
Maybe, like, you could also change the sprite a little bit on the
Yeah.
left leaf. But I think even just lowering it looks fine. So you don't really have to. You could make it animate. You could do frame-by-frame animation. That'd be so cool.
I'm probably gonna make it like squish up and down.
The Plants vs. Zombies Spike Rock. What the fuck did you just say? Spike Rock?
It probably.
Oh my
does
god,
look
you're
like
right.
that. Wait, let me see this. Pull
What
it up on
the
your stream.
fuck?
I need to see this.
What the hell?
No, it does. It literally does. Your
It
lights are
literally
on
does,
city
dude.
vision.
You're insane for that one.
It doesn't really, but like it kind of does.
No, it totally does.
It's a
I can
spiky
see
plant.
it.
That's like the only thing. But
You're like so fucked up for that. That's crazy that you saw that, dude, and you were just immediately like, dude, Plants vs. Zombies Spike Rock.
What?
is
You've
this?
never played Plants
Why is
vs
there-
Zombies?
Huh?
You've never played Plants vs. Now I want to play Plants vs Zombies.
I did a little bit.
Should we turn
I did
this
little
into
bit. I
a
didn't
Plants
play through the
vs
whole thing.
Zombies stream?
Should we turn Dante's 9 into a Plants vs. Zombies like?
No, that's not what I said.
Plants vs. Zombies like is really funny to me for some reason. Okay, I also need to. Let me do this.
I think you should also have like
So-
little spores coming out of the top of them.
So I should be able to unequip this, go back, and it's still on cooldown. Yes. Okay. So now I just have to tick the cooldown inside of deck.
Trying to think. Is there anything else I
Which-
want to add to this?
Do you have a physics process? Do you have a process? You have a process? Why do you have a process? If draw is empty, redeal.
I think that's
This
good
is
for
being
now.
checked every frame.
What did I do?
I mean, that's not like the biggest deal, but like that's insane. First off, you're being changed to physics process. You don't need to be processed. This stuff can be disabled because this is all debug stuff, right? Yeah.
Gonna go and
Okay,
export
I'll
it
leave that
and
'cause
see
I
how it
don't
looks
think
in
this is-
engine.
Is Rido being called anywhere else? Draw card. Wait, Rido doesn't matter. This doesn't matter, does it? I don't know. I guess I'll find out eventually. For card in hand, right? Because it says all the cards. So I need to loop through all of these, which is going to be like slightly annoying, but whatever. I might make a better way to do this later. Although I don't know. I don't know. Card in hand, I want to loop through and card dot tick cooldown delta. And I think it is. You were floating around both days. Game was really cool. Thanks. Appreciate it. Honestly, I miss Godokon. Godokon was like
I want to go back
amazing.
to Godokon.
I do too, yeah. They're hosting a Godokon. Oh, Pastry, hello. You have a trading card on your bulletin board? That's honestly such an honor.
Let's go.
I brought some extra cards and stickers back home, and gave some to my neighbors, because I was like, these are dope. You guys should see these as like little, not like, oh, you guys need to check out the game, but like this is just cool. I want you guys to have this as like a memorabilia from like the trip as like a souvenir. Let's see, you might go to Godokon. Where are you? Are you West or East Coast Pastry, or like somewhere in the middle? If you don't mind me asking.
I don't care where Godokon is next year. I'm going.
That's crazy. Louisiana? Okay, yeah, it's just a little far, but yeah, because it was in Boston. Oh, you're from Massachusetts? Okay, dope. Yeah, no, that must be really nice. I don't know if you talked to the team organizers, but they said that the plan was hold up, scaled delta. I want to write this here. They said that the what the fuck am I saying, man? No, this will be scaled automatically. Oh my lord. It's not gonna be like big Godokons anymore, or it's gonna be kind of big Godokons, but it's gonna be like mainly regional game dev groups that are like hosting them as like quote unquote licensed events. So that one was hosted by Boston Game Dev under the name Godokon. I think that we should we should make a Godokon in like the Middle East. Well, the Middle East. Eastern, the Middle East. The Middle East. The Eastern. I'm trying to think about what is that? What is our area called? I guess it's just like North Carolina, Virginia, South Carolina, like that kind of area.
I don't know. Mid-Atlantic?
Yeah, we're on the East Coast. We're like mid-East Coast.
Wouldn't that be like Mid-Atlantic?
Mid-Atlantic, yeah, probably Mid-Atlantic, East Coast. Well, no, okay, so the South. Well, okay, so I said South Carolina. It's just like a general area. That's a little too low.
Yeah, we don't like
South
Carolina.
I would say like the top part of North Carolina to like Maryland, maybe. Like that region, I think, is what it would be. Also, yeah, Twilight Princess soundtrack is so good. I don't actually think I have other songs.
You should add the Pikuniku soundtrack to your playlist.
You should shut up. Also, sorry, Godokon would never happen in Asia as it's not as big as compared to Unity and Unreal. Yeah, that's true. It's also just like not as big as Unity or Unreal here, but I guess we have like enough people using it. You're reminded of Balatro where he did basically nothing to advertise in the beginning. It was so good he still succeeded. Yes, dude, Balatro's so like perfect in the way that Local Thunk literally said he didn't try to make Balatro like a good game. He was just like, I want this game to exist, so he went and he made it. And he was like, he wasn't gonna release it on Steam until he showed it to his friends, and they were like, dude, you gotta release this on Steam. So it was just gonna be a game that he just like held on to and played with his friends, and that was it.
Kinda goated, not gonna lie.
Yeah, if you guys have not seen the interviews with Local Thunk, I would highly recommend it.
Who up thinking it locally?
Yeah, he has really good.
I actually don't think I've watched any of this, so I should watch this.
Yeah. So he's not like a public figure or anything, but he does like do interviews with people every now and then. He did one with Dan Giesling, which is one of Northern Lion's friends.
Oh,
Unfortunately,
crazy.
Dan fucked up his audio setup, so the interview sounds like shit. But um, you know, it happens. Okay, so this still works. Let me add a pistol. Why is that up there? Oh, I know why that's up there. There were a lot of weird things going on here in this code. I cannot wait to clean this file up too. I'm just gonna hide all of these. But yeah, no, he also said that he is working on other games right now, which is really
Let's
cool.
go, Balatro 2.
Nope. But he also said like he still doesn't think Balatro is like he knows it's a good game, and like looking back at it, he's like, yeah, this is like I did really good, but like he doesn't see it as like a game that he just like made to like win over the wallets of a gajillion.
Yeah, and just think of how much money we can make if we make a good game and get everybody's money.
Oh my god.
Yeah, we're making a good game. Just a good
Yeah,
game.
yeah. Okay, well,
No Steam
I'm
Marketplace
making
slop in here. Not at all.
I'm making the
Definitely
game because I
not.
think it's a cool idea. You might be making a game because you want money.
Because I don't want to work a real job. I'm joking.
Game development's a real
I'm not
job
joking.
if you have
but,
a
like,
full-time schedule.
yeah, which I need to set up because I'm unemployed now. So.
True. Let me check this message really quickly. I just want to make sure that it's not something important. It is not. Okay, cool. So that works now. The card is back to cooldown, and the cooldowns actually tick. Oh, what are the chances I can find that old shader? Hold up. I'm opening up an old implement jump scare. Oh yeah, sorry. Can you? Oh, fuck, I said the word. I'm so sorry.
We don't have like a.
Let's see. Where is our old jam?
Yeah, we won't say the word anymore. I'm sorry. The J word's a lot worse though. So like, I feel like on a scale, it's like.
Wait, what's the other word that you're?
The J
saying?
word.
Oh, just the J word?
Yeah, but I mean, like,
Oh, okay.
obviously, the one that you just said, like,
Yeah,
that one's not.
I have
very
one
nice
of those.
either.
I
but,
have a
like,
J word. I have a full-time J word. It feels so weird to say. I don't like that. Okay, I'm sorry. I'm pulling up an old project.
Okay.
I'm gonna see if I can grab
Goober Dash.
our cooldown shader.
Okay.
Because I think
Oh, you just
ability
stealing it.
icon shader. I am, yeah. Because I stole it from the other one, and then I made some. I don't remember the modifications. I think I just made it work with ours. There is a cooldown mask. I think. Is that what I added to this? I have no idea. I'm gonna just pull this wholesale into Dante's 9. Since will be card visual. Oh shit! Actually, you guys don't know about this one yet. The card system works now again. So this was broken the last time I streamed. But it's been fixed. So the card screen actually shows the cards that you've unlocked again. Because we made a bunch of changes to the card system, so it stopped. Also, this is now.
You did. Don't say we.
Yeah. Well, okay. I did. Well, I don't like just saying I because it's like I'm gonna take all the credit for the game.
Do you like this egg?
Like, kind of fair. But...
Made a little glowy egg.
What's up?
I don't know if I like it. I think the shape needs to be different.
So one thing that I think you're going to have to think about a lot with the enemy that you're making. I'm gonna share your screen so people can see it. One thing you're gonna have to think about a lot with this is, will you be able to see it on the ground? Because this is an enemy that will be like time-based, and if you don't kill it, it turns into something else. So
yeah, that's because I originally had it like made it a lot darker. That's why I made this like more glowy. So I was thinking maybe even having like a light on it, like attach a light to it so it glows.
I was thinking a pulsating light that will.
Ooh, pulsating would be good. That's a really good idea. Yeah.
Yeah, that way it kind of like pulses, and then as it's it speeds up, and then as it's about to pop, it'll and then it'll do
like
the thing.
That, yeah.
Maybe even like some like squash and stretch to the actual egg, so that you can like see that it's like kind of cracking a little bit. We made a Godokon. We did. Yeah.
Well, in
Yeah.
person.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah, well,
we
yeah,
had
in
known each other
person.
before GodoCon.
Yeah.
Vaguely.
Sorry. But yeah, yeah, so he joined my Discord like, I don't know, a fucking year ago or some shit.
Yeah, then I was like, look at this cool game, and he was like, wow, that's a cool game. Can I please program for it? It looks so cool.
That wasn't how that worked. But yeah, so there's just a bunch of us just hang out in the Discord, play games and shit.
Yeah, it's pretty
and
great.
then GodoCon happened, and we were like, dude, we should go to GodoCon. And so we went to GodoCon. And then I helped him with the demo, and so now I'm the programmer. So
Yeah.
why are some things in Pascal case and some things in snake case? I didn't program before starting Godot. How is an object dictated to be Pascal or snake case? So it is a little bit arbitrary, as in like there's not like a functional reason for it, but it is more of like to be able to tell what something is. So for example, snake case is for variables and functions. So if something is a variable or a function, it's going to be in lowercase snake case. If something is in Pascal case, that means it is a class, or just, I guess it's just a class, right? Any classes are, like this is a class, so we Pascal case it. And then, is there anything in camel case in Godot?
I don't think so.
I don't think that there is. So I guess it's mainly those two. It's just like snake case is for variables and functions, and then for classes it is Pascal case. There's also this is wrong, I guess. Or no, this is right, sorry. For constants and enum variables, those are in screaming snake case. And then I think that might be it. I guess I said constants. Constants are also usually screaming uppercase. I don't like doing that for constants personally. You don't have to particularly do any of those, but like in terms of, you know, the style guide, which I guess we have the style guide here. Yeah. Yeah. So, as long as you stick to a type and keep it consistent, that's usually good. But I tend to stick closer to the style guide than like my own style. Also, all the folders and files are also in snake case.
Also, if you need help remembering what the style is, there is a add-on that adds a built-in style guide to the editor, and it's really easy if you just want to like quick reference it.
Yep.
It has like everything, guide. So like naming, the order in which things are in code, all kinds of stuff. Like I still don't use all of these, but it's helpful if I'm like, oh, I want to make this look specific to the Godot style guide. So
let me see if I can find this. Oh, I think this is the guy, right? So there's this project on GitHub, which is really cool. If you really want it to be, if you want to format your project to meet the Godot style guide, there's this thing called GDScript Toolkit, and one of them is, I believe, GD format, unless I'm like lying completely. Formatting with GD format. Yeah, there's a GD format command, and it will format your file to actually fit the style guide, which is really cool. I think we used it once whenever I first got onto the project.
Yep, pretty sure.
And it was a massive commit because it was very upset about a lot of things.
I wonder why.
So, yeah, I don't know, man. So what am I doing? Oh yeah, I wanted to check card pistol. I wanted to make, card gun. I want to change that to be card pistol at some point.
Yeah.
Because it's pissing me off every time I click on it.
Here's what the guys look like in engine. They look really good. I love how the glow just like magically makes things look better.
Yeah, that does. 90% of our players are probably going to be Isaac, Dead Cells, and Gungeon players. Absolutely.
I need to play Isaac.
I have not played Isaac. I have not played Dead Cells. I've played quite a bit of Gungeon, and even though I haven't played very much Isaac, I have watched Northern Lion for the better part of a decade. So probably, I think I watched him like, I don't know, maybe like 8 years ago. And I watched him for like a little while before that, and then I took a break from watching him, and then the last couple of years I've been watching him again. Actually, how long ago was it? I started watching him whenever he did Super Auto Pets. Northern Lion. How long ago was that? Ain't no way. Okay, so it was like 2 to 3 years ago.
So here are,
Yeah,
I think, all the enemies that I've designed so far. So we actually got quite a few to work with.
Yeah, they like mesh pretty well together.
Yeah. Oh, this guy, he's messed up. He should have.
Yeah.
He has a different body design now.
What was I gonna say? Oh yeah, so it's actually really funny that we're working on a roguelike deck builder platformer, because JW Temperacat here has not played many roguelikes, or many deck builders, or many platformers.
Yeah, this makes it better, so that way,
Yeah, and he didn't watch Northern Lion until like less than a year ago. So he like doesn't. It's funny that you were making a roguelike because you don't know roguelikes.
Yeah, I don't know a ton of roguelikes. It's not like I don't know any.
Well, what was the roguelikes that you played before making Dante 9?
Let me think. I had played some Dead Cells. I had played a tiny bit of Slay the Spire. And the main one was Neon Abyss. Was a lot of the inspiration from that I stole it from.
Yeah. Fair enough. Let me see. So
I need to redesign the body of this guy. I don't like it. It doesn't look very good.
Oh, I need to organize this VFX
Call him,
folder
dude.
at some point. I'm gonna start now, actually. This is in effect on the card, so this is going to go in the folder card VFX. And I'm going to create a new shader of just regular shader called...
Yeah, that's true. Having a unique perspective with little influence from other games could be good. Honestly, I think it's good because Biddy has played some roguelites, so like he can be like, oh, that's terrible, people won't like that, and then I can go in and come up with original ideas, you know.
Yeah. So it is honestly kind of really nice because I've played a lot of roguelikes, and I've watched a lot of roguelikes, and I've played a lot of platformers. So like I know like the typicals in the genre, not like the best. Like there are people who like have played a lot more than me, but like I know a lot of the typicals in the genre. So if there's something missing, I can just be like, hey, other games have these, we should probably do that, or at least like consider people will expect this. And then he can be like, I'm gonna do this one thing, and it's like, oh, I've never heard of a fucking roguelike doing that.
Yeah.
Which is
I've never heard of a deck builder mixed with the real-time platforming.
Well, I have. It's called Neon Abyss.
What? No?
Right?
No?
Is it not? Oh, I guess you're
Neon
not deck
White.
building, you just like play cards. Oh, Neon White? You said Neon Abyss earlier.
And no, Neon Abyss is different.
You said Neon Abyss earlier, though.
Yes.
I thought to myself, I was like, why?
I did say that.
Is that also a roguelike?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Then I thought that you just got it mixed up. I got it mixed up.
No, Neon White isn't
what
a roguelike.
Neon Abyss was. Okay. What is Neon Abyss?
It's like 2D Gungeon, basically.
I don't know how to tell you. This Gungeon is 2D. Well,
sorry, side-scroller dungeon.
Gungeon? Oh, well, we're all
platformer Gungeon.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, no, that's
it's pretty fun. It's not amazing. That's also where I'm stealing a lot of the enemy ideas from.
A lot of the art. Not to say that this is a bad thing. It reminds me of mobile games a little bit.
Maybe a little bit.
For specifically like the capsule art whenever they're in their like chibi form. This doesn't. This looks. I mean, they all look great, but like, this like feels very like I would find this on like a League of Legends mobile version.
Yeah.
Oh, so yeah, Dead Cells has a card upon leveling mechanic that's very aesthetically pleasing. I gotta say, so is yours. Thanks. Oh, you know what? Actually, I haven't shown people this. No, did I? Maybe I did.
Well, you can show them again. Why not?
Yeah, let me clear my deck.
Pull up Bitlytic Vision.
Yeah, so this card does 10 damage. I'll also turn on damage numbers. I wanted to enable this by default as well. So it does 10 damage. If I unequip it, you can go in here and click Add Sticker. It will pop up a sticker selection. Let me get one that actually adds damage. You can ignore some of the spoilers that's on here. Hold on. Give me damage. 5 damage to the card. So I can place this on the card, and now it goes up to 15 damage. And if I shoot this guy, boom, 15 damage. And then I can add another sticker. So this is, we'll get a percentage increase of damage, 50% extra damage to your card. now goes up to 23. So that's cool. Ignore the fact that there's no sticker on that. That's a bug that I need to figure out.
Yeah.
But some of the stickers have the ability to have really cool effects as like a rare drop. And of course, I'm not getting it now that I want one. Now that I want one, give me the fucking sticker. There we go. So negative, which is this really fucking cool effect that I absolutely love talking about because I think it looks so cool. So yeah, and then you put that on, and then now it will not count towards your hand size, which is not something that's programmed in. But oh, cool. Wait. It's whenever it goes. It's whenever it swaps over, it loses its stickers. I'm writing that down.
Okay.
I'm writing that down because I want to come back to that later. Bugs. When card is beat, the visual loses its stickers. Cool. Also, hello, KS Metamorph. How's it going?
Okay. I guess I should probably program the guy now.
Yeah. Also, you haven't turned on damage numbers in your game yet, have you?
No, I don't think I have.
Did you know that that's in there?
I mean, I knew it was in there because I've seen you use it, but I haven't used it.
Yeah, I think I can just set this to true, and then that will be enabled by default. And then I guess by default I would have the.
I need to remember how the enemies are set up, to be honest.
Oh yeah, true. By the way, guys, if you haven't, I would highly, highly recommend setting up a debug menu. It is a lifesaver.
I would recommend it as well because I didn't have one, and I didn't think I needed one. And then Biddy added one, and then it was very nice.
Yeah. Yep. He had no clue that this was like the greatest thing you could ever have in a game. How do I turn this on by default? Is it button pressed?
By the way, is there anything about the way I did enemies before that like isn't good?
Give me a second and I'll double check. We'll do like a live code review. Okay, this is on by default, right? So if I were to go over here and hit this, it does 10 damage. Dope. Okay, yeah.
I can also talk through like how I'm planning to design.
What would be a good enemy to look at, do you think, for this?
Probably the flying one, because that's what I was going to copy a lot of the stuff for the little gremlin dudes. Because like the
fire projectile enemy,
the base guy should be really easy. It's basically just if the player walks in, shoot out eggs. Yeah, the one that's on. Which one? Okay. Oh, let me see.
Yeah, flying fire projectile enemy. I'm assuming.
Yeah, that's like on there too.
So let's take a look at all of this. I'm gonna close you for a second. Can I not close you? I guess I'll just make you really small. So we have a collision shape. We have nav agent. This is for navigation through the actual like flying of things. Still needs to be fixed, but whatever. Health component, hitbox component, hit flash component. This is a little weird, but I think it's fine.
Do that so they animate.
Does this just go through? Oh. That's fine. That can be fixed eventually.
Okay.
I don't like the way this is done, but that's fine. Anim.play. Oh, it's in a scene.
It's a scene, yeah.
Oh, and it makes the...
It just makes it flash, yeah. All of its children will flash.
Okay, gotcha. That's... I actually didn't know that that would do that. That's interesting.
I copied that somewhere.
10 is equal to that. What is color texture? Is it grabbing? It's not screen rate. Whatever. That's cool. Didn't know that. So never mind. That's fine. That doesn't need to be changed. I thought it was doing. I thought it was setting like their modular or some shit, but that's fine. That works.
I fell out of game dev. I need a Bitlytic video to hit my stub box to get me back in. So real. So real. +2.
Oh, dude. About that, yeah, I gotta tell everyone, Bitlytic channel is canceled. I'm moving entirely into Dante 9, no longer making videos. I'm just kidding. I'll make a video eventually. Enemy idol, this is just a generic enemy idol question mark? Is this also used in...
No, I don't think
used?
So.
I don't think this is used, is it? My guess is I don't think that this is used.
Yeah, I think it originally was, and then it didn't get used. Because I think I was going to originally have them
they don't go idle,
random. Yeah, I was going to originally have them move around randomly. They will?
Yeah, I think they will go idle, but
okay.
They don't currently.
Yeah,
the flying guys will go idle. Because the thing I told you about where if they're off screen, they should be idle until the player moves into range, and then they become active.
Well, no, I was
Otherwise,
thinking
they
that
end up
for the
flying from
eggs.
screen.
So
Oh,
like
maybe,
or like the
yeah.
spawner dude. The spawner guy doesn't shoot out the eggs until you get close enough.
Yeah, okay, that makes sense.
Yeah, because I don't want to make it
Okay,
that you can just run away and they'll stop following you. I think pretty much every enemy, unless there's like a very specific reason, I think every enemy shouldn't just like idle in a corner by itself if you're far enough away. Like they might have certain movement patterns where they happen to be far away from the player, but they should never just like lose aggro and sit by themselves until you get close enough. Because most of the rooms are going to be not that big.
What is this?
What is that?
Is this some? Oh, this is something from that. This is for avoidance, right? Velocity computed. Mid every update as long as avoidance enabled is true. Yeah. Okay.
I don't remember how any of that works, so I'm probably just gonna have to copy it over then.
Update if enemy.
Hope that it works.
Enemy. If enemy. One thing I would change about this, is you don't need to export this. You can, on ready, you can grab the owner as enemy. You can say enemy equals owner as enemy, and you can say if not enemy, queue free, and then like push an error or something.
Okay.
Just so you don't have to drag in the enemy for each of these states, because you know it's going to be owned by the thing.
Okay.
That's about that. I mean, you don't really need to, but that's what I would do. So you don't have to. If you want to add this to a new enemy, you don't have to drag in the enemy. You know, you can just
okay.
Trust that it'll grab it. I would also maybe make a base state or a base enemy state class.
Base enemy state
since
class.
There's a lot of things shared between these two.
Oh, okay.
As you can see. So maybe making a base class that combines certain things, not everything.
Yeah, maybe.
Like this check distance function seems like it would be really. Yeah, it's literally the exact same thing. So the check distance function would be really nice to have in there.
Yeah.
That's
now that I'm looking at this, the code that I wrote for this actually isn't terrible.
Yeah, it's not. I mean, there's a couple things that I would change about it, and I think that you would probably do this now. Like, you would pull this out to a different variable.
Nah, I wouldn't do that.
You should, because you're calculating the distance twice.
Yes, I do see that I'm doing that, but I would not have ended up doing that. I'm very bad at. I like to.
Yeah, and then you could
make big calculations multiple times. Okay.
Yeah, and then honestly, I don't. Oh, I guess in your next state, because you don't have to. Well, then in that case, you wouldn't even do this check. I think you would say if player near next state and then do the check. Otherwise, don't. I guess this also runs the question of. Well, never mind. I guess it doesn't. Ideally, it wouldn't matter. But like, you do an elif, because if this one passes, this one definitely won't. And even if it does, it won't do anything because it's no longer the active state. But yeah, I mean, that's like probably the only thing that I'm really seeing that's weird in here. If it's
hello, plump tardigrade.
Shoot time is that.
Thank you for the compliment on the cat avatar. I drew it myself.
Oh, I see. You're just doing check distance every. Why are you doing this in update?
I don't know.
Do this in physics update.
When I hit the
try to do everything in physics update that isn't visuals if you can.
Okay.
Because one, more consistent. Also, if the game is running at 180 frames, let's say, then 3 of these will be complete, or 2 of the 3 will be completely useless because the position won't change until the physics update. Yeah, or if you just want to like put down a note to do it.
I'm gonna forget.
Whatever.
I'm just gonna do it right now.
Fair enough. Yeah. So yeah, I just think those are like the only things I'm really seeing. Projectile shooting component. Is this just like a weapon or something that just shoots shit?
Yeah.
Fair enough.
It pretty much just shoots out whatever you want it to.
Yeah. Fair enough. Yeah, no, it doesn't seem terrible, honestly. Actually, one thing I would change is, I guess this is for the enemy specifically, so it doesn't really matter that much. Is that, wait, state machine enemy?
Oh, that's because originally, yeah, that's just the name is. It's because I had originally made that as just because this is the first enemy that I made using state machines.
Mhm.
So I didn't know what enemy it was going to be when I started making it, I don't think.
Okay, gotcha.
So
Yeah,
that
I
just
think
needs to be
also all
renamed.
of do not all of the other ones have the same class? Like
Um,
fire ground guy, whatever his name is,
ground
ground
enemy.
fire, ground enemy
Yeah.
fire. Oh, he uses a different class.
Yeah.
Okay, that's another thing I would change is I would probably make these be as
Have a
generic as
base
possible and put
class.
all the
Okay.
behavior in components.
Okay.
Um, if possible,
Yeah.
obviously. I mean, we
I'm
can
gonna go ahead
revisit this. The
and
enemies are
do
fine.
that while you're here,
Yeah.
so that way I can
Yeah. And
ask
then
questions. I think a base enemy class would be good.
yeah, as long as you don't have to do something like, I want to clarify this as well.
Mm-hmm.
So the base enemy class is something that will be applied to every enemy. You will not
Yeah.
be extending this class.
Okay.
Unless, like, I want to say you will not be extending this class as much as possible.
Okay.
Because this will be as generic as possible. The behavior will be here on these components.
Okay.
So that you can attach them and remove them as needed.
So they would all have the same. All enemies would have the same base script on them. Is what you're saying?
Yes, ideally,
Okay.
in an ideal world. Maybe that
I'm just
happens,
trying to
maybe it
think.
doesn't. Are there
Let me
any
just look
things that
through
you're just
here.
like, oh, this makes no sense? Or...
No, I'm just trying to think how I would do that. I'm just looking through the
Wait.
enemy. So,
Oh,
because things
wait,
like
I figured it out. I figured it out.
you
Hold on.
figured it out.
Sorry.
Okay.
I figured it out. What's the room that they get stuck in? It's room 1, right? I think. Room 1.
Yes.
Oh, I'm so cooked. I'm so cooked, chat. I knew what fucking room it was. I'm so cooked. I literally got it right. Oh, no.
You mean the one where they get stuck on the
Oh, why did you tank
wall.
that?
thing?
Yes.
What is that?
Is it because of that? Let me restart it and find out. He was set to grounded.
Oh.
I wonder if it does it. I don't know if it will. So don't get your hopes up. I don't know if it will, but it might. Also, sorry, let me read message in chat. In a hypothetical, this game does insanely well. You should do a collab with Binding of Isaac. I would love to. I follow Edmund McMillan on TikTok. So, dude, it like almost works. No, is there avoidance in this level?
Yes.
Room 1.tscn.
Same
Wait,
as every
what?
other corner.
Why does it look like this? Wait, let me turn on navigation maps and then also someone sent something in your Twitch chat. I don't know if you saw and responded.
Yes, I said hello.
Okay. That's all you said.
Oh, I said hello and thank you for the compliment.
Oh, okay. So does this like navigation fuck up? Hey, the navigation's closer now, which is like really cool. I didn't know. I mean, I hadn't done anything with it, but I didn't know what went wrong with it.
Interesting.
You're like almost there, buddy. You're not like adhering to any of that, by the way.
That's so weird.
Debuild.
Yeah, that's weird.
Yeah, he's like,
I want the corner.
I don't. But this guy.
Well, because he's trying to
Where the
avoid
fuck
the
are you
other
going?
guy. And failing.
Hmm. Honestly, navigation might need a reattempt.
Okay.
I wonder if I just set the avoidance to larger in the room. Have you tried setting it to like really large here?
I haven't, but I think because the problem is they don't seem to really avoid each other. Oh, in the room like that. I thought you meant the avoidance between the guys. The problem with that is if there's a small gap, like a 1 tile gap, they just won't go through it. So like if there's 2 platforms with like a 1 or 2 tile gap between them that you can jump between, they'll just avoid it. Like if you go to the bottom right of that room.
Sure, let me let them come up here real quick. I want to see this. Yeah, his Gibbs aren't spawning. Yeah, weird.
Yeah, no, he's
Why
just
are
I want to go to the corner. That's so weird.
What's the code look like in here? Hold on. I think it might be an issue with something else, actually. Wait, is it because he's in shoot state? He's not, because he's not shooting.
Yeah,
Check
no.
distance. If enemy and player-to-player navigation target position is that, wander direction is equal to direction to next path. If it's enabled, nav agent dot velocity equals wander dir times move speed. Enemy dot desired velocity equals safe velocity. What is desired velocity? You made it? Oh no, the other one.
No,
did.
it's the other one.
I can't shoot him? Huh?
That was weird.
Very weird. I can shoot that one? Okay,
You
cool.
just broke the game.
I'll-
It's okay. But if you go to the
Yeah,
bottom
so I
right
broke
of that
something.
room,
Oh, sure, yeah.
you can see there's like that platform where they just can't get you there. Like they just can't get down there.
I see. Yeah, navigation might need a revisit. Hey, bud, you don't
Yeah.
have line of sight of me. You shouldn't be trying to hit me. Because you will never hit me. Ever.
Yeah, well, he's dumb, so.
Yeah. Could I show the TP code? Is it via global position or scene loading? Oh, brother. You asked a question and you will get an answer. Maybe it's not one that you like. So we have this thing. There's a lot of hard coding. Excuse me, because I haven't written.
Alright, I'm gonna switch back to my screen.
Sure. Yeah, I
We're
haven't
gonna
written
attempt to
procedural generation yet, so we're just
think
using
through.
hard-coded values. Basically, we load into this scene called level.tscn, where it will load all of our rooms and then set up rooms. So it will create all of the rooms, initialize all of them, do the connecting, and then only one room is ever loaded in the scene at a time, and it is as a child of the level. So I can show you. There's a lot of convoluted stuff in here, because Godot physics don't really like you taking things out of the scene and putting them back in at a later time. So you can see we have tutorial room. If I go into TP to room, testing room, now it will swap to testing room. And I can actually make this a little bit clearer if I were to set this to windowed mode. And then, oh, cool. Yeah, that bug is still in there. Dope. So yeah, if I were to change rooms, so TP to room, we'll just do this one, room 2. It changes to room 2. So it's turn off navigation, turn off paths. It's basically taking the room that we were currently in. It is removing it from the tree. We're not queue freeing it. We're removing it from the tree. We're taking the player out of that scene, putting the new room in, and then putting the player back in that scene. There's a few weird physics things that we have to do. Like for example, so change room. So we await a physics frame for all of the physics queries to flush. We grab the player, we turn off their collision. This is a function that just, if we ever had multiple collisions, we would turn off all of these. Then we have the current room. We say that we exited the room. Then we remove it from the tree. So remove child just takes it out of the tree. It doesn't actually queue free it. We set the current room to the new room, add it, and then we call a function, a frame late, or in idle time, so after physics queries again, to put the player back in. This waits for one more physics frame to turn back on the player's collision. All of that to say, we take the player out, turn off their collision, swap the layer or the level over, give it a physics tick, put the player back in, give it one more physics tick, turn the player's collision back on. Yeah, and the reason we have to turn off the collision and turn it back on between physics ticks is because if we just left the player's collision on, when we take the player out of the scene, put them into the new scene, they will actually collide with whatever was at their position in the old room. So if they leave on the left exit and enter on the right exit, and the room that they entered had a left exit at the same position that the previous room did, if we didn't disable their collision, it would just immediately cause them to enter the left exit in the new room, which would be really, really annoying. So yeah, we have to, physics needs to be like synced up. Sorry, hold on. I have a thing. Let me make sure this isn't like super important. Okay, it's not. It's important, just not like something I need to check right now. So yeah, there's just, physics are weird, and syncing physics up is weird. And then we just have like helper functions, like we load all of the rooms in the entire game. Which this will probably change based on what level we're entering. And also we connect them. There's just like a bunch of like specific to our game stuff. But
Wait, why
it's
do the enemies not spawn if you don't have cards?
you have to enter through the entrance.
I did.
You have to pass by the entrance. Did you?
I did. Yeah. Oh, wait, there
run
we go.
the. Oh no, it's because that one's delayed.
Oh, weird.
Yeah, it's because the enemies, because the way that the enemies are set up currently, is you loop through the spawners, you spawn the enemy,
so
and then
these
there's a
ones spawned, I
delay.
just didn't realize. Yeah.
Yes. Yeah. So it's like a chain reaction where like the left side just happened to spawn a lot later than the other ones, which is going to be changed.
Now this
but
guy's being weird. So I was trying to, Oh,
yeah. I mean, don't worry about it too much. I think it's something that we can do.
I'm trying to.
Yeah. Sure.
Just mess around real quick.
Yeah, I mean, you can do it if you want. I'm just saying, like, it's not like a super important thing. If you wanted to do like more enemy AI stuff, because we can fix the pathfinding eventually.
I'm changing some parameters on the enemy.
Sure, yeah. I don't know if those did those update in real time.
I don't know.
Sometimes they do and sometimes they don't. So I don't know. Is there something you can change to make? Oh, okay. What the fuck is he doing? He just went around. Sega physics and Q3 are together, not a happy couple. True. I honestly do understand it though, because trying to sync up Q3's mid-physics frame sounds like a terrible, terrible time. What was I doing again? Anyone remember what I was doing? Oh my god, it was something with the abilities, I think. I think I was implementing something with cooldowns. Oh, yeah, yep. Dude, I'm so happy I had that old project open. I wanted to add in the cooldown indicator. Card visual.tscn preferably.
Thank you for the follow, SoupyFX.
Oh, shot. SoupyFX.
Kind of good name.
What kind of soup? That is honestly a really good name. I wish I was better at making usernames.
Yeah, what kind of name is Bitlytic? Like, come on, man.
So first off,
nah, it's
wasn't my first choice. It became goated because other sites wouldn't let me use my original username, and so I had to shorten it and like change it. Also, I'm sorry. I just looked over at your stream. I'm doing that thing where I have just like a fuck ton of changes that I haven't pushed up, and so like there's a couple things just don't work on your side.
Okay, so I changed some things. Now there's some funny. He's making funny shapes.
What?
It's kind of cool. I'm not gonna
Why is he making funny shapes?
I don't know. He's making funny shapes.
It's like a little cool, yeah, but it's a little weird.
I don't know what he's doing. And this guy's still like, I want to go to the corner. Let's see. Does he go around better?
That guy's like attached to the corner.
Yeah. Oh, now this guy wants to go there too.
Do the platforms have any sort of like navigation stuff on them?
The platforms?
Yeah.
Like these?
Let me open it up on my side. I'm curious.
Should.
Yeah, the one-ways. Sorry guys, I'm looking at navigation again. I just can't stop myself. Let me change this back to the
honestly, I don't know what it was that I changed, but I like the pattern that this is giving me. It's less like directly to you.
Directly to a yeah.
See how's like the avoidance on it.
What layer is the or where are these platforms at, JW? Do you know?
The platforms.
Yeah, the one-ways right here.
Oh, it's did you find it?
Nope.
Oh, okay. Let me find it. It's
drop.
I think it's like drop through platform.
No, like where is it? Like in the.
Oh, it's a scene tile.
Oh, is it like on ground?
It's on the tile map. Yeah, it's on ground. Pretty sure.
Scene tile. Flesh for drop through. This guy? No.
Mm-hmm.
Are you sure this is not a scene tile? This is a tile.
It's a
Oh
scene
yeah,
tile.
you made it a tile because we swapped out rapier physics.
Oh, I did make it a tile,
remember.
right? Yeah.
Yeah, I remember that. I was there for that.
Mhm.
So I don't know. There's like a weird thing because I'm just like, what if? Wait. What's the enemy called again? Flying fire projectile enemy.
I don't know why it calculates the path like that. It's interesting. But that guy still wants to go to the corner. So weird. Well, I think what I could do is to room 1, right?
If avoidance is off, does it just work?
I don't know. I was also going to try just removing the drop 2 platforms. See if that works.
Okay, it is not. It is kind of an avoidance thing, but like not
Kind of.
explicitly an avoidance thing. It went around the corner, but it really wanted to be on that corner.
Okay. Interesting.
So avoidance did something. 80 pixels? Isn't that like fucking massive?
What's 80 pixels?
The avoidance range. Avoidance radius is 80 pixels. Isn't that
On
huge?
the enemies?
Yeah.
No.
That's,
Because
like,
everything's
pretty
scaled by
large.
4.
That's pretty large.
Maybe it is still.
I wonder if changing that to something like 40 pixels would make a difference with avoidance enabled. What is this? Time horizon agents. The minimum amount of time for which this... Okay, thank you.
Okay,
Agent's
if I get rid of the
velocity
drop 3 platforms, they don't have an issue.
They don't have an issue.
Yeah.
Interesting. Oh wait, you also I wonder if it's like a weird combination of it being a grounded enemy and the drop through platforms because you didn't change yours to be floating. Why is this at the 6.13? Too high value. Okay, we're gonna change this to like a second. I think we'll be fine. Based on what I'm reading. Hello, Master Car. How's it going? How are you doing?
Hello.
We are doing some more Dante's 9 work as per the always. As per
As
the
per the
forever.
always.
Yeah, as per the forever. Forever game. Give me the card. Thank you, card. I'm fixing some ability stuff right now. Or I guess I'm looking at navigation, but... Oh.
Do I have my frame
Okay.
rate? No?
Oh,
I don't know why it always feels like my frame rate's super low.
Yeah. I don't know. Make sure your frame rate is set to VSync.
Oh, there we go. That still doesn't feel like it's helping.
Didn't do anything? Ah,
Yeah, it
happens.
still feels kind of stuttery.
Make sure... Did I push up the changes to the fucking full screen rect? Does that... Can you go to, whenever you get a second, can you go to the inventory testing scene and check the full screen rect and see its shader if it has a blur radius of 2 instead of the
Inventory
default of 8?
testing.
Yeah, Control P, inventory testing. Oh, okay, you got it.
Thank you for the follow. Mustafa Sohail. Can't pronounce.
Okay. Yeah, oh, that's dope.
Yeah, close enough.
Yeah, and then can you check the material on that and see if the
Yeah,
shader parameter for blur
material.
radius is 2?
It is 2.
Okay, it's dope. Okay.
And
Yeah, I don't know why it'd be stuttering.
does
I
the
mean, you are
player still
streaming, but-
have... The player
Probably.
does still have a bunch of particles on them. Don't want to get rid
Oh, yeah.
of them.
Fun
I can
fact
just
for anyone who
set
didn't know.
emitting.
Setting emitting to false might do something. For anyone who doesn't know, even if GPU particles are not rendered to the screen, if they are active, they will still tax your GPU.
Yeah, I
Yes.
learned that the hard way.
Yeah, I would never have thought that, but I
Hey.
also probably wouldn't have had them in the scene.
It could also be because I'm like streaming at the same time.
Yeah, it probably is.
Yeah, it's still
Plus
stuttering
this
like
time you're watching on
crazy.
Twitch simultaneously. My goat.
Let's go.
Okay, back to the thing that I was actually
Okay,
doing.
let me look at the floor tile things.
Cereal. Do I want this to be? Oh god, now I'm like thinking about things. Do I want there to be an? I think I want there to be like a separate sprite 2D on this that specifically handles the. Church counter, sure, dude. Why are you off center?
Boom.
Boom. With the rolly or with the rolly on. Actually, maybe I don't. Maybe I want this to be the one.
Game art and concept was too good not to follow wishlisted. Thank you.
Holy shit, dude, my goats. Oh, you're from my YouTube chat. It's that's someone that's been talking my YouTube chat a lot.
Thank you for the follow, Coding Joker.
That is also someone talking in my YouTube chat.
Whoa, it's everybody.
I think based on what I'm seeing in my activity feed, it looks like someone who's in my YouTube chat. Same profile picture.
Peak.
Kind of crazy if they weren't the same person. Yeah, so that works. It looks a little weird with it being scaled by like whatever, but like I don't really care enough to unmask. There we go. Oh, why are you? Oh, you're filtered bilinear, aren't you?
You like
Ooh,
filtering,
you like filtering textures bilinearly,
don't you?
No. 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 The Jimmy Mine virus is here. You like writing pixel perfect shaders, don't you?
Oh, why is it so laggy? Even my own game doesn't run well.
True. Oh, I know, cooldown alpha, sorry. And then I want this to be like this question mark. Why are you off center? What are you doing? Why are you like that? I'm gonna just like pretend that that's not a thing, I think.
It's probably a good idea.
Noticeable.
I love pretending that things aren't things, you know?
True. I don't think it'll be noticeable, so I think it's fine. I need you... Shit. I need to make a... Hold on. I've got a thing. I've got an idea.
Uh-oh. I'm scared. He's got an idea.
Oh, shit. Wait. How do I... Okay, no, I know what I can do. I got it.
I think it's working now. The flying guys.
I think it's working now? What'd you do?
Yeah, there was a navigation layer on the drop-through platforms.
No fucking way, dude. Where are you going, brother? Dude, he's flying away. Oh, they keep their velocity when they intershoot, so if they're moving...
They shouldn't.
Start strafing.
I think it's something with one of the settings I changed.
I mean, maybe, but... If you jump... make him start moving and then jump into his range. Like, run straight into his range after he starts moving. You have to wait for him to move. He's avoiding right now. Yeah, see? Dude, he's strafing on your ass. Dude, that's coded. Honestly, that wouldn't be, like, a terrible enemy idea. Is, like, an enemy that, like, locks into a direction and then starts moving in that direction and, like, shoots straight down or something. Before,
Also,
like,
so, like, all these enemies, you know how, like, the
something.
different colored versions of them. So I was thinking they'd have similar like movement and attacks, but it's just slightly different. So like maybe one shoots like two in like a split pattern, or one of them shoots like a charge up laser instead of like bullets.
Sure, yeah.
So that was kind of my idea.
I guess that's
so like you learn what like the base enemy looks like this, and it does this attack, and then you see that, oh, this enemy in the next level has the same kind of general shape, but a different color and pattern. So like, oh, it'll probably do something similar, but different, you know?
Yeah.
So makes less work for me and makes enemies like more predictable. Okay, well that's the problem issue for that. Let me try resetting these back to what they were, these settings. And see if that works.
I can do this. I can do active cooldown is equal to cooldown. Yeah, okay. Sorry, there's a couple of things that I'm just like walking through. maybe be explaining my code. Maybe people like this.
It's okay.
So one of the things was this ability progress is I wanted to be able to detect like how far along the cooldown we are. But the problem was I wasn't storing what the cooldown was. I was only storing like how much cooldown we have left. So like I can't really tell what percent of the cooldown you're at if you only have one number. So I'm just gonna make it so that whenever the card gets set to cooldown, it will take like quote unquote a snapshot of the cooldown. And then we can use that as a reference, like anchor point for how much of the cooldown we're at. And then I'm also going to add a signal, which is cooldown changed.
Okay,
And
they
I
work
will
fine
use
now.
this every time. Okay, that's good.
I
Every
reset
time
them back
the
to, like,
cooldown
settings
changes
from before. Sorry.
Oh, no, you're good. I will say if val does not equal current cooldown, we will emit the signal, which will be cooldown.
Does their
change,
avoidance
emit.
work better now?
No else. Sorry, no else. It looked like it wasn't whenever I was watching, but I don't know if you changed anything just now in the last run.
It's not great. They kind of just like
fair
smush into each other and then try to push each other apart at the same time.
You did a set val on your current cooldown variable to track cooldown. That's kind of what I'm doing, yeah.
Oh, there's
the
also
only problem
still... That is weird how they aren't resetting their velocity. I thought they were supposed to. They were supposed to set their velocity to 0 when they enter the
Doesn't look
shooting
like it.
stake.
Yeah, the only problem, so I would love to do just a set val on this to track what cooldown it is, but I'm going to be ticking this over time so that this would be changing always. But yeah, inside the set function, instead of a signal, you had an update cooldown on the UI element. I would personally do a signal because then what I can do is instead of, I mean, like I could do a function, but because this is like, this doesn't know anything about UI. You know, this is all card contained. Like there's no, like I'm pretty sure if I looked at visual, I mean, there's ability visual, this needs to be fixed. But like, other than that, like this is all contained. And if we wanted to run this without like rendering anything or like without showing anything to the screen, everything would still work, which is really cool. I really like that where this is like the like the backend data against represented by visuals. Because I think the data should drive the visuals, not the other way around for the most part. I think that the visuals at most can drive how you're interacting with the data, and it can send information to and from, but then the actual like underlying data is what drives everything.
So I think the issue with so on the shoot state, I'm setting the desired velocity and the nav agent's velocity both to 0 when it enters the state. So somehow it's changing the velocity after it enters the shoot state.
Oh yeah,
During
I
the
know
shoot
why.
state.
Can you? Yeah. I think I know why. Can you go back to your? I'm gonna put you on screen. Can you go back to your flying enemy, the follow state?
The base of the follow state. Okay.
Follow state. Can you scroll down? That guy. Velocity calculated. You're not disconnecting the signal whenever you leave the state. You can just disconnect the signal whenever you leave the state, so it won't update.
So exit.
Also, couple of things. Also, you could just invert the inner state. You could just do if is connected and then do .disconnect instead of connect.
That would make sense, yeah.
Yeah, so one other thing is that's not going to immediately solve your problem, because if you were to scroll back down, the transition signal there, whenever it emits, it will immediately call... Does it call the... No, it calls the exit first, then the enter. Never mind, I think that should be fine.
Okay.
Actually, I think that would fix it.
I'll try that and see.
I was about to say something completely wrong about
the nav agent.
I don't think so.
So yeah.
Because it should like disconnect everything. So, hello. How's it going?
Hello.
Hello. Hello. Hello. Oh, you know what? I've never played that on stream. I don't think. Check this out, guys. Hello. That's me.
That's him.
Like a year ago. That's me.
Yeah. He's lost his skills. He can't do it anymore.
Yeah, I can't hit the hello anymore.
It's over.
Yeah. I started taking antidepressants, so I can't get my voice that high anymore. So I gained happiness, and I lost the ability to hello really loud and like high pitched. What were you testing again? Oh, the velocity thing. I guess you weren't testing it. But...
Yeah. So if I do that, then jump in this
Yeah.
area. Yeah, no, it's fine.
Yep. Yeah, because since it wasn't the active state or whatever, yeah, it was still just updating it.
Yeah.
What the fuck am I doing? Oh yeah, so I need to. Oh god, this still needs to be cleaned up eventually. I think I would love to. You can never do that sound. I wish I could still. Nope. You're like still like an octave down. Not like a full octave.
Okay.
You're like 4 notes down, 4 semitones down, or 2
Okay.
tones. As
All right.
I love music theory. I love getting things just wrong enough to.
I was about to say the mini map's all messed up, but then I remembered I teleported to this room.
Yeah, the minimap is also just like fucked up
Yeah, there's something with the mask that's
a
broken.
little bit. Down, changed. Yeah, I still need to fix that. Actually, do I need to fix that? Is that an issue on mine? You just teleported straight to room 1.
Yeah,
Okay.
it's because the mask isn't working.
Yeah, I thought that I fixed that, but I guess not.
I guess so.
Image icon dot set or dot material dot set.
So let me think.
Parameter. I'm not typing.
This
that
guy's
out.
not gonna move, right? So he can just be
guy?
a static body. No, what should he be?
He would probably still just be like a character body, to be
I
honest.
guess I can make him a character body, and he just doesn't need
Just
to
make him a
move.
character body.
Yeah.
Well, because then he can use the same enemy script.
Yeah, if we want to do that. I'm
Yeah.
thinking. There's a lot of stuff on here. So like the move and slide and the velocity acceleration is all on the base script for the projectile enemy.
I see.
So that's one thing that
Yeah.
I guess we could just have a separate node for that and then just set the values from that node.
Yes, that's what I would do. Yeah, I
Kind
would
of like we do with the states. So like the states have references to the enemy. So we can just have a base node that controls the
Yeah.
movement that has a reference to the character body.
Or well, it doesn't need to have a reference because you can just do like owner or parent. Or
Oh
whatever.
yeah. So what does the
Yeah.
owner do? What's the difference between owner and get parent?
Oh, you don't really? Oh, shit,
I
I
have
still
no
have him on
clue.
screen. I'm so sorry, guys. I'll explain this if you want to look at my thing. I can
Your
explain
thing.
this. to
Okay,
you.
I'll look.
So owner is something that is set at editor time. Technically, you can set it at runtime, but it is decided at editor time.
Okay.
So owner is a variable that is more useful than parent in a lot of situations, not always, but in a lot of situations. So we're just going to take, for example, I'm going to walk through some nodes. So this guy,
Mhm.
if I were to do .owner and .parent, they're the exact same, which is the
Yeah.
node directly above it. If I were to go to this guy, .parent is sub-viewport container. .owner is this guy. So essentially what happens is every node in here, any of these nodes, if you were to pick any of them and say .owner, it would point to card visual.
Oh,
except
so it's
for
whatever
card
the
visual.
base node of the root node of
Yes.
this current scene that's in.
Yes,
not current scene,
maybe
but
card
of the
visual would
scene.
as well, but I don't quote me on that. I don't think it would. And the main thing is that this doesn't change if you were to take this scene and put it elsewhere. So if I were to take this card visual and put it in room 1,
Mm-hmm.
this script's owner would be room 1, but all of these would still be owned by this card visual node.
Okay, that's actually really useful.
It is very useful because you don't have to get the grandparent, the great grandparent of a current node. You don't have
I don't have to
export it.
do
You can say-
get parent dot get parent dot get parent.
Yes, you don't
Let's
have to
go.
do that. You can just say dot owner.
Okay.
And this also means that you can make sure that you're putting it in a script, or like you can do safeguards. So for example, this guy, if I only wanted this guy to be a child of a card visual somewhere, I can do something like var visual is owner as card visual, which will
Mhm.
cast owner as card visual. If
Okay.
this fails, if the owner is not set to card visual, so if it's either null or if it's set to a different node, then I can do if not visual, I can do like print this fucked up.
Okay. That's
Because
really
this will be
useful.
null. Yes,
Mhm.
if this cannot be casted to card visual, it will be null. So
Okay.
whether this is null, whether it's attached to something else, this will error out. Where do you set card visual as the owner? You don't. Godot does it for you. Whenever you make scenes, all of these nodes are automatically created and set their owner to this. It is something that Godot handles for you in the editor.
So yeah, it's just based off of whatever scene it's in.
Yes. So it is also interesting because it does mean that you can have certain scripts that you place in other scenes, and you can check their owner type to have their behavior change differently if you want to.
Oh, so if you instantiated a scene in the editor on that scene,
yes.
If you did get owner as card visual, then it would get the card visual, but if you did get owner as whatever that scene is, it would just return itself?
Yes.
Okay.
Yep. Or, well, sorry, what was the last part you said?
If you do get owner on the like sub scene as
so like
that
for
sub
example,
scene,
we have,
would it
let's do this.
Would it always
let
do
me,
it to the card visual? I guess you could just
let me double check what you're talking about. So let me say I toss this guy in here. So he's right here.
Yeah.
So what is your question?
So if you do
inside,
get owner, or if you do owner as card visual, it'll return card visual on the on that scene, on the base
scene,
script.
so like inside of the script.
In that side of that script, yeah.
Yes, not always. Because if I were to go into flying projectile enemy and then toss this scene in here, and then I were to do get owner, this specific instance would see its owner as this guy.
Yes.
Which means that I can tell who owns this. So this guy would see my owner is card visual. That's great. This guy would see, oh, I'm owned by flying projectile. I'm going to print an error to the console that lets the programmer know that they fucked up somewhere.
Oh, okay, I see.
And I'm going to queue free myself before an error occurs.
I was thinking that if you do get owner on the root node of a scene, it'll always return the owner of that scene.
Yes, it will return the owner of whatever scene it's in.
Okay.
Owner can be null.
Because I was thinking that if you did
null.
it on the root, it would just return itself since it's the root of that scene.
No, because you want to be able to tell where it's at. So if you instantiate something at runtime, it will not have an owner unless you specifically set it. But its children, like if you have this scene, so let's say I take this test negative sticker and I were to instantiate this and put it in the world, test negative sticker would not have an owner. But all of its, well, I guess there's only one component. Any of these components that are in here would still see test negative sticker as its owner.
So wait, why wouldn't it have an owner?
Because we are putting in a scene, and that wasn't decided at that wasn't decided at editor time.
Oh, so if it's instantiated is what you're saying. It doesn't. So it's only from the editor. Okay.
Yeah. So let's say, like for example, so this guy would see it has an owner as card visual. This guy would see it has an owner of flying fire projectile enemy. If I went into the game right now and I spawned it in via .instantiate and then added it to the tree, it would not have an owner unless I said this thing's .owner is this, which you could do. But
add the stickers from like the menu, it wouldn't have an owner.
Correct. Yes.
Okay.
Exactly that. Yeah. So owner is very, very handy. I use it so much. I haven't used it very much in this project yet because I haven't had to. But I very much recommend owner. Honestly, let me find out if I've used owner.
That's very useful.
Owner. I have. Yeah, I did actually. So for the yarn, it uses owner. For the music damping, it uses owner. For the camera, it uses owner. Display card. Yeah, basically. Yeah, I've used it a lot. But yes. Also, I have not seen The Office, Mustafa. Sorry, I missed your message earlier. But yeah, owner is incredibly useful. I would recommend
the enemy base
using it
scene or class because I can.
Okay.
I'm goated. I can do it.
You got this. Yeah, but I would recommend using owner over parent if you feasibly can.
Should I just call this enemy? Or should it be like enemy base?
Probably, yeah. You should probably call it like enemy _ base, but yeah.
Okay, I'll write this file as. I was thinking class.
Yeah, it's a file.
It's okay. We want to save this to
what
source enemies. We'll just put it in the root of enemies.
Okay, never mind. I know where I'm at again. Sorry, I keep forgetting what I'm doing because people, or not people. Sorry, I go off on tangents. It is not anyone's fault. It is my fault.
So wait, which way is the right way to do the class name, in your opinion?
Class name extends this.
Okay.
You are saying this is class called enemy. No, not like that. 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 Not like that.
What do you mean?
Even the style guide says it. Even the style guide is like,
No, it
fuck
doesn't.
you.
It
Class
literally
name
doesn't.
extends.
Where does
It
it
literally
say
does. Go to
that?
all.
It
literally does.
doesn't. No, it doesn't.
It literally does.
It doesn't.
Guys,
He's making things up.
I need you. Guys, he does this instead. He does extends node 2D class name. We need to shut him down.
I
This
think
is the only
this one's
correct way.
better.
Class name extends node 2D. I will accept maybe doing this on one line. If you're used to other object-oriented programming languages, you can do this. This is fine. The order matters, though. It should be class and then extends. And if you don't do that, I think of you less of a person. I'll be honest.
Wow. Okay, I see how it is.
Not much,
Yeah.
but like,
I mean, I'm
I do
pretty
think
low in the
less of
first
you.
place. So,
does this work by chance? Does this just work? Maybe.
So all enemies will have a health component. We also
Well,
we need a
I mean, will they?
yes. If they don't,
Okay.
then something's weird, and we can
Is
have
there
a
a
custom
reason-
script for it.
So what are you putting the health component in there for? Oh, for died. I
Yeah.
see. Okay, yeah, that's fine. So you could also just do like if health component dot connect.
I guess you're right now.
Also, I need you to fix your signal naming, or not signal naming, sorry, your signal usage. So I'm gonna put you on stream again. I'm gonna put you on blast a little bit.
What did I do?
Line 15. Instead of
Line
doing
15.
health component dot connect and then the name of the signal, you need to
Oh
reference
yeah.
the signal
No,
directly
that's
as a first.
that's
class
just
member.
me forgetting that you could do that. Like I genuinely, because
Yeah.
you had to do that in Godot 3, right?
Yep. Yeah, and
And
Godot 3. For anyone
I
who
just
doesn't know, Godot
never
3
I
did
never
not have-
changed it.
Yeah, Godot 3 did not have the ability to reference signals directly, which is like just the most insane thing ever. So like where I'm doing things like this, you actually had to do .connect off of the instance and then pass in the name of it, which is like the most insane shit ever. So yeah, we can reference signals as a first.
So it'd be like
class
this. Is this right?
very well now. Yes.
Okay.
Yep,
Perfect.
that's correct.
Yeah, there's just a lot of places where I just did that from instinct.
Yeah.
Because I had done that a lot before. Because I did
Yeah,
work with
extends
Godot
before class
3 a
name
little
feels
bit.
so wrong. Exactly. I
Honestly, don't
agree.
remember what I made in Godot 3. But I worked a good bit in Godot 3.
So I was using Godot 3 for like not fully a year before I swapped to Godot, or before Godot 4 came out. I was doing a lot of Godot 4 dev builds though, I'll tell you that. Whenever Godot 4 came out, I just immediately threw away every convention I had from Godot 3, and I was like, I'm using these Godot 4.
Yeah. That was I barely knew how to code
things.
back then, so
Yeah, because I was like, Godot 4 just had so many quality of life things. Like, I hate to say it because I know a lot of people hate it. Having this be an on ready versus just an on ready, because in Godot 3 it was just on ready. I love having the because it shows an annotation, which is
I
something
actually
from
want
other
to see
languages.
if I go to my Godot projects folder. Is there an easy way to check which one of these were in Godot 3? I wonder.
If you have VS Code, you can open up the whole thing, and then you can do a search for the project string.
Oh. That's a lot of work.
Do you have VS Code?
I do.
Well, then it's not a lot of work. You just like open up the folder in VS Code, and then you do
Okay.
what is
Let
the
me
project
see if I
string
can
called?
figure this out.
Oh wait, is project.godot not a? Isn't it a text file?
Open
Oh, it totally is.
folder.
VS Code was just like taking a gajillion years to open.
Projects.
We're in 4.4, right?
Select folder.
Yes, you trust the authors.
Yep. Oh, this is not centered. Hopefully, I won't dox anything here.
Yeah. So you can do. Maybe you should like hide your screen. You should hide your screen. I think you're downloading a
Okay.
lot of things right now. You should maybe hide
Why
your
is
screen.
it doing this?
You should
switched to Bitty Vision.
totally hide your screen right now.
I don't know why it does that. I think it's just downloading all of the. It's
Yeah,
downloading all the
that's-
things from
from your OneDrive.
yeah, from that
So,
folder.
yeah. So here's hoping that there's nothing personal identifying there. That's really funny that it just
Sorry,
started
it's just
doing
my
that.
first name. It's okay. I
Yeah,
thought
the
I
first
have all
dude,
of
the second I saw any sort
stuff.
of notification pop up, I would immediately swap that to the BRB screen.
Yeah, I don't have a fast way to do that, I don't think. Why? I
Yeah.
literally have do not disturb on. Why is it giving me notifications?
Oh yeah, this guy uses OneDrive, by the way, which is insane.
It's because, let me see. Settings.
Be careful opening up things on stream. Is your
I
stream
have my
hidden?
stream, yeah, it's hidden. So,
Okay.
if anything, it's just you.
Yeah.
Let me see.
I'm gonna put you on screen real quick. Okay, does this work?
I'm trying to find
Sorry.
notifications. There we go. No, do not
Oh, it does
notify.
work.
Do not notify me for any of these. There we go. We should be good now. Okay.
Yeah, that does work.
We're
There's a
back.
couple of things I want to change about it, but it does work.
Okay, what am I doing?
You're gonna do a Control Shift F
Control Shift F.
or open quotes
Open quotes.
3 dot.
Why is it giving me more
ideas.
notifications?
Oh my god, dude! Wow.
It's okay. It's just the stuff from this folder. So that's fine.
Is there nothing that it's finding? It's really finding nothing.
I think it's still searching because it's downloading everything.
Ah.
So maybe this wasn't a great idea because now there's a bunch of stuff downloading.
Yippee! You bet SVGs. Why does this?
Where do
Oh.
I have SVGs from?
Ah, this is. Wait, this has a shadow? I didn't know that. This has a shadow? Oh, it does, but it's not visible on the.
Oh, there we go. I can turn off all notifications for that. There we go. Well, that's doing its thing. I'm gonna put you up on screen.
Okay. I'm just gonna go to Sprite and make a mask texture really quickly. Unless they change the formatting of project.godot, I think that should reveal any projects that are. I guess I could figure it out actually. I think I have.
There we go. It's loading. It loaded one more thing, so it's still loading. It's probably just downloading everything. Which I don't know if I want to download everything in my entire projects folder, but you know, it's a little too late now.
Really weird.
I guess they're not.
Godot folder in my.
Godot projects aren't that big, are they?
No, not,
Okay.
I mean.
I just have like not very much.
2021. Okay, yeah. I guess this would actually have project.godot. Oh, does this not have the version on it? Okay, I lied. Apparently. Does this not tell you what version the project's in? I'm gonna put this on the screen. It doesn't. It doesn't tell you what version the project.
Oh, it doesn't. So I did all this for nothing.
I mean, unless Godot 4 has config version equals 4. Oh, there's config version equals 5. Can you do a search for config version equals 4?
Config version. Config.
No quotes. Config underscore version equals 4. There's a couple in there. I think those are Godot 3 projects.
These are. Look at that. So this one was. That was like really bad. I was trying to make a RTS and I didn't even know what an RTS was. So I was just making random boxes moving around. This one was a really crappy FPS that literally did nothing.
Yeah, you can
This
see right here.
was-
Oh no. Oh, Bidlytic. Oh, Bidlytic. Why are we compiling a regex in place?
Yeah, so I was doing a lot of stuff messing around with 3D actually in Godot 3, which was torture.
Yeah. We do. I don't know
Yes,
if we'll
we do.
continue using config files, but currently we do. I think we probably will for settings. I don't think we're going to for.
Yeah, it
save
makes sense for
file
settings
stuff.
and like it does for save files. I'll let you
I'll
figure out
show-
save files.
Yeah, I'll show what we're currently using. So over here, we have this settings. Oh shit! Sorry, my microphone. We have the settings ini folder, which is just these are like the settings menu config, and then right here, let me drag this over to my VS Code and back. We have the control data because I wanted something like a little bit more technical to map whether are you still hiding your screen, by the way?
No.
Okay. Yeah, so we have this where I can do a lot more like custom object stuff. for mapping whether or not for like controller, it's like, okay, well, category is like whether using a joystick or like a button press or things like that. So these can hold actual data, whereas the ini files are really nice for just simple values that people will usually edit if something goes wrong. I don't know. I don't like that this is it says vector 2i, but whatever. It feels really weird. I think usually you would see something like this, and then it would have like the thing. I don't even know. Whatever.
Okay, now we want to signal for this.
Okay, and then I need to go to a sprite. Hello, a sprite. I still have this folder open.
So you said we shouldn't have the health component on the on the
no, it can be on the thing. It shouldn't be required.
Okay.
You can just do, because I think the only thing you're going to be doing is connecting a signal in there. So I think you can just do if health component and then connect the signal.
I could even do the same for the hit flash, because I think pretty much all enemies will have it, but maybe some won't, so we can make that optional.
Yeah, I think if you're able, I mean, even if there's like not really a chance, if it's reasonable, that you're like, this doesn't really add a whole lot of like overhead to calculate whether or not it's there.
Yeah,
I think that's fine. I'm gonna call this. Oh, I'm glad that opened up in the correct folder. That would have been like. I'm gonna call this large icon mask.png, and I'm probably gonna make this full white, just because.
Oh, is the hit flash not a class? Not a class for the hit flash. Hit flash class flash. Another thing that we need to decide is how we want to do the gibs. I have no clue what the best way to do that is, because I have some that are spawning a scene and then adding velocities to all the gibs, and then one that's spawning them with constructors and then adding those all in code.
Yeah.
And I don't know if either of those are good. So what do you think about those?
Let me get this working really, really quickly, and then I can actually listen to what you asked me.
Okay.
Sorry.
That's fine. You can tell me if you hate me. It's okay.
Well, that is the case, but it happens.
It's okay. It's okay.
What color do you think this cooldown indicator should be? Because white is like the obvious answer, I feel like. But the problem is the progress mask. If the progress mask is... I don't know why this is off to the side, by the way.
Do you have it on your screen? Let me see.
Over here? Yeah, I do.
Oh, wait, how are you doing this?
How am I doing this?
Let me see.
I have this guy, and then...
Oh, interesting. I see. I was thinking of it being like a line, like almost like an outline around it. But that works too, actually.
I could do an outline around it. I mean, I could do like select modify contract by 1 pixel, and then like I could do that.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. That just was my original thought.
Yeah. I don't know how I feel about that, to be honest with you. I'll try it out in the game really quickly, but
oh, do you have it like implemented or anything?
Maybe. Yeah, because the outline's not very noticeable. If I made it white...
Yeah, I think white would be good for that.
I don't think it's noticeable enough, is the problem.
Yeah, you're right.
I thought it would be. Okay.
You could even make it like
a couple more ideas at you really quickly. I think, can I... anyone know if I can erase things in like a feathered way in this? Can I...
Oh, are you thinking of making it like glowy almost?
Can I make it like so that this fades based on how close to the center it is? Is that a thing
I don't think so.
In A-Sprite? No.
Not that
like
I know.
There's gradients in A-Sprite, right?
Yes.
I guess who's got a gradient texture with my name on it? A-Sprite. Oh shit.
This guy.
This guy loves his gradient textures, is what he's gonna say. Ah shit. Wait, no, this works. Almost. I guess it would be the other way around, right? Yeah. It would be transparent center and then white here. Up. Question mark. Are you working? So now if I were to... Yes. Yeah, hold up. No, let me cook. Let me cook.
Okay.
The blind is leading the blind currently.
Mhm.
Oh, I need a new layer. Sorry. I'm bringing my... Wait, where's the... Oh my god. Sorry.
This
Okay.
guy, man.
Select this. Control-Shift-I. Delete. Didn't do anything. Why? Because you're not hidden. Okay. And then save. And then I go into the texture. And then I say shader. And then I grab you. And then I say you are mixed based on cooldown mask. Does that just work? Anyone know? Oh my god, it does. Okay. And then if I go in game,
try it in
it should
game.
just update. It should just update automatically. Ignore that.
I don't know if I like that or not. Maybe make it like too wide. Like the outline, but make it too wide. Like 2 pixels wide.
Oh, okay. Yeah. I see what you're saying.
I really don't like gradients in pixel art. Like if it's shaded, that's okay. But like just like a straight gradient, it looks really bad.
We can just dither it.
You just
Also,
did
hello,
it.
everyone. Wait, how's it going? How you doing? Sorry, I didn't get your message. I was too busy focusing on gradient textures. I love gradient textures.
Sorry.
Okay, dude. He's
Awful.
growling.
Oh, sorry, that's an accident. See, that's better.
Yeah, it's fine. Yeah. Okay, now check this out. You are not prepared for this. Okay, I add this here. Select, modify, contract to escape. Honestly,
Bro is
think this one a
addicted to
little bit.
keyboard shortcuts. I'm not gonna lie.
yeah, because you're slow if you're not using keyboard shortcuts.
Here, wait, let me hide my avatar. I literally can't see past his big ass head.
Oh, you know what? You're so right. Nobody can see this.
Nobody
can
see
see
it.
any of this. Because I also have... Look at this, dude. We got a cooldown indicator. And honestly, color could be changed. Maybe it's like a little bit like gray.
Yeah, you can maybe make it.
saturation.
You can maybe make it like a lighter version of whatever the card color is. So like a light red for the red.
I could. I wanna
you
do
could just
that, I
test it.
could.
Like just mess around with colors before trying to do it
What's
with code.
Oh, we don't have our swatches, do we? Right, we haven't put a swatch in yet. I'm gonna do that.
Okay.
We're doing that. Where's the...
You could
color
also just go. You could just copy all of the Apollo colors if you wanted to.
Nope.
Okay, never mind.
You can just do this if you want to. Well, great. I don't want to.
That's insane. Okay, this guy hates me.
Swatches.
I'm going to put class name
By the way-
after extends. I'm putting class name after extends.
I'm gonna blow you up with my mind. Congrats, dude. You've just gotten blown up by a mind.
No.
Yeah.
We're a great team.
Yeah, by the way, anyone who doesn't know, you can add swatches to your Godot project by doing something like this, where you add the color, click on this little plus, it creates a swatch. That's
Biddy, why isn't
not
this working?
enough. Give me a second. That's not enough, because this is only a swatch for this specific color pickle. So you can instead hit save, go in here. Why is this selector? This looks weird. You can go into, like, I'll just put this in probably data, actually. I'll put this in data, and I'll just make like a new... Oh, cool. Thank you. Thank you for going there. That's not what I expected to happen at all. I guess I'll just... Whatever, dude. Yeah, man, you can just like save here. Or unless... Here we go. New folder, which will be called, like... I don't know, UI. And then we'll just call this, like, default palette. And then now anywhere else that I want to reference this, I can click on the color pickle and then do quick load and then do default. You're not letting me do default. Are you going to make me out to be a liar now? Okay, that works. I guess you can't do quick load. Okay, what's your...
Why isn't this
There you go.
working?
Why does it not work? Huh?
It's not working. There's a bug.
It's... Are you being serious?
I was saying I'm gonna put class name before extends, and my brain was thinking extends, so I just wrote down extends.
Class extends. Oh lord, dude.
Uh,
Oh, he's cooked.
it's the worst when it
class
happens.
name was in Godot 3.
It wasn't, or it was?
It was.
It was. I didn't know that.
You're no longer blind. Hello, Johnny. Welcome. You can see what's going on now, and check this out. Check this out. We have a cooldown indicator. Well, there's no pistol in my hand. Shit. There's a cooldown indicator. Look at that.
That actually looks pretty cool now. Yeah, I like it.
It does. Yeah. I don't. Yeah. I can change it. It's set to pink. It's not supposed to be. There's no card that uses pink. I just hadn't changed it to the correct version, which is this red.
I don't know if that's gonna work.
Boom. Yeah, small. Yeah, it won't. So small issue that I haven't brought up until now, which is that all of them are going to be shared, I believe. Yeah, which I just need to make a local scene. But
yeah, you've seen to make a local scene.
Yeah, I prefer to do that after I get all the shader work done, because otherwise I can't update the shader at runtime.
Yeah, that's true.
So yeah. Plus it makes it easier to see if I have the avatar up. You guys can still see it down here.
Yeah.
So. All right. And then you should make this like a lighter version of this.
That's what I was thinking. Yeah.
So, by the way, if you guys didn't know, there's actually a fourth color pickle option here for the sliders. So we have RGB, HSV, and RAW. But then there's also OKLab or OKHSL, which means that you can use your OKLab QSAT sliders, which these are sick as fuck. So I don't know why they're hidden, but.
He thinks it's like so much better. It's really not that much better.
I do.
It's
like literally messaged me today and he was like, dude, you were right. OKLab is better. He's using it in Krita.
Okay.
And like he's like, dude, this is better. So here's what this looks like with a slightly shifted version of the thing.
Yeah, I think that looks good.
I think it could be a little hard to see, I'll be honest. I think the contrast between the actual thing here and the number and everything kind of just becomes like a blur. Not
what do you think it should be then?
But like, I don't know.
Okay.
Could be like a darker version of it, to be honest. But I don't know how that's gonna look. I guess let me put a pistol in my hand and we'll find out. Nope. Even worse. It could just be white. I think that's fine. Or like, it could make it gray. Like it could be. So that this guy has like a self-modulate of like slightly dark whenever it's on cooldown. So that
I like that.
Okay, yeah, I can do that, and then I can set this back to the actual card color. So.
Oh wait.
So, oh shit, sorry. That was
you could. Setting.
So that this looks like this, which I think works. I think that works.
That works really well. I like that.
And then looking at this card, like I can also toss in the green card while we're here and see that this, I think also works.
That's so much better. I think that looks great. That's perfect.
Yeah. Did I use a tool to help choose a color palette? So for one, I didn't make it. JW did.
No.
Well, JW didn't make it either.
I didn't make it either. I will actually send it in chat because it is. I literally use it for every single thing I ever draw with pixel art because it's so good.
It is this palette on low spec called Apollo.
Are you pulling it up?
Yeah, I pulled it up. It's a very nice palette. I'll toss it in chat. Or you can. Yeah, I'll toss it in chat. Whatever.
Yeah, you can toss it in chat.
It is this chat. It's called Apollo. It is by the YouTuber AdamC Eunice. He also does streaming. He does game dev stuff and a lot of pixel art tutorials. He uses this in like all of his videos. It is amazing.
It is amazing.
It's not the best palette, but it's really good.
It's pretty good.
It's pretty good. You know, the best palette in the world is one I use for my videos that make it look very like neon-y or like pastel. I really like pastel stuff.
All right. Speaking of, I still need to draw your sprites.
Yeah.
I'll do that.
Struggle with creating a good color palette that feels consistent. Yeah. No, he used these. Okay.
Yeah, color palettes are really
I will say.
Great.
Yeah, color palettes are really great. I will say, just using a color palette doesn't make it look like great, because I also use Apollo in a lot of my sprites that I make for fun that are not in this project. None of these sprites are mine, and they do not look good. So the palette alone will not save you, but if you need help choosing colors, that one has really good for like making things more vibrant, making things more dull. There's a couple of things that it doesn't really have a great thing of. I don't remember exactly what it is. I think there's like Some of the blues are a bit weird, I think.
Hmm.
Maybe not. I don't
I
remember.
think you're just like not an
Yeah, I don't know.
artist, but that's okay.
You think you're not an artist? Fuck you, dude.
But it's nice
I
because
hate
it takes
this
care
game.
of like hue shifting and things like that for you. You don't have to think about it.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh shit! I should actually.
Okay, that
also
now
make this
has a
be,
class.
Like 1.0 by default, so we don't do a divide by 0. And then I guess I can just say like on cooldown changed. I guess everything's blue if you have enough red and yellow. That's true. Something like oh my god, what is it called?
Yeah.
Contrast, color theory, something color theory.
This guy hates
Things look
color
blue
theory.
if you. That's not true. Oh, I forgot to. Yeah, let me save this out to a color really quickly. What are you exactly? You're just like 0.3.
But I'm still on bitlytic vision. I'm stupid.
Yeah, that happens. At some point, I would like to take a break and get something to eat and
Okay.
do a little snacky snack. But
I
I still
might-
have a lot of energy to keep streaming. So
Yeah, I
like,
actually feel like I still have more to work on. Mostly because
Okay,
I'm
that's
the
good.
slowest coder in this stream.
export of our dim color, which will be a color.
What else do we need on this? So
Where
we
the
have
fuck are
hit
you?
flash.
Oh, you're here. Oh,
Yeah.
you.
So I'm going to put this died signal on here. I'm not
Okay, sure.
going to
He's not going to.
implement all the stuff that's on the health component empty. So I don't know how we want to handle Gibbs and things like that. And honestly, we should handle that separately in a separate node.
Mm-hmm.
Because it doesn't make sense to like,
attach.
yeah, like a Gib spawner or something like that.
Yeah, like a gib on death or something.
Yeah.
Sorry, hold on. Let me. Var down ratio is equal to this. I guess I should cut this out and then paste and then cooldown ratio. If cooldown ratio is greater than 0, it should be damage icon dot self modulates is equal to color dot white times 0.3. Wait, no, that's not gonna work because it's gonna set the alpha to some weird shit, right? Yeah. Okay, I'll just do the boring option then. Whatever. 0.3, 0.3, 0.3, 1.0. Whatever. And then otherwise, I would set this back to just color dot white.
There's some questions in your chat.
Yeah, I see. I'm sorry. I'm not ignoring you guys. I have this on my mind right now, and I need to do it. I promise I'm not ignoring people. Okay, let me make sure that this card works, and then I have all of the answers anyone could ever want. Okay, so these all look normal. There's going to be a small issue with the salami, and I guess all the rest of the guns. Let me set this up. So damage icon down material. I guess I don't really want to set this every frame or every time it changes, so I think I'll just whatever. If it becomes an issue, I'll see it in the profiler later. Honestly, that might become like a mantra of mine, to be real with you. If it becomes an issue, I will see it later.
True.
It will show up in the profiler. Pull down color, and I can set this to card. No, instance. Can I get the color off this? I don't have a function for that.
Okay, I added this stuff to the base enemy class. I think this is really all we need. Now that I'm looking at the other script, pretty much there's just a lot of lines in here that are either the death stuff or the movement stuff. So here's what I have for the base enemy class, if you want to look at it real quick.
Give me a second.
What is my editor scale at?
You do not get priority
Okay.
over the questions. I have questions to answer.
Wow, okay. I see how it is.
They asked first.
That's insane.
Okay.
That's
They
insane.
asked first. So I will answer them first once I get this working.
Okay, I'll go and start adding stuff to the other enemy.
Okay, so now all of these should have the correct cooldown color. They will tick all at the same time, but they should have the correct cooldown color.
Yeah, let me see.
I'm wrong. Oh, because they're not instants. Yeah. I need to make them instants.
Yeah.
Fuck.
Yeah.
I guess that's all the shader work I'm doing because I'm making these. Local scene. Goodbye. Hot reloading. Does that do it now? No, I have to actually reload the game.
You know, I think my favorite feature of this game, at least like working on it, is I really like how everything in the game is scaled by 4. It really makes me happy.
Does it?
Yeah.
Oh, this doesn't activate because it's not a... Oh my god, I picked the wrong fucking card. Oh my god. I guess I can't really see it because I don't have the other ones taking their cooldown.
I should probably sort the enemies by like type, because there's a lot of enemy sprites in here.
Yeah, so that's what this looks like right now, JW, by the way.
Let me see. So do they work like individually now?
Yeah, I just can't check it for the salami or the
Okay.
spring because they don't tick their cooldown because it's only equipped things.
Yeah.
I might make it so that it doesn't instantly flash. I might make it like lerp up to
You could also
bright again.
You could even just make it. You could invert the
You got this.
the shader and just make it dark. So it darkens it. So it starts off fully dark and then goes down, and then the dark disappears.
yeah.
That would make a lot more sense than what you're doing currently.
Okay, yeah, I'll check that in a second. All right, let me answer. Let me look at JW's blocking the cooldown thing. You're so
I'm sorry.
fucking right. Hello. Here's the cooldown thing that we're working on.
Oh, that's on your end. Okay.
Yeah, on my end.
On my end, you can barely see it over my little head.
Yeah, and then this is what it looks like. So this is what we're working with. We're gonna try to do a couple things. All right, I'm sorry, I'm reading in reverse order for a second. My name is Bitlytic. Bitlytic.
It's actually Bitlytic.
Shut it. Could the color changing be done easier by creating a class for the type of weapon / card? So the color is already changed. So I don't know if you. Sorry, you probably. I can't show it off. But it is automatically assigned based on what card it is. I keep opening the wrong fucking project. The cards do have a color variable on them. So if I go to cardres.gd, right? Yeah. So they have a card type, which is an enum, and then based on what that card type is, there is a function on it that is getColorString that uses our color util stuff from the Apollo palette, and there's also a getColor function that returns a colorized version of that string. So that is handled on a card-by-card basis already. Also, it is not for prototyping. This is the game. We're actually working on that for production. Seto Kato. I don't know that one. I don't know. I don't get this one if it's a reference to something. I have been using Godot for... Oh my god. How long has it been?
4 years.
I think I was using Godot for maybe 4 or 5 months before Ludum Dare 50, I think. Let me see. Oh, thank you, Ludum Dare. Very cool websites. Ludum Dare 50, big 5-0. You're so right,
That's
buddy.
very useful.
Can I check when... I guess I can check when some of these games were released, right? I'm just on the itch page. Sorry, flashbang. Can you check? Is there a release date thing on?
Somewhere
itch?
on there.
Am
Probably
I
at the
blind?
bottom.
The bottom.
Okay, that's
No.
not the bottom.
More information.
Where's Moaz when you need him?
So true. Ludum Dare 50. Oh, here's the events. 3 years ago. Oh my god. It was probably 4 or 5 months before this. Whenever this came out, which was April of 2022. So right at the start of 2022, around then was whenever I started using Godot. I guess maybe a little bit before that. I don't remember 100%.
I've been using it for about a year and a half, I think.
Yeah.
Maybe a little bit more. It's probably been around 2 years, but like the first half a year was me opening it like once a month and writing one line of code.
Yeah, real. Are we gonna add a small visual of the card flying off of the cat when it runs out? Oh, like him throwing away the card when it... That's an interesting idea. It's like an actual like little thing inside of the world where it like flies out as you like run out of charges. How do you feel about that, JW?
I don't know. I feel like it'd be weird to have cards in both like the UI
It wouldn't
and then in
actually
the
be like
world.
the full card. It would be like a little
Yeah,
little pixel art thing of it flying. I don't know.
maybe.
It could be a nice touch, but I don't know if that's something we want because we're also going to be, whenever
Yeah.
certain cards run out, they'll have like a put away animation. So I don't know.
Yeah, I'd say not. I think it'd be weird because then it's like there's two of the same card on screen at the same time. That feels weird.
What if instead of putting the gun away whenever he finishes shooting, it just like launched off behind him and he just like threw it away and then it became like a rigid body and like hit the walls and shit?
That'd be
It
kind of
didn't do
fun.
damage.
I like that idea.
It'd be kind of funny, but like I don't know if that's something we want to do. How many hours do I usually sleep? I usually sleep good nights, at least 7 hours. Is typically what I aim for. Some nights it's worse, but most nights it's at least 7. Yeah. Let me see. Can't remember the name of the specific theory. Main traditional painting artist. We'll start with a blue base. Really? That's kind of cool. I guess that's really helpful for like shading. Okay, now we're back up to chat. Did I use any engines before Godot? I used Unity and I went to school for programming, and it ended up having... I went for software development, but we shared a lot of classes with game dev. So I learned a lot of game dev stuff from there. In like actual C++, low-level game dev stuff.
Nerd.
Yeah, I used Unity for a little while, but something about it was not feeling great to me, and then I tried out Godot, and it didn't feel great to me either until like the second or third time I tried using it, and then I was like, dude, this engine is like actually great.
So we all know the first thing we got to do on the new enemy is add the particles, of course.
Of course, yeah, because what is Dante's 9 if not a
And the
GPU
animation.
eater?
Yes.
What advice can I give for a beginner game dev? Make shit.
Yeah.
Is unfortunately the answer. 20 games challenge is your best friend. I'm not gonna pull it up because I've pulled it up the last like 3 streams. But you can search it up. It's the 20 games challenge. It starts with a simple game of Pong, and then you build upon layers. So you start with how to move something, and then you start with how to collide with things, and you move on to there, do things with collisions, and so on and so forth, and you build each step, and you look up the problem whenever you have a problem, and then you go forward from there. Rather than, I mean, you can do tutorials. Tutorials are cool if you don't have Godot and the tutorial open at the same time. I recommend taking notes, and then after you watch the tutorial, close it, go into Godot, and then try to recreate based on what notes you have. Because otherwise you're going to end up copying code down, and that's not a super productive thing, because you just end up like, you get really good at typing words, but not really good at knowing what they are. Okay. What was I doing? Oh yeah, I need to... Okay, actually, I'm gonna step away for just a second. I'm gonna get a little snack for myself.
A little
use
treat.
the bathroom, stretch my legs. I'm gonna put this thing on screen.
This thing.
So yeah. Oh yeah,
This thing.
sorry. Someone just said Harvard's CS50 course is free on YouTube and free on their website. If you want to learn actual computer science, Harvard CS50 course. Free resource, would recommend it. It's very good for learning like low-level stuff and data structures and algorithms.
Honestly,
Yeah.
I
Okay.
should probably take that at some point because I've done like Bates Python stuff before. Things
I mean,
like
maybe you could.
But honestly,
or
I
just any sort of data
missed a lot
structures
of the
and
data
algorithms.
structure stuff because like I learned some of them,
Yeah.
but I didn't learn them very well to be honest.
Okay, I'm gonna answer this one last thing before I leave. But I do need to leave
Yes,
because I've really got to use the bathroom. There is not really a performance concern. Hold up. Sorry, I had to burp. There's not really a performance concern with using nodes for components. Is there a circumstance you would use ref counter to resource for components? You're totally able to. I really like using nodes because they can interact with the tree in ways that resources don't. I also really like using nodes because I can visually see what components are on an object without having to go into the object and look for a list of components in the inspector. I can just see in the scene tree layout exactly how it's laid out, what components are there, what components are missing, and things like that. I think it is preference. The performance issues with having a node as component is not, it's very negligible. The only overhead I could think is the engine will try to update those nodes every frame, which doesn't really do much if there's no function there. If you have an issue with that, you can also set the node to process never, so it will never actually call physics process or process if it doesn't do anything with those functions. So yeah. I'm gonna go AFK. I'm gonna get some food. I'm gonna leave you with Temporary Cat. I'm actually gonna put
scary.
Yeah, I'm gonna put Biddy will BRB. I'm gonna put this in small text on the side so it's not blocking anything of yours.
I am currently working on particles for the new enemy.
Can I put you on top of your screen share? Where are you? Why are you invisible for me?
I don't know. Is it because...
Oh, everything's invisible because I turned it off.
Oh,
there we go. Now we're back. Okay. Biddy will BRB. We'll put you down here. Good luck. Yeah, so I'll leave you with him. You guys get chummy or something. Sure. You can answer any questions in chat if they come up. Good luck.
Alright, well, I'm just messing with particles right now, and I'll probably be doing some animations for this new enemy. Do you know anything about having better performance when using Atlas texture instead of single file for each texture? I would imagine there is. I am not 100% certain. I can ask Biddy when he gets back, or he can answer that when he gets back. I am an artist, so I don't know a whole lot of the technical stuff in terms of Godot. I know a good bit, but not enough to answer that with certainty. I prefer single textures for most things, I'd say. But that's mostly just because I don't deal with Atlas textures a ton, so they can be a little annoying. Or they can feel a little annoying to me. But I don't think there's anything like inherently bad with them. Okay. Yeah, I've used them a little bit. They're good if you have like a lot of sprites at the same size, is where they're really useful. So for example, let's see. Somewhere in here I have, oh here, I have it in the art testing. Here we go. I have this big atlas of stickers. So these are all the same size. So it would be a pain, it could be a pain to like export each one of these individually. So these I used Atlas texture for. I think this was just because I was lazy and didn't feel like exporting them all individually. I think it would be easier to use them as just a single texture. But that's just my preference. But this is a good use for them here, where I have like a bunch of similar sized objects. Okay, I don't think we want turbulence on here. I don't know what that does, but I don't want it. Okay, is there anything else I want on this? I think that might be good for now. I think I want to have like a little particle, like have like a big puff of particles when it spits out an egg. But we can add that later. What if we extend their lifetime a little bit? To 1.5. Maybe make them launch up a little bit higher, a little bit more velocity. Oh, I see. Atlas is great for preventing the GPU from running into unload issues on older systems not needed in modern stuff, but still useful. Okay. I think he just means like it kind of makes it more performant, but obviously modern hardware for 2D textures is pretty capable of handling pretty much anything you throw at it at this point. But I do want the game to be as runnable on old systems as possible, but I don't know anything about optimization, things like that. Okay. And a little bit of radial acceleration. Is that what we want? I don't think we want radial acceleration. Let's see. Okay, I think that's good for those particles. Fire.
All right.
Oh, you're
Hello,
back. Let's go.
He's like, I no longer have to talk to chat.
I know, it's so great. They were asking about Atlas textures. Whether they're like good.
Yeah. I'm
I said
right
they're
now.
probably more performant, but I don't know. And also, I'd probably rather use single textures because I'm an artist.
Yeah, so I personally prefer using Atlas textures because
Programmers, man.
yeah, mixed programmers. So technically, I'm fairly certain Godot used this as optimization. I'd be very surprised if they didn't. I'm pretty sure. One, it saves on memory because you're not like you're putting all of them in one, which means that total wise, I believe it ends up loading less data. Don't quote me on that one, but you have to send less stuff to the GPU. I don't know 100% of Godot uses this optimization, but games like Minecraft, the reason that all of their textures are put into one atlas is because you can just send that to the GPU as one big texture, and then whenever things get rendered, like the blocks, they will reference that texture in memory and only render the part of the texture they need. They'll just sample from that one texture. Only one overhead because PNG headers are a thing as well. So you can end up sending just the one texture into the GPU whenever you render it, and you can reuse that between render passes rather than having to pass in each individual texture. I'm gonna keep you on temperature cap vision because I'm about to eat this burrito once it cools down a little bit.
Wait,
but
I
yeah,
don't have a scene for the hit flash, but I did.
I don't know. You do. You should.
Why is it not?
I don't know. You definitely do. It's right there. Hit flash component.tsc and it's literally on your screen right now.
Well, if I type
Fourth
in hit,
option.
oh, it's right there.
Yeah, it's literally right
It's
there.
literally right there.
Yeah.
I don't know why it shows the flying guy on there.
Yeah, I don't either. But yeah. Why does it say I'm now the main programmer? Because up until about 2 months ago, it was just Tempurica here on the project.
Yep, it was all me. Don't look at my code.
And then I helped with
bad.
I helped with the Godokon demo. And then at Godokon, I had a really good time working on it. And doing the playtests and stuff with people. And I was like, you said you needed a programmer, right? You want me to program for you? And so now I'm programmer guy. Let me move this back on the screen so you can see this guy. So yeah, the old programmer is right here doing art.
Hello.
And stuff.
Yeah.
Because he is not a programmer kind of person.
Yeah, no.
He's able to program enough to get by, but I'm like a person who loves to program. So I'm a massive nerd that went to school for it, and he's not mad.
Also, by the way,
he's a massive nerd for art. What's
yeah, I just now realized that if I want to scale just the up and down, like to squish him, I can just set the pivot point at the bottom. I never realized that. I just set the scale and then moved him down.
That's kind of funny.
Yeah.
Honestly.
And I was never sure how far you had to move them, so I would just kind of guess and adjust the value until it got to the right point where it didn't move up or down.
Let me see. If you load an Atlas texture multiple times in Godot,
yes, Mixels.
Is it cached?
Well, actually,
yes.
Here. No Mixels, yes, squish. I'm okay with like squishing. That's pretty much all I do for this game because it's fun. But Mixels do drive me insane.
Yeah, so long as they're not squished always. Yeah. It can be like
I mean, if you count
like
the
average pixel size is the.
If you count these particles as like Mixels, then like
I don't know how to help you.
Yeah, but
yeah.
I don't know. It's kind of like it's a spectrum.
Oh wait, no, Biddy will not be here. Biddy is here.
Biddy is here.
Yeah, Biddy's just about to eat. And I
unfollows
immediately.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah. So it will cache the texture atlas, by the way. So in Godot, atlas textures are two things. They are a resource that stores a reference to another resource, where the stored reference is to the actual underlying texture. Whenever you load in the atlas texture, it will load in the resource of the atlas texture, which will point to the already loaded, or if it's not loaded, it'll load it in the original texture. So I believe it technically is faster. It will be slower the first time it's loaded, and then afterwards it will be faster because you're not loading in the entire texture anymore. You're loading in just the data surrounding what atlas you're using. I also just really like atlas textures in general, because something about that double resource thing is really nice. Because, or actually, you know what? There is a reason you would use an atlas texture. So, you know what? I'm putting my screen back on. Sorry, you're going off screen.
Particles don't count. Okay, that's fair enough.
Yeah, I gotta show something cool. So there is a practical reason to use atlas texture over separate textures. And if I go into the controller glyphs for our game, you will see exactly why. So right here, I have these input bindings for the game. This is used in the settings menu for whenever you're binding your controller. These are all atlas textures that point to the original texture. And what I can do, if I were to go into here and change this, well, technically this is an atlas texture. Imagine this is just an image. I can actually change this and say quick load PS prompts. This is not actual PlayStation controls, but you can imagine that we're swapping it based on what controller you're using. This changes the texture here. All of these automatically update because they're pointing at the original texture, not the actual pixels. So you can hot swap what image you're loading here, and it will affect everything that references this, which is very, very nice. I really like that. So in this case, I have a double atlas texture setup, which is really cool. And I think it's really dope. Where we have this atlas texture, which is used to render the actual button, and then it references another atlas texture that has the actual texture on it, which is very, very nice because you can hot swap these. Yeah, and then I can also just store a reference to this resource somewhere, like in a settings menu or something. And whenever we detect that they're using a PlayStation controller, we can just swap this out at runtime. Very nice. You're actually so right. It is very nice for character skins. For if you have an animated sprite. Thankfully for us,
we don't.
It seems like my artist really doesn't want to do animation. So the player sprite's just one sprite.
Hello again, Meowj.
Or I guess it's two sprites. Sprite frame shit.
Technically two sprites, yeah.
Yeah, it's the sprite frames. One place that Atlas texture and like the animation player does fall short a little bit is if you have multiple textures, it really does not like combining them. It's very hard to combine two textures into one in Godot. At least I think. I may be wrong on that, but I'm fairly certain it is.
As you can see here, the player is one texture.
Yeah, okay.
A little laggy because I have a...
Because I think my burrito might be cooled down enough for me to eat it. So
let's go. But yeah, the player just bounces around. And I think it looks pretty good.
Oh.
And it makes life for me much easier. Also, I honestly don't know how... Oh, there's still the bug where if you run into the wall and drop through, you like slide against the wall.
Yeah, no, I'm gonna hold off on fixing that bug until I rewrite player code.
Yeah. Well, the player does have animations. They like squash around, but they don't really have any frame by frame animations now. It's just... Actually, I don't know if it's just on this one wall. Let's see, if we go... I think room 1 has a similar
It is only
setup.
on walls where the wall directly presses up against the moving platform on the right.
Okay, it does
It does not do it on the left. TP to tutorial room real quick.
Yeah.
Or just restart game. It's faster.
Restart game? Yeah.
Yeah. Go to the place where you're dropping. If you do it on the left wall there, it doesn't work.
Yeah, it's only the right.
It's fucking weird. I have no
so
idea
weird.
why. I'm just going to rewrite the player code and hope it fixes it. If it doesn't, eh.
If it doesn't, free movement tech for whoever wants it. Wait. Oh, and you can still jump. So you're technically grounded.
Yeah.
That's so weird.
You can also technically do it on the platform on the left, on the right wall, but it's like incredibly precise timing. Because there's no, like, you don't line up with the wall. So it's like very, very precise timing.
Let's see if I can get it. There we go, I got it.
Yeah, it's really weird. Is it a collider issue? No idea.
And you can still
I've
jump.
never seen it. I've never seen it in Godot before.
It's very strange.
I have no idea what he did. I'm just gonna hope that it's something he did wrong in code somewhere, and I'm gonna rewrite it.
Oh, did I not make this unique? I didn't make this unique, did I? You are unique now. Make unique recursive. Okay, there we go. Now the particles have a little puff that'll go out when it spawns an egg. Physics material issue? No, because it's a character body. Character body. Does character body? Character body doesn't have physics material, right?
It does. I think it does.
No,
Does
it
it
doesn't.
not?
It's only rigid bodies.
Are you sure?
I'm pretty much certain. Yeah.
Oh, I guess that makes sense.
Yeah.
Also, yeah, I don't think. Are you gonna have any? Well, there are gonna be sprite-based animations. Like for example, I can take back control of the screen. In the sword, is it sword ability or sword ability visual? I think it's sword ability.
Yeah, it's in sortability.
You fucking freak.
That's me.
Yeah, the sword ability visual does not have the visual for the sword ability, of course. So he has made anime. Oh, wow, that is fast as fuck. Why are you so fast? 20 frames a second. Oh,
My
cool.
GPU
Is
is
my
dying.
numlock off?
Let me open my task
Yeah, so he does.
manager.
There are frame-by-frame animations in the game. I think that his plan is just to try to avoid them for things like the player. I think he just doesn't like it. And it does give it kind of like a unique feel.
Oh, it's not my GPU, I don't think. It's that my
What?
memory and CPU are both at like 90%. I think it's
How
on
many-
my Firefox tabs.
Yeah, I was about to ask how many Firefox tabs you have.
Let me close some of this. It's probably because I have your stream open, and my stream, and a bunch of other tabs.
Yeah, fair enough.
Yeah, so
So I will say about the wall sliding issue. I
I'm
did
not
do
gonna worry
some
about it
testing
right
for
now.
it one day.
Worry about that later.
I did end up finding something that pisses me off, which is that if I change this floor max angle to 90, I'm fairly certain
Thank
it
you
doesn't.
for the
No,
follow.
sorry, if I change it to.
I don't know how to pronounce that well, so.
Oh yeah, shit. Sorry. No, if I change this to 0, I think. No. Or is it snap length? Yeah, it's weird.
Wait, what is it?
If I change the snap length to really high,
What's the
it
snap
does
length?
some really weird shit, as you can see.
Oh, let me see.
Which
I
makes
don't
me
have you
think
pulled
that
up.
it's colliding with something as a floor.
The snap length? Oh, interesting.
Yeah, you can see that now it like shoots down. It's really, really weird. If I change this to 0, I don't know what this does actually.
Maybe the collision shape of
Nothing.
that particular wall piece is like slightly off for some reason.
Yeah, I don't know. It's really weird.
I don't know.
Excuse me.
I mean, it
It's
doesn't
definitely
really
not-
like break the game at all, so if it's stuck in there forever, it's not the end of the world.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think it's a collision shape issue. Like, if I were to go into tutorial.tscn and then, like, go over here and hide everything so I can just, like, toss something in and do, like, static body, 2D, up here, collision shape, 2D, a rectangle here, and just make it, like, a really long rectangle that acts as a wall. What layer is ground? Actually, don't know. It's 6. It's 6. And then if I duplicate new shape here, I'm just setting up basically the same situation. And then I would change this to our one new platform, which is drop platform, layer 5, I guess. So if I go into the actual game with visible collision shapes on, like those are perfectly flat, like walls and stuff. So even though they have no texture, you can see that I can run into them. Make sure this. Oh, this doesn't work because I didn't make it one way. Yeah, there we go. So it works even on like this wall that I just like fabricated out of nowhere, as like perfectly flat collision. So I really don't know what's causing it. I wonder if it's a platform thing. I can find out. If it's a platform thing. I can turn on frame by frame.
You could also just
I can tab out.
remove the platform.
I can remove
Oh wait,
this.
never mind. You can't just remove the platform.
Yeah, I can't.
brain
It is
is
not a
working.
platform issue.
Okay.
It is a wall issue when you go from grounded to not grounded while touching a wall to the right. It's very weird. I don't know. I was doing a lot of testing with it the other day. Let's say the other day. It was like quite a long time ago. It was probably like a month ago. I was doing a lot of like trying to figure out what it could be, and the only thing that I noticed was like changing some of this stuff over here did something, but not exactly what I want. I wonder if multiplying this by 4 would be... That 4, that is 4, yeah. I don't know if that would do anything. But yeah, also, yeah, this wall over here is perfectly flat. Yeah, that doesn't do anything. So it's weird. Well, you're doing something. What? No, okay, it does slide. If I like hold down, does it? Yeah, it still does. Yeah, I don't know. It's... Oh, I'm gonna get stuck on this now. It's only whenever you're moving to the right.
Hide the...
It's only when you're moving to the right. And when you press down, but it doesn't always do it. I wonder if it just needs like an extra large collision margin, like 1 pixel of safe margin.
Here, Biddy, you want to see the animation for the...
That doesn't work. Yeah, sure. Give me just a second.
Okay.
That doesn't work. Okay, whatever. I'll do this another time. I really do need to not worry about this because I was literally like fucking around with it for like an hour straight one day and I just could not figure it out. And I'm like, I'm just gonna rewrite it. Okay, what's up?
So we have this little idle where you just bounce up and down like most enemies.
Okay.
With the particles. Yep. So those little particles that shoot out, and then here we have a little shoot animation where it goes and it shoots out little puff of particles. And then it'll shoot out an egg.
Mm-hmm. Okay, yeah. That looks pretty good.
I might tweak it a little bit. The particles are a little weird. I think there might be a few too many particles on the second one. Let's try that down. Yeah, that feels better.
Could honestly maybe make like a few larger particles as well. Like change the scale, like the... Oh, I didn't turn on your screen share. Sorry, I meant to hit the button so you guys could be seeing this. Do you want to play it again real quick?
Yeah.
So they can see it. There's the shoot animation for that.
And it's some larger
Yeah, and I think larger particles kind of works, yeah. I would like to see it in a level as well, because those particles are about the same color as the background, kind of.
We can do that. Let's go to... Or in the level.
Just like toss it into the tutorial room.
Yeah, okay, that works too, yeah. Tutorial room, where are you? We're gonna go to room 1, because it's right here. Nope, let's not do that one.
Yeah.
Where's tutorial room?
Control P, tutorial room.
Control P? What does that do? Tutorial. Whoa, what is this?
The file selector, brother.
I didn't know that was a thing.
You can select any file in your Godot thing with it.
Whoa.
Dude, I swear to you, man. He was making fun of me earlier. He's like, this guy loves hotkeys. And he's like, whoa, dude, new hotkey I'm going to use.
There's a guy called Fire Goober.
Yeah. Did you call him Goober?
Yeah, his name is Fire Goober Hive.
His name is Gooberton now.
Yeah, so this is the Fire Goober Hive, and then there's the Fire Goober Spawn and the Fire Goober Egg.
Ah, healthy boing.
Someone's gonna decompile this game and be like, what are these file names?
Yeah.
Just kidding, they've already done that.
You can just drag him into the scene.
Yeah. Oh yeah, we can just put him here, right? I forgot how that works.
Yeah. He doesn't have an animation playing. You should set an inner animation.
I did, I thought. I think it just doesn't play on any other...
Oh, yeah, it doesn't. I just wanted to make sure you had it set.
Yeah, there is one. Oh, right, we can just do it in...
Yeah, in the scene, on the animation tab. But yeah.
Animation tab, yeah.
What are you doing?
Wait, animation tabs? Huh?
Open the scene.
Oh.
Open the scene. Animation.
Animation.
Yeah, that, and then you can just click on the animation. Okay, yes, it's an idle.
Yeah.
Off the start.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I just wanted to make sure
that's what I was saying.
You were doing that.
Yeah. Okay, I was so confused. Okay. I was like, what are you trying to?
What is animation tab? He says.
I wasn't sure what you wanted me to do, because I'd already done that, so I was confused.
Artist.
Like, why are you? So if I go to.
Just run the game.
Okay, I can
just run the game.
Sure.
Yeah, you can just run the game.
Well,
you can honestly just run that scene as well.
Animation looks like too.
Yeah, you could just F6 to run that scene as well.
Yeah.
You don't have to specifically open the full game now, because I fixed that.
Yeah. Okay, but it'll stop lagging.
Okay, yeah.
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 They're like the same color.
You can also change. You can change his animation right now as well. You could go into the remote tab and search for him, and then find his animation player. But
yeah, let me pause.
Actually, you could probably change the animation inside of the inspector if you were to go current animation and set it to whatever.
In here?
Yeah, I think you can do current animation, set it to shoot, and then save, and then go into Godot.
Look at that. Yeah, I think they should be a little bit brighter.
I think they could have contrast. Honestly, they could be like maybe green or some shit, or like something. They could be a different color than the actual like level layout.
Yeah,
Or
I think
they could be brighter or something.
Yeah. I think he contrasts pretty well. He kind of blends in a little bit, but I think that's okay because he'll have the particles, and also he won't deal damage to you directly, so he's not really a threat.
Yeah.
So he doesn't need to be like as
Can you do it with green?
with green.
I just got confirmation. I got someone in chat that's like, I got a shooter in chat that just said I was thinking green too. Can you just like,
this guy?
I just want you to try it. Is all. You don't need to marry it to it, but like, I don't know. Someone else said green, and I'm like, dude, I might be cooking with that one.
I think that should work.
You don't have to change the.
Yeah, I'll change the gradient. I don't know why it just does that.
Yeah, tell him to shoot. Set his animation back to shoot.
Oh, shoot. Oh, well, then I have to change it for the other one too. Copy.
Oh, dude.
Copy value.
You have no idea how vindicating that was reading the message. I was thinking green too. My goat.
So we pause you.
Yep.
Godot.
He really said artists love, or he said programmers love shortcuts. He doesn't even use Alt Tab.
Where?
Look on the icon.
Oh, yes. Wait, no. Animation. Oh, I feel like such an artist. It's terrible.
Honestly, you might as well set the animation to loop.
Loop? Okay. Yeah, we can do that.
Yeah. And then check that out in game.
Yeah. Nah.
Make it brighter.
Brighter?
Make it brighter.
Okay.
Wait, what are you're doing a color ramp thing, aren't you? Why are you doing a color ramp?
Because it looked nice before.
That adds it to... Doesn't that add them together?
No.
No? Does the color ramp not get overridden? Or does it not override the color? Does it get overridden by the color?
Let me get back up here first. Hold up. I got this.
What are you doing?
I'm trying to get back up.
Oh my god.
Thank you for the follow, J Colorful. Okay. Holy, my game is lagging. Okay. I can Alt Tab. Look at that. Look at me. I'm goated.
Wow. He's learning computer shortcuts in real time.
Yeah. So let's see. What is this? Color ramp multiplies.
Yeah, it multiplies. Okay. So yeah, the problem is it looks like it's multiplying it with... Yeah. So it is multiplying it with the actual colors.
So that's probably why the other one looks a little weird too.
Well, the other one wouldn't have done very much, but yeah.
Yeah, but there's something off about it that I wasn't sure about.
Yeah, now they're green instead of like whatever the shit color was before. Like the shit green, not the... Yeah. Not saying your old red color was shit, but...
Okay.
I don't know, man. I'm kind of rocking with it a little bit. He's thinking.
The old color was better.
Fair enough.
Yeah, I kind of agree. I think it should be more of like a yellow.
Yeah, that's okay.
I think it should be like a yellow.
I'm okay with that. I'm okay at least that we got people to try out the green, even if it's not the best option. That's okay.
I really like the way
the color of his eyes.
It looks great. Yes,
that's
what
eyes.
What I was thinking, like the yellow.
I do also like the contrast a little bit.
Yeah.
Oh, dude. Wait, hold up. What are you? Which one are you changing?
The base one. Are you saying they should be different colors?
Yeah. What if the shoot out particles were like greener than the base particles? So, yeah, it doesn't need to be green. Like. So like the base particles or whatever color it is now. Then you hit. Yeah.
So we can do.
Dude, look at the way this guy's grabbing the color instead of copying the hex code. He's fucking
playing I actually thought about doing that, but then I was like, no. So how do we move it to?
He also just swatches it. Yeah. Okay. Do OK Lab. Thank you. Yeah, it doesn't need to be super green. It's gonna be a little gross, but I think that's probably fine. It like moves, it like works, and then maybe vibrant that a little bit so you can see it spewing out particles as it shoots.
What lightness?
Yeah. I think it's luminosity, but yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I like that a bit more.
Yeah, I
Then you
think
can actually
the
see
base
it.
colors, particles might even need to be a little bit more yellow.
Oh, you could make the particles glow. Yeah, that's true. I guess they kind of are because of the world environment. But
Well, yeah,
yeah,
you can. I
okay.
can make them glow by making them brighter.
Yeah. Okay, you're no longer on the screen. So.
Wow. Okay, this guy.
Yeah.
It's over.
All right, I am back to what I was doing before, which was the cooldown indicator. Oh shit! Hello. Turn off visible collision shapes. That was a very good burrito, by the way. Thank you all for asking. Nobody asked, but it's okay.
Was it a good burrito? Here we go.
It was a very good burrito.
You want to
yes.
check this out? I made them a little more yellow, which makes them more glowy. I definitely think.
Yeah,
I
like that. I like that. I don't need to show everyone.
Yeah.
I'll show everyone whatever.
Yeah.
You guys take a look. Look at that. Yeah, it's like little. It's like puffs of like.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, it's like spores and stuff. That's dope.
Yeah, that was gonna be it was like spores.
I honestly, they might. I was gonna say they could have like a little bit less gravity because like spores don't really like fall straight back down, but that's fine.
Yeah, I can do that.
Yeah, let me. So what I wanted to do was I wanted to add the cooldown for the non-weapon cards currently doesn't do anything. It's just not active. So I'm gonna add that, and that honestly should be probably really easy. Wrong project. So if I were to go into, I don't think the particles will have collision. I think ideally they wouldn't. Goodbye, Godot. It happens. Oh, did it crash?
It crashed.
It crashed, yeah.
Oh.
It does that sometimes. It's not rare, but it's like kind of rare.
I didn't realize that it can still run the game even if the engine crashes.
Yeah, it detaches the debugger.
Interesting.
How do
you like Godot versus other software like Unity? It's like 500 times better. Probably more than 500 times better.
What am I searching up?
I tried Unity for a little bit. There's just like so much junk in it that I don't need like ever, and made it even more confusing as like a person who had zero clue how to code when I started game dev. So it's a lot more approachable, and its workflow just makes a lot more sense. And also the programming language is a little bit easier in my opinion, because a lot of people learn Python as their first language, and it's very Python-like. You could even say it's Pythonic.
Nope. Was it a homemade burrito, or was
How long
it a
have you been
reheated
deving?
burrito?
I'm
gonna make you feel terrible.
It was both.
One of these. It was a beef and bean burrito from El Monterey.
Oh,
it was a frozen burrito from the grocery store.
Peak. But
and these are so good, man. Genuinely.
I have been using Godot for about a year and a half, but I have done like some game dev stuff for a very long time. Like I used Scratch for making games when I was like 11 or 12, and I've done like game dev stuff in between since then. Over COVID, I kind of like binged a million game dev videos, and that made me want to get into game dev. So then I got Unity, and then I hated Unity, so I stopped for a bit. And then I found Godot, and it was like, wait, this is actually great.
Is there a reason it's ticking? So this should be called like a fuck ton. Yeah. Okay.
The small particles might make it seem dangerous even when not spewing.
I think that's probably fine. This is working. It's because I don't have
I think it's
fucking cooldown on the thing. I think it's fine
because I think
it is dangerous. It should show that it's dangerous. I think because you should know. You should know that you should be attacking it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Because otherwise, it's gonna keep spawning shit. So I think that's fine.
There'll be little baby spore spewers. So how it works? You're talking about just like how the enemy works. It'll shoot out. Let me find the. Where's my art? Here we go. So it will shoot out these little eggs here, and then those will sit and for like a few seconds, so you can kill the eggs before they hatch. And if they hatch, they turn these little flying guys that'll like dash at you. That was kind of the
Weird.
design idea.
I don't know why that.
And as you can see, so kind of my design here was this guy's kind of a bit darker since he's like the spawner. He's not super important. And these guys are like nice and bright and glowy, so you can tell that they're like an actual threat. I kind of didn't really do that intentionally, but it just happened, so it works. No. And then we got a few other guys over here. We got a slime with like magma armor, and then an eyeball that'll like chase you down and explode. Pretty cool. And this big golem dude that I don't know what he does yet.
Give me a second. I see people in my chat. Give me a second.
Terraria
I saw
eyeballs.
something that's gonna make me sick. That I need to figure
Gonna
out
make
what's
you
going
sick.
on with it.
Uh-oh.
I saw something absolutely disgusting and sick that I need to figure out what's going on with it.
What happened?
Oh no. What happened?
What happened?
What happened, you ask? Take a look at my screen, JW.
Let's look
And
at
tell
your
me
screen.
why are there 3 salamis on my screen currently?
Why there's oh.
There are 3
Did you just
salamis
use
on my
one?
screen. Yeah.
Well, it probably
ran out
spawned
of
it 3
thing.
times.
Yes, we're gonna find out where it did that. Okay, sorry, I got questions in my. I know what's doing. I know. I figured it out in my brain just now. I think. Have you liked it with Bless and Health? I do really like it, and I thought they were really bad for you until I actually like sat down and read the ingredients. There's nothing really like terrible in them for you. They're like a little high on sodium, so like you don't want to eat only them. But like if I need like a quick snack, I toss it in the microwave, minute, flip it, 30 seconds, it's good to go. You've been lurking in some of these streams. It's been super helpful to see us think through the project. Thanks. I'm glad that it's helpful for you. We're definitely going to keep doing them because this is currently the project that I've had the most amount of consistency with. Because it's been 2 months and I'm still working on it. Like not every day, but almost every day.
Should the base enemy class have the like get distance to player function? No, that should be in the. Trying to think.
It could. I think it's fine to just have it as part of the state.
Okay.
To be honest with you, because if you wanted to get distance to player, like you can just do like enemy dot distance to, and then like player dot player.
You're right. Yeah. Because I was just
think if
thinking
you
for
end up
this
using
guy,
it in other things, you could.
I was thinking I don't think I need a state machine for this guy because it's basically like, I don't know. Because you walk into the area, it spawns up to 3 eggs.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sorry. You've worked with a bad game studio that used Unity in the last couple of months. You hated it. You ended up hating Unity, game dev, and employment.
So real.
But then you left the studio and learned Godot, and you rediscovered the fun of game dev again. Okay, well that's honestly happy ending, type shit.
Yay.
Yeah, no, Unity is not terrible. I think Unity is something that people can use, and I think that at the end of the day, it matters which engine you enjoy the most, and which one molds the best with your brain. Unity was not it for me. I thought it was for a long time. It's not. Godot fits my brain way more than Unity does. What do I do to get inspired? When you figure that out, shoot me a DM on Discord because I would love to hear it. The simple answer is medication. I found that I went to a psychiatrist, whichever one it is, and I found out that I have ADHD inattentive, and that really fucks with my motivation. So I got prescribed Adderall, and in the last month and a half, 2 months, I have been way more motivated about not everything, but a lot more things, which has been really, really nice. So that's my answer. Unfortunately, is not a very applicable answer to everyone. 2D inputs. I need to figure out where you are. Some viewport container. Where the fuck are you? Okay, it did just spawn 3 card activate animations, which is fine, I think. So it's just whatever spawned this guy in.
For a platformer type game, do you ever feel like you need to make your art more simple, or can you make your art very detailed in Godot, or is it just up to artistic preference? It's pretty much just up to whatever artistic preference. I mean, there's some limitations with Godot. If you want to have like a million lights and moving parts and particles, it's obviously gonna lag, but it's mostly just whatever artistic preference you have. Godot can do pretty much anything.
True. Little thing I'm about to do. I think this
Cool
works.
thing you're about to do?
Yeah, it's for debugging. So I actually have an issue right now, which is these cards are actually the object that gets spawned whenever the card gets discarded.
Okay.
So what we're doing is we're spawning too many of them. I don't know where this is coming from, but I know that they all are running the set card function. So I'm going to make a print statement that's just setting card from, and then I'm going to do get stack, which will return the stack of functions where it's being called. And you'll see this in just a second. So I'll unfreeze the game. I'll turn this back to inputs, regular, hold shift, turn off frame by frame mode. Frame by frame.
What was I doing?
And then I will spawn in a salami, and I don't know why my screen is red around the edges, but whatever. I'll go ahead and use this. So did it print at all? It didn't. So I'm going to go ahead and clear the console. I'm going to use it one time. And you can see now I have a list of functions it's being called from. I don't like the way that's formatted, so I'm actually going to change this a little bit, which is there's a separate function that formats it in a better way, which is print stack. Setting card. And then if I redo that test, this should actually be like an easier to read version of that, I believe.
I was just trying to think through the enemy. So I think for keeping track of the eggs, that should probably be a separate script. Or like a separate node. Because that wouldn't be in one of the states. Because that would be above all the states. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, so you can see here I've got I've got the stack trace. Now I can see exactly where this function is being called from, and I can tell that it's being called in the radio card picker whenever it gets freed.
Radio card picker.
I'm also getting it called from the radio card picker physics process.
Oh.
And then I also have inside of they're all from the radio card picker. So
it's a physics process.
Well, actually, no, because there's a few more things in here. I don't know why it's printing this stack. I don't think it should. Something is... Oh, no, okay. So what's happening, all of these start at the same place. I guess except for this one. Because what happened was I right-clicked to use the card and then let go, and that initial use of the card was set off by the card picker. So all these two start from the same place. Which means it ends up getting done somewhere else. So on charge is emptied, we dissolve card. Also, when it's freed, we dissolve card. So we're doing, I'm doing way too many things here, which makes sense.
So not 100% sure how that works, but I'll let you figure it out.
So my guess is I just need to go into dissolve card, and then I can see if card.is queued for deletion. Actually, Actually, how would I?
So would it make sense for all the enemies to just have an additional node to handle like all the stuff specific to that enemy? Because before I had like the script that was on the enemy that had all the base enemy stuff plus the stuff specific to that enemy.
So what kind of things are you talking about? Like,
so for example, like the number of eggs, the like movement, because for a lot of the enemies you probably want to have the acceleration and like move and slide and stuff just in a single node, so that way it's not like being shifted around between states.
So for the, let me think. That's a good question about the specifically about the how many enemies it spawned. Like, how would I track that?
Oh, I actually just realized. I don't know how you would track that.
So I guess we'll go through a few of the obvious solutions. So we could extend the script and do inheritance that way. So that the base enemy, we extend it to be the thing. We could create a component called something like what is this enemy called? The goober. Like goober info, and put that there. We could use a resource that is something called like enemy info. That we can have like a base enemy info, and then we can extend that so that it's like specific information that you can like every enemy may have an enemy info attached to it or like inside of it, and then based on the enemy type it could extend. That's honestly not like a terrible one, because then all the child states have to do is do owner.info as, and then whatever the custom class is. You could use metadata, which I'm not a huge fan of in this situation because it's very flexible, and that's kind of a bad thing, because things are indexed by name versus like being a set variable. Or you could, I think that might be like the solutions that I'm thinking of. So extend the base class, or create a component that holds the info, or inside of the base class include a generic info field that can be assigned based on which class it actually is, like what enemy it actually is. We could have like the goober info. Or
so
like
what type would the info be? Like what would that be?
It would be a custom resource. It would be like class name enemy info extends resource, and that would probably not have anything on it, or it might have a couple of things on it that
would really only be useful for like storing stuff, right?
Yeah,
because you can't really run a whole lot of code on resources.
You can.
Or am I misremembering things? Oh, okay.
You can, yeah. Resources can have functions the same as nodes.
Oh, I guess.
They just don't have like a physics process or process, and they don't exist in the tree. But you can call functions.
But you could call,
or they can call.
So if you had a function on that, you could call that in the physics process or process of the. So we could have.
Yes.
We could have like a.
I don't know why you would, but yes.
Well, I'm just trying to think for like handling movement and like enemy. I'm trying to.
So for movement, I would have a custom component for that.
Okay.
I would attach a component to the guy, and then that would handle the movement every frame.
Okay. So yeah, maybe I could have
would
like an aerial movement component, and then like a grounded movement component.
Yes.
Yeah.
And then like one of the generic parameters for the enemy info could be speed. Which is referenced via the other components.
Yeah, like
so like
the states.
For an aerial enemy, that would be their sky speed, versus like a grounded enemy, that would be their ground speed.
Okay.
Yeah, and then if you wanted to add specific fields, you could extend that.
You could extend the resource. Okay.
Yeah. What were you gonna say, Steph?
Okay, because I was thinking like, what if for the grounded enemy you'd have like jump height? I feel like it would make more sense to just have that on the movement component.
You could, yeah.
But I guess that way you could just change all of them in the same place. Because if we stored all of the enemy info resources in a folder by themselves, then we could just edit all of those to like balance the enemies.
Yeah,
Because then we could have like attack damage and things like that on there as well. That might actually be
that would make it like a decent bit easier to balance that.
Yeah.
And then the other option was metadata. Just like having it assign metadata onto the node. If you guys don't know, by the way, metadata is not a super useful, or it's a super useful thing, but it's very niche in Godot. And I'm going to warn you, you should really consider if you should use this, if you're about to use it, because this can lead to very, very, very unreliable and spaghetti code. There's this button down here, click and add metadata. You can give it a name. So like is flying enemy or something like that.
I still have absolutely no clue what it does.
Yeah, you can add anything, and you can reference this in code by doing like node.getMeta is flying enemy, and it will return whatever this value is. You can also assign meta at runtime by doing set meta and then the name of the property and then whatever the value is going to be. You can also check if it's there by doing has meta. It is a very powerful thing, but it can lead you into a really spaghetti mess if you just like tack variables onto this. So use it sparingly, and really think about whether or not it's something you should use if you are considering using it now. So, just like a warning to the people. Okay, let me check with chat really quickly. These streams are really helpful. They help me see someone more experienced than me working, and I get to pick up stuff that doesn't happen in videos. I'm glad that it helps you. I don't know if I would say I'm like more experienced.
All right. Wrap it up.
There's probably things that quite a few people in this chat can do better than I can, or would think of things differently than I can. It's more so that I went to college for it. So a lot of these like definite answer things I can answer in a really like concise way because I learned the quote unquote best way, or I learned so many different ways that I can like kind of pick them out of my brain. But that doesn't inherently make me like better, more experienced. Like with art, if you ever see me doing colors or anything, and JW's in the call, he's gonna be saying some very mean things to me.
Yep. That's true.
But how do I decide to make something a component versus putting it in the script for the base node of something? Is there such a thing as too many components? Yes. You can definitely overcompose. I guess you can definitely overcompose nodes. It's mainly the idea for me is how hard would it be to reuse this elsewhere versus how annoying is it going to be later if I were to put this in this script, or if I were to make this a component. Because a lot of it is just like making your life easier later. Because there are certain things that's like, what's a good component example? Like, sorry, there's a few more other things to consider, but even if it's not reusable, if I take a look at the player script for the player, don't look so much about like the actual code of this script, but look more at like the amount of code, which is a lot. There's a lot of code in here. And not all of this code is like should be in this script, because like if I want to come in here and look for like any signals, like jumped and hit ground, I guess those are movement related. I'm trying to think of what would be a good, like the health component. Code related to the health component exists in here the same way all of the movement code does. So I would personally make the movement code a separate component so that it's easier to modify later, because I know that the movement code is completely separate from anything else in this script, because if it wasn't separate, then it wouldn't be working. So it's, I don't know, it's really nice to just compartmentalize things, but you can overcompose for sure. I've done that a couple of times where you just like break things into like way too many components, and then you're like, oh, well, everything is going to be using these 4 components. Then why wasn't that just one component, or why wasn't that this? There's a lot of things, but it's mainly reusability or isolated functionality is what I would say is I typically will try to make a component.
Okay, so I added the enemy info to the base enemy class. So the enemy info right now just has movement, speed, attack, damage, and base health. I don't think there's really anything else we need for the base enemy info, and then we can just extend that.
Okay, yeah. I think that works.
I think this is actually a good system. I like it. Because that'll be really helpful for balancing.
Yeah, and then these can also be... they don't necessarily have to be stored on disk, but storing on disk would be nice for balancing reasons under like data/enemies or something.
Yeah. Because if we just store them all in the same folder, then we can just pop it up with the resource tables, and that'll be...
Yeah, if you guys don't know... Yeah, I'm just gonna... If you guys don't know, calc is short for calculator. We have this add-on in our project called resource tables, or it's called edit resources as table. It's a amazing add-on where you can select a resource folder, and then it will view all resources in there, and you can view them and edit them as you need to. Not entirely like an Excel spreadsheet, but it makes it a lot easier to do so. Like, for example, if I wanted to go here and multiply all of their damages by 2, I can do value times 2 up here and then hit enter, and it should, yeah, it multiplies all of them by 2, which I'm going to undo, which it lets me do. But it's very, very nice for that because I can actually see everything as it needs to. And then I can click on this and then edit the resource over here as I need to. What the fuck was I doing? Oh, yeah,
useful.
this. Yeah.
Let's wait for the enemy
What if-
info. So I think for the enemy info for the hive dude, I think it could have like the number of eggs like spawnable at a time and like the rate at which they are shot, because like they'll have a little delay between them, something like that. Maybe some other things like I don't know if egg lifetime would be on there, like how long they take to hatch.
So those could also be on, I guess that's kind of up to like your decision. Because I'm just gonna give you the option, not that you need to do this. That could just be part of the component of like the spawner or like whatever's controlling the spawning wherever.
Yeah,
that
I'm just
is.
thinking because that'll be really helpful for balancing. Because then
Yeah.
we could just easily go into the info and be like, oh, we want to have 4 eggs instead of 3 at a time.
Yeah.
And
I want to make sure that
it
you're
wouldn't
not
be that hard
don't
to just pass them down.
Yeah, don't over data drive this one.
Yeah.
You probably don't need to. Like,
Yeah.
you don't need to don't add the scene as an export variable. Like for
scene.
the little dude things that it spawns. I don't think you need to do that.
Okay.
I mean, you could, but I don't think you need to.
Yeah, you can just load the direct path. Yeah.
Yeah, like that could just be in the component.
Yeah.
Because then you're like, oh well, there's just like a lot of data, and it's kind of. So you do run into a problem with this. With. Let me think of how to say this. Hold on. So you get the benefit that if you need to update a bunch of values at once, you get that. All of your balance stuff is in the same place. However, if you were to do certain things like putting the scene that you're spawning, whenever it shoots things out, or I'm trying to think of something that would be like a little different. I guess so. You don't need to put the rate on them. You don't need to put the player detection range on it. Because what could end up happening is that fragments your data so that if I go in later, or if you come back to this like in a year and you're like, I want to edit this, and you go into the script and you're like, oh, where is this at? Oh, I've got to click on this. I got to find this. Oh, this is in the resource. I've got to go hunt this resource down. Whereas if it was an exported variable on the component, you could directly edit it there. So you don't want to fragment it too much.
If also we wanted to spawn eggs somewhere else, then we'd have to like entirely change it. Probably. Right now, I don't think we would.
Probably
like
not.
If we wanted to have some other enemy that like has that as an attack or something, or like a boss or something that uses that as a part of their attacks.
Yeah.
I joined Bit's Discord thinking it would be game dev, but it's just cats and people meowing.
It happens.
I mean, it's both. It's both. I swear.
It's both. It depends on when you join. It depends on when you hang out.
Yeah. What's going on?
I know I'm playing Apex after the stream though, so it's not going to be game dev afterwards. Apex or Rivals, one of those two. So you haven't extended the class yet, have you?
Which class?
Enemy info.
The enemy info? No, I have not.
Okay, do you have my screen pulled up?
I can in about 2 seconds. Yes, I do.
Okay. So let's say that we have, you might want to put me on stream. I don't know if you are.
Yeah, I do.
So let's say that we have this enemy info resource that extends resource.
Yep.
So yes, this is really good for balancing. Yes, this is really, really good for being able to change a bunch of values at once. So I'm just going to include like movement speed or something in this. It doesn't really matter. So this is our base class. And then let's say down here we have our like goober info. So goober info, it thinks it's Ruby. That's kind of funny. So goober info, good info. Goober info extends enemy info. So right now, what you're thinking of this as is this is data about the properties of the spawned enemy. That's not entirely what I think it needs to be. I think that it could also be useful for transferring data between the components underneath an enemy. They said zoom in.
Zoom in.
By the way, I don't know if is that a me thing?
That's a you thing, I think.
That's a me thing. Okay, I got it.
There you go.
Zoomed in.
Or I think
Is
it's
this good?
either of us, but yeah.
Yeah, I'll zoom in even more just because Discord screen share. So
That's
this is
better.
really useful for exported variables where you
Mhm.
have these things that get transferred between things. What I was thinking a little bit more was you wanted to be able to contain information about the currently spawned enemy.
Okay.
So this enemy info, this goober info, could also have spawned, like spawned child count or something like that. That way, any of the, we're gonna do another thing. We'll just call it like child.gd or something like that, or like spawn state. Instead of having to store this directly on the enemy, it could do like var info is equal to owner.info as goober info. We'll just assume that this returns true. We won't like guard check it or anything.
Mm-hmm.
We can check how many enemies spawn by doing an info.spawned child count. This would allow all of our components to edit this variable as needed without having it tied directly to the class.
Mm-hmm.
One issue with this is if you use this entirely as a stats class, this variable will be referenced between different instances of the resource. So if we had two of these spawners and they both spawned a child, this would now be two.
Yes.
Which means that elsewhere, whenever we actually end up using this, we would have to do .duplicate on it to make it a unique resource.
Mm-hmm.
Which, again, not an issue because these changes would be taken to the new version of the resource. But it is something that we're going to have to consider because if you wanted to use it entirely as a stats class, that is totally valid. You could have enemy stats for something like that, and then enemy info is specifically for this version of the enemy. Does that... I don't know if that makes sense, actually. Does that make sense?
So enemy stats is for before they're spawned. Enemy info is for while they're spawned.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. So like enemy stats is something that we wouldn't have to duplicate because we wouldn't be writing anything to that. Honestly, enemy stats could be a resource. Enemy info could just be like nothing. It could just be a class, like a data class that gets extended.
Yeah, that could
So-
also make it easier so if you wanted to like run like processes on it or something. I don't know if you would want to do that.
Yeah,
Hmm.
because this allows us, I guess it's kind of like state. Having the resource contain state might be a little weird because then it, it like
I feel like at
moves
that
over
point,
to
this is basically just what I said before, where we just have a base node that contains all the stuff about
Yeah.
the enemy. So
We could.
essentially what was on the base character body minus the base enemy stuff.
Yeah, you could.
We basically just went in a
Are
big
we
circle.
explaining inheritance? A little differently. It's a little different than inheritance because it's I'm trying to think of what it's called. This is a pattern. It's not just strictly inheritance. It is a pattern. I can see if I can find it. Game programming patterns. I think it's like it's not template. Let me see if I can find it. Flashbang a little bit.
I have that book. I have a physical version of that book.
Have you read it? I think it's type object.
I should read it.
This is inheritance. That's fine. What is type object? This is talking about the issues with it, right? Monster get attack. Return that. Yeah. Okay. It is this. It's actually crazy that I answered it. It is this. So rather than, are they going to put an example? Yeah. So your monster class doesn't inherit all of the base information. Instead, you have a class called breed, which has specific information for each breed. And the monster contains a reference to what breed it is, so that
Okay.
you can get information off of that. So we're kind of doing that in a way where all of our enemies are of type enemy, but some enemies will extend specifically our enemy state class, or whatever we end up calling it, like enemy data or like current version, and would have their own specific. It's called the type pattern. It's a similar version of the type pattern. It's a little different.
Let me
Where
write
instead
this
of
down somewhere because I don't think I'm gonna get half of this implemented tonight. So
no, that's okay. Yeah. So instead of
yeah.
building on top of the class, you instead contain a reference to another specific data class that other things can reference without having a modification to the base class.
Okay, so we have the base enemy class. Do we still have the stats class? So do we have stats
If
and
you want to,
info?
yeah. Yeah, the stats class would be the
Okay.
stats class could be something that we put in data that we want to have for all of the enemies. Maybe it could be extended as well if we want to, but that's for things that are saved on disk that would be
Yes.
referenced
So that would be good for like
as
balancing.
respawning.
Because obviously
Yes, it
we
would be
don't
very
want
good for
to.
balancing.
Yeah, that should work. So stats class for balancing, and then info class for things stored at
Sorry, I'm gonna look
runtime.
up something that was said in my chat. What is ArcSys?
Okay. So I have some very basic
What
notes
is
here.
this?
Wait, what?
Uh,
Interesting.
yeah, someone in my chat said, I know it's difficult to answer without more info, but just for fun, do you think Godot is suited for an ArcSys art style? I don't think Godot's like restricted on the art style. I don't think. If you care enough about the art style, that you're like,
Yeah.
that's the make or break for you, I think you should try making it in Godot and see how it goes before you try implementing like a full game around it. If you have a lot of trouble implementing it in Godot, and the other engines are treating it better, then maybe I want to say that you should be fine making it in Godot, but I would give it a try first.
Okay, so I have.
Were you gonna say something about?
Help
were you
me,
gonna say
Jimmy
something
is
about
talking
this?
about fictional politics. Tell Jimmy to keep it up. He's amazing. We love fictional politics. Okay, so we have base enemy class that has the base
Yep.
enemy stuff, which has a reference to the stats class, which you can use for balancing, which is for before it's instanced, and then
Yes.
the info class is for things stored at runtime, and that will create a
Yes.
duplicate of, so that way we can tweak values, and it won't duplicate it, or it won't all be the same.
Yeah, we
between
probably don't
different
need to duplicate
instances.
it.
We don't?
If we're doing something like this,
Oh,
where
because
it's
it's just a
gonna
class.
be like,
Because it's not a resource.
yeah, it would just be a class. It would not be shared between them.
Mhm.
It would be specifically like a data class only.
Yeah.
For use at runtime to wire things between components without extending our base enemy class.
Yeah, so this would be a state
also lets us
resource,
do-
actually.
Yeah, so this also lets us do a couple of other things,
Mhm.
very different than just like having our enemy extend. So, for example, let's say that we decide all of our grounded enemies
Mhm.
are also going to have jump height.
Yeah.
If we were to just use full inheritance, maybe we'd take our enemy class and extend it into a grounded enemy, add jump height to an export variable. And then we're like, okay, that's great. We add a flying
Mhm.
enemy. We're going to extend the enemy, make a flying enemy for like aerial dash or something. Now we have two branches of inheritance, which is like kind
Yeah.
of annoying. Whereas with this enemy, everything stays enemy. It's just these specific fields in the enemy info are able to be
Yeah.
like put into places that we need them, which I personally like. I think that we can honestly, I mean, there's so few enemies that if this like sucks, like I will just take like a week and rewrite it. But it sounds like it would be beneficial for us to do something like this. If you like it, if you just want to use this, if you want to do inheritance, we can try that as well. I'm totally open to it.
I really don't like inheritance. It's good for some things. It just gets confusing really fast. Because it's like, oh, this inherits from this, and then it inherits from this, and then once it gets past like 2 iterations, it's just like, what is anything
Yeah.
anymore, because they need to be like, oh, what functions and variables does it have on this class? Things like
Yeah.
that.
I mean, we do use inheritance a lot.
Yeah.
I just think for like entities and like
Mm-hmm.
I hate to say game objects because that's
Yeah.
like a Unity term,
For
but
things
like
that
for
have like a
game
lot
objects,
of variety to them, like enemies, they're
Yeah.
all gonna be very different from each other.
yeah. This kind of reminds me. I hate to say it. It also kind of reminds me of SM64 code.
This guy.
Because no, it's actually
Alright,
insane. So
okay.
every enemy in
Mhm.
SM64 gets like a section of bytes just allocated to it. They all have the exact same amount of memory available to them. Some of them just choose to use it, and some of them don't. And
That's pretty great, actually.
It's like you have 64 bytes of information you can work with for your specific object data. Go wild. And then like a Goomba's like, I don't need any of that, and so it doesn't use any of it. But Bowser's like, I need all of this, and so he like uses all 64 bytes and like
Crazy.
in between, like because you're just like, I want to interpret these bytes as an int, and then the game is like, all right, sure.
Mhm.
Which is a little wasteful in a lot of ways, but like also it doesn't require you to make a class for every single object in like a really weird way. Like you can just like have like common properties and things like that you can reference. I don't know, it's kind of cool, but yeah.
So just
Also
to
because C
clarify,
didn't have inheritance, so
for this idea that we had, so if for the hive spawner guy, he would have a resource, the stats resource, that would have like the number of eggs and maybe some other things, and then his info class would have like the number of spawned enemies.
yes. I guess the way you could think about it is the resource is like stats about the enemy, and then the other one is like the current state of the enemy.
Cool.
So
Okay,
all
that's-
enemies that have this stats will share the exact same values. All enemies that have these info will have their own version that is just useful for their children to say, I want to know how many enemies are spawned currently, or I want to know what we're doing, or like things like that.
Okay. Yeah, that makes sense. That's enough context that I understand.
Yeah.
So enemy info, I think still the base movement, speed, attack, damage, and health are good. I think pretty much every enemy will have that. And if they don't, you can just set it to 0, and then it's not like they're needed to be used somewhere. Like, for example, the hive guy isn't going to have any movement speed, but you just have to like not...
He's not gonna run away.
He's not gonna run away. Maybe he'll like shuffle around a little bit.
Yeah, I want to address this. Someone in your chat said this, that they don't have the book. Yes. The game programming patterns book is free on the website. Make sure you're on your screen now, by the way. I don't know if you're supposed to be.
Yes, I am on your screen now.
No, on yours, not mine.
Wait,
I just wanted to make sure you put yours back to you.
Yeah, because I had it on me when I was writing my notes.
Okay, sure.
Perfect.
Yeah, the book is free on the website, Game Programming Patterns. You can read it for free on the web. Maybe the PDF version is free as well. There is a physical copy you can grab if you want to support them, but yeah.
Which I did.
Yeah, inheritance does cut down on repetition. The only problem is inheritance. So inheritance works in a lot of ways, and like that are good. But if there's a lot of variation, it's really hard to justify stacking entity functions on top of each other rather than creating components of like isolated behavior and then kind of like putting those together. It's kind of like building a tower versus like taking a flat thing of Legos and then like putting little pieces all over it. They both have their points. Like maybe one of the flat pieces that you want to put on the big base plate, you're like, okay, well, I want to put a couple of stacks on top of this. So that's like a component with layers of inheritance, and then you put that on the base plate. So I think they both have their purposes. They both cut down on repetition, and they both add modularity. Inheritance is just the only one that's really taught in colleges usually. And I think for that reason, it gets a really bad rap.
So what should that
in my videos,
go ahead. Sorry.
I was just saying, I think in my videos I might have been a little bit inflammatory. Sorry, JW.
It's okay.
And I think I might have made inheritance sound a little bit worse than it actually is. I use both, but I tend to use composition whenever possible. But I think that inheritance does have its way in like little bits and pieces here and there. Okay, what were you gonna say? Sorry.
What does the enemy info extend?
It can extend nothing. Is that the one that you're using to keep track of current state?
Yeah.
Yeah, it extends
Can
nothing.
you just like not have it not extend
Yeah.
something? Oh, I didn't know you could do that.
Yeah. Yeah, we do that.
So what is that?
Go to attack. Doesn't attack extend nothing?
Attack.
Yeah, attack extends
Oh.
nothing.
Okay.
So I guess, yeah, for anyone who doesn't know, in Godot, if you don't extend anything, by default extends as ref counted.
Okay.
It's the same thing.
Mhm.
And that just means that
Can you do
whenever
process on
nothing
that
has
or
a
not?
reference. Huh?
You can't do process on that because it's not in the tree. It wouldn't
Nope.
be in the tree. Okay.
No. Ref counted is, I believe. Oh, sorry, nodes aren't ref counted either. Ref counted is the most basic form of like garbage collected thing, which means that if nothing has a reference to this anymore, it will be automatically freed, which is fine because if nothing has a reference to it anymore, you can't interact with it. So there's no way to get like a null pointer.
Moaz says, "Can you turn your voice down a little bit? I'm in a funeral." Okay.
Brother.
Maybe just like
Wait, you're at a
go to
funeral?
bed.
Wait, you're at a funeral? Your family's there? Moaz is gay. Moaz is gay. Guys, Moaz is gay. Okay, sorry. This isn't like saying gay is like an insult. He is gay. We support him. Gay people are welcome in our community.
We
So, just letting you know.
We just don't like him specifically.
Yeah, this has nothing to do with him being gay.
Yeah. Anyways, Moaz, shouldn't you be in bed? It's like 7 a.m. for
it's
you.
It's like 6 a.m.
6 a.m.
Yeah. Time. Yeah, it is. It's 5:17. But yeah,
5:17,
basically,
whatever.
yeah, it's the same thing.
Maybe he just woke up.
We love Moaz around here.
He's at a funeral.
He's at a funeral, allegedly.
There's no way he's actually at a
5 in the
funeral.
morning. He's not at a funeral.
Bird's just like, this chat is empty. I need to say something. I need to add chat combining.
Oh my god, you were... Oh yeah, so ref counted is just...
Yes.
It'll automatically free itself if nothing has a reference to it. Nodes are not ref counted, by the way, and that is why it's an issue. You can actually see it. If you were to control click on something, you can see the inheritance hierarchy.
Mm-hmm.
Nodes are not ref counted because if you don't have a reference to a node anywhere, it will not free itself. Which is really interesting.
And I would want to reference to both the enemy info and the enemy stats on the...
Yes.
Yeah. And I could still run functions inside of enemy stats.
Mm-hmm.
You just can't have process because it's not a node.
You could. Yeah, I mean, yeah, like you can't do process because it's not a node. However, you can call functions that you need to.
Yeah. And if like I really wanted to for some reason, you could have like a update function and then call that in process in the enemy.
Yeah, if you're doing something like that, I don't necessarily know why you would not just make that a node, but yeah, no, yeah.
Yeah. I'm just saying, in theory, you could do that. I'm not saying that I would want to do that.
Yeah. One little catch point that I will bring up for this enemy stats thing is because it's a resource, you cannot export nodes.
Wait, what?
So, do you have your resource thing? I think it called it stats, right?
Yes.
Like, have you already defined that?
Mm-hmm.
So, okay. Also, enemy info will not be exported.
Oh, okay. How do we set that then?
Yeah, it will. You just don't. So just like get rid of export.
Oh, okay.
Let me put him on the screen so we can see what he's working on. So yeah, get rid of export, and then you can just do, honestly that, or you could do, yeah, I would probably do that.
Well, how would you set it to the enemy info specifically for this enemy?
Actually, you're right. Hold on. Let me think about it for a second. That's actually a good point. I was like, oh, you can just set it in the enemy script, and I'm like, well, the enemy not gonna have a fucking script. Yeah.
Maybe we should have just made this all a separate script.
Yeah, I think it will be a resource then.
It will be a resource.
Fine. Yeah, it will be a resource. It will just not be saved to disk. Yeah, you're right, because it's gonna. Yeah. Sorry. Ignore what I said about the thing earlier. Data classes can just be not extended. In this case, we will extend resource so that we can.
And is there anything we want to store inside of enemy info?
Not right now. Not until we need. I mean, unless there's something that all enemies are gonna.
Yeah, because I don't think there is.
Have
really.
like a target or something. Like maybe we introduce something that makes them like target a random like something we throw on the ground, you could do that, and then have the player be the default target and then override it for a while. But yeah, no.
That's actually not a terrible
Oh yeah,
idea,
I guess
but...
you can see this here. So let's say that you wanted, so this one will not have exports because this will be decided at runtime. Does that make sense? This will be exported, but will
sorry,
not
you
have
have something on your
exports.
screen that I should be looking at.
No, you.
No, me?
Like on yours. Yeah,
Oh.
on yours. So this will be exported, but will not have exports. Probably.
Oh, you're talking about the enemy info.
You should keep it exported, I think. You just didn't see
Yeah,
the script.
sorry, I was you weren't talking about on the enemy base. You're talking about
yeah,
so this needs to be... Oh, did I not save
Yeah, I
this
think that
one?
you didn't save it.
Yeah, I think you're right. Yeah,
Yeah.
there we go. So this one doesn't have you're saying this one doesn't have exports because we set it based on what enemy type it is.
Yes.
And it's not something that you're going to change in the editor. It's something that's going to be changed at runtime by the code.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, that makes sense. I'm just bad at understanding things.
No, that's okay. I wonder... Hold on, let me think about something for a second. I don't think you can't export classes, can you? No, that's fine. Don't worry about it.
Yeah, I don't think so.
That's
really
fine.
wants to just like export a class.
I do.
Not have
I would love
resource.
to. You don't understand. I wish I could pass classes as parameters. I mean, I think you can. It's just like weird as fuck. Anyways, so one issue with this potential stats and info thing.
Mm-hmm.
So if you were to go to your stats class really quickly.
Mm-hmm.
So let's say that instead of exporting these simple stats,
Mm-hmm.
you wanted to have an export for something like the health component.
Yeah.
Go ahead and try doing that.
Export health component. Okay.
Yep, export the health component. So let's say that maybe you want all of your enemies' stats to have a reference to the health component.
I don't know why you don't do that. That's like terrible code.
Yeah. So this doesn't work. And the reason is because resources cannot export nodes. Because resources are not guaranteed to be in the tree, and when you export nodes, it is a relative path from where it is in the tree.
Yeah.
And also, you could save this to disk, at which point, how the fuck do you know what node you're exporting? So resources cannot export nodes. They can export most things else.
For a more practical example, I couldn't like export like the projectile of the enemy, of like what type of projectile I want to spawn. If you wanted to set that as a stat.
You can.
You can? Oh no, because that would be a scene. That's not a class.
That would be a scene, yes.
Yes. Never mind.
So you cannot reference things inside of the tree with an export. You can you can reference.
I get what you're saying.
If you wanted to. Yeah, you can reference nodes inside of resources. You cannot export nodes.
Okay.
Inside of a resource. So you could have a field called like health component that is not exported for whatever reason, you know, just like as an example. And then you could set that later inside of script. You could not export it though.
Yep. But I think it makes the most sense to just have that on the base enemy class.
Yes. Yep.
Which we have it right here.
Yeah, so that's that.
Okay.
Yeah. So just like the heads up, so that if there's anything you see coming up with that would maybe like have some pause that you're like, okay, well this doesn't make sense. How would we do this?
Yeah.
Because like obviously I'm not thinking of everything because you mentioned the one at export for the enemy info, you know. So I didn't think about that, and then you did, and you're like, yeah, you're right. It should be a resource.
Yep. Okay.
So yeah. And then I guess the only other thing is, since we want enemy info to be specific to each spawned enemy, I would probably just say inside of the ready function, have it do like enemy info equals enemy info dot duplicate.
Yeah.
Just so that it doesn't.
We would want to duplicate sub resources as well, just in case. Like, there's really no downside.
It doesn't really matter.
That.
Yeah, there won't be anything in there by default, so it doesn't matter. But yeah,
I guess you're right.
That's
but
fine.
It doesn't hurt to do it just in case.
Yeah. Okay, back to my bug fixing.
Yay.
Would I use a resource to save a level configuration, like a layout or positions of enemies? You could. You could also just put that as part of the scene. excuse me. I think later what we're gonna do. How do we want to do this actually? I think later what we're gonna do, because the rooms are going to have waves of enemies rather than like just spawning a list of them. I want to say that we might have a resource that stores the waves.
Maybe.
I'm not 100% on that. I haven't thought super far into it.
I think like a point system for enemies would be good. Like it has
could be,
each room has like an allocated number of points that it can use on enemies, and stronger enemies will cost more points.
Yeah, that
or
might
for
work,
like
yeah.
each wave, there's like a certain number of points, and then there's a certain number of
Yeah.
waves for each room.
Yeah, so the problem with a resource to save a level configuration is you can usually only save simple like information. Like you could save like pack scenes, you could save vectors, you can save any of your custom classes. But you would need to convert from their positions and whatever information you want them to have into the format of the resource and then convert that back later. Which could be a problem.
So should I have a separate folder for both the enemy stats and the enemy info in the data? I assume.
Enemy info will not be saved to disk.
Oh yeah, right.
Yeah.
Although,
So
okay.
probably not.
But you need like the base enemy info. Oh wait, no, you'd save that in source though. Never mind, I'm dumb. Because that's
you wouldn't even save it in source. You would, because that's the script, but like the
Yes, the script you would save. Because like
Yeah,
obviously the script for the hive guy is gonna be different than the ground guy.
Yeah.
That's what I was thinking of when I meant saving in data, and then I realized that's just a script, it's not data.
Nope. But yeah, would you use a resource to save a level configuration, like a layout or positions of enemies? I'm trying to think about this. How would I save that? Because like my first answer is like I would just use the inbuilt scene editor in Godot, because that saves it for you. Unless that's a really difficult one, because I have thought about it a few times of like you could have an editor that allows you to create a set of saved positions and enemies or something, and then you could either use a tool script or a separate program. You could parse that into a resource, save that to disk, load it back in at runtime, and then place it in the level, which wouldn't be the worst thing ever. We're probably going to end up doing some tool script level editing stuff eventually, like being able to place like shit in the room randomly, but oh my god. Important, tell everyone to do the community pegboard.
I'm not gonna lie, I thought that was a scammer at first.
Factory Weekly Nubby News, number 8. I thought it was a scammer at first too.
I genuinely thought that was a scammer at first, and then I saw Nubby's Number Factory, and I was like, wait, this might be peak.
See, I saw Get Grapes, and I was like, alright, dude. Because usually they don't put in all caps. Nubby. Let me take a look at this. What the fuck is this?
Yeah, let's see it.
Nubby News number 8. Take the survey if you want.
Take the survey. There's a survey. I'll do it after stream.
Survey. What is this? Oh my god.
What?
This first question has immediately made me happy.
Okay,
Below are the 7 variants of pegboard and nubbies, each given a handy nickname for the purposes of this poll. Bowl, bump, circle, cross, crown, fork, volcano.
I need this. Can you send me the
7
pegboards, forms so I don't have to go searching through
Steam? It's bowl, brother. It's bowl or cross.
Can you send it to me so I can fill it out too?
Yeah, I can. I got you. Well, we'll fill this out after stream. We won't do this right now.
Okay, fine.
Yeah, no, that's dope though. That is a dope survey. I already like that a lot. Yeah, very important. But yeah, I would maybe do a tool script that would save the resource to somewhere else. If you really wanted to use resources, you totally could. I don't know if I would. Thinking about this game, I don't think.
Especially since the rooms are going to be very random in terms of like.
Yeah.
We don't want to save also like a set room because it's going to be very different each time. Because I want at least my kind of vision of how I want it to be is like inside of the room. So the layout of each room, all the rooms is procedural, and then inside of each room there's procedural elements inside of those. So like the enemies will be random, or at least somewhat random. Maybe there's like chances for different objects to spawn in a specific room, or like certain walls to be open or closed. So that way it's not like the same thing every time.
Yeah, I don't want to hit you with like the actually of like marketing versus promotion. I'm fairly certain what you're describing isn't procedural at all. I believe it's random generation. I want to say procedural is generating full rooms using random values.
Procedural
like using like noise
nicer,
values
though.
And things like that. Yeah, procedural does sound nicer. I believe like Minecraft is procedurally generated.
Yes.
Like everything is like top to bottom.
And
However,
I mean,
Gungeon is randomly generated, where there are random sets that they place.
But I would still say that like it might be technically wrong to say Gungeon's procedurally generated, but I'd still say that Gungeon is procedurally generated.
Yeah.
Because like it procedurally selects which rooms to line up, and then it decides where to put the boss room and where to put shops. So like it's still procedural. It's just not quite as in depth. So instead of placing individual walls, it's placing rooms.
Yeah, it's randomly placing rooms rather than procedurally placing them.
Well, procedural is like, okay, we're
splitting hairs.
Google.
Apex is a hero shooter, and so is Splitgate. So to just circle back on your question about the thing, in this game, I would not save a layout or positions of enemies, because you're mentioning the layout or positions of enemies. Unless it's going to be something reused across multiple different levels, I would just use the scene here. Like if you were like, oh, I have, a formation of like a ring of coins, I'd probably just use a scene for that and then spawn it wherever it needs to be. But I would not use a resource, especially because you're dealing with positions and relative positions. I would typically not use a resource the second we bring in like world positioning. What am I doing? I'm just sitting there. It's still procedural generation. Let me double check. I'm fairly certain there's a difference between procedural.
Yeah, I'm looking.
Procedural versus.
Are you looking right now? In here is like, this doesn't seem right. That's not right.
This doesn't support my argument, is what he's saying.
No, it's saying.
Where's your screen share? Why can't I find it?
It says other relating to the procedure used by courts or other bodies administering substantive law. It's not right. I mean, that might be right, but that's not the definition that we're looking at.
Yeah.
Let's see. The first one in Google from Oxford Languages says relating to an established or official way of doing something. So like it's following a pattern. It's not like picking a completely random room. Like it has a pattern to it, I think is kind of what determines procedural.
Random rooms.
But it has a pattern in terms of how it picks the room, because it might be, oh, we want to put a boss room here because we used up our allocated number of rooms. It's not like completely random. So it's procedural.
Let's see. I don't know about
that. Yeah, what Otter said, they're both generating procedurally, just the set units are smaller.
Yeah, but I think that this would be like whenever you use like, if someone's like, oh, well, I use procedural generation, someone's like, oh, well, I use random generation, you're like, okay, well, I know what you're talking about. I feel like procedural generation, like in that context, you're like, okay, procedural generation is like the whole world is generated via Perlin noise, and then like random is like, okay, so we have like built-in rooms that are like placed randomly.
Because also random
everything's
is like
procedural because it's a fucking program, but like,
well, yeah, but random is like there's no pattern to it or no discernible pattern.
Yes,
but the thing is
exactly that. Spelunky is procedural, Isaac is random. Exactly that.
Okay. Sure.
Yeah. Because all the Isaac rooms are pre-built, and then just like placed in at runtime. Whereas in Spelunky, it fully generates. Not fully generates, there's like a few set pieces here and there, but it's like mainly procedurally generated.
Oh, something just restarted on my OBS. Let me make sure my stream's still doing fine. Okay,
Let's go.
It's fine. Okay. it just like flashed for a second. I was like,
Shit's roguelike,
just
roguelike
die.
all over again. True.
roguelike. Yeah.
Okay, what the fuck was I doing? Oh yeah. All the way back here, I'm fixing this bug. I did that thing where like I found the bug an hour ago and
Oh,
then
hello,
here we are.
Snout.
I'm fixing it.
You should not go to bed. You should hang out here and watch me code very slowly. So let's see. On the Fire Goober hive, we spawned egg count on the info. Let me think. What else might we want on here?
So this. Oh, interesting. What if?
I think that's really the only thing it needs to hold on to.
Sorry, is each stage in yours going to be random or just how they're connected? It's going to be, the rooms are going to be pre-made with some random elements inside of them. But the room layout is going to be mostly the same. And then the way that they're connected is going to be randomly placed.
Am I still in denial? What do you mean am I still in denial? I don't know what you're talking about. This guy, man.
This guy.
This guy.
This dude. Look at this dude.
What DG said, if it was truly random, there would be occasions where the boss door is right next to the entrance. Hi, Jimmy.
Have you ever played Isaac? That literally happens in Isaac.
Yes, but ours is not random, is what I'm saying, is that it won't happen on ours.
It's closer to the random side than procedural, I would say. This needs to be...
Jimmy, should I end stream right now and hop on Apex?
Oh, you are, like, insane.
We have been streaming for 4 hours, by the way.
You can't do this. Yeah, that's great. I'm literally sitting here, like...
Oh, I'm sorry.
About to fix this bug.
My bad, gang. Jimmy says yes,
yeah, no problem.
yes. Here, when you fix that bug, you get to play Apex. It's your reward. Your little treat.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, you asked this earlier. I play Ash a lot right now. Ash is like my go-to.
I play Pathfinder. I played Pathfinder for like 12 years. That's not true, but...
Yeah. Unfortunate. I mean, nothing.
I played some Ballistic recently. I just got him, though. He's really good. Okay, so hit flash.
Holy shit, a Vantage player in current year? Vantage is cool.
Crazy.
I really like Vantage.
So that's good.
Yeah, I like Vantage because snipers are very fun.
Yeah, I hadn't played for like a couple years until like a couple weeks ago, so we've been having a lot of fun discovering all the new stuff.
This doesn't matter. This isn't used. They're all called from the same place, right? They're just called 3 times. Yes. Okay, I can change... Oh, let's go. I can change one single instance of this function being called, and it will affect every instance of that function being called. Will it break? I don't know. We'll find out if this breaks.
I've been using the search bar in the file system a lot recently, and it makes me very happy, because I forgot that's the thing until like 2 weeks ago.
Oh my god, the cooldown for the fucking pistol is 10 seconds. I'm sorry, I forgot.
Okay. So I just realized if we have the health on the enemy stats, there's also the health on the health component. So...
What's this up there?
I guess we could just override it.
Wait, how is this? Hold on. Sorry, what is... Does this queue free itself on time or timeout? Yeah. Did I miss something?
Been playing a lot of Deadlock. I played a little bit of Deadlock. It's like a... It's a game of all time.
It's fine.
Actually, it's just a game.
Oh shit, I did this wrong. Visual.reparent to canvas group. Yes. This might actually be a little bit...
Okay, see you, Snout. Have a great night.
Oh, Snout's gone.
Yeah.
Goodbye, Snout. Good luck, good luck.
Yeah, Deadlock's okay. It's definitely more a MOBA than a hero shooter, and I don't know how to play MOBAs, so I suck at it.
Why did it do that?
I might want to have you take a look at the health component at some point, because I wrote it a while ago and I added way too many things on it, and it is very bad. So that's something I'll need to
What's on it right now? I'll take the world's quickest look.
Too many things. So
yes, so iframes are not a thing anymore.
Yes. We have a health empty signal, we have a health change signal, and we have attack received signal. Some of those could possibly be compiled together. Max health,
Death Scene.
which we don't necessarily need. Death Scene, we don't need.
You do need max health.
Well, yeah, sorry, max health.
It won't be exported, but yes.
Yeah. Because that we can set
if we're
from
using
like the enemy, things like that. Yeah. Death Scene, we don't need. Damage sound, we don't need. We can have that be a separate component. Or maybe, I don't know.
We could.
Death.
It's kind of your call. Yeah.
That. Honestly, what does this do even? I don't remember.
What does it do?
On health,
what do you mean?
empty.
What does free on death do?
I know what it does, but like.
What does free on death do, guys? Anyone got any crazy guesses they would like to take for what does free on death do?
Yeah, because the problem is here, it's just doing get parent.q free.
Yeah.
Which like,
well, honestly,
that's not
I mean,
bad.
that should be owner.
Yeah.
It should be owner, but yeah.
Go and change that. I guess that's fine. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. There's a couple of things maybe that could be changed in here, but it's honestly not the worst thing. The only let me think about something for a second. You're gonna run into an issue, which is whenever the enemy stats is going to have max health on it, you're going to assign that max health. You're going to have to tell the health component how much health it has. So you're going to have to set max health. You're also going to have to set health when you do that. Because health component is a child, it will run its ready first, assign it to its original max health.
Yeah.
Which will then be a bit of a problem. Which is just like a keep that in mind kind of thing.
Yeah. And then also I have shield on here because the player has shields. I don't know if that's a good idea. We might have like some enemies with shields, but I mean, it's not being if it's not used, it doesn't really do anything. So it's not the end of the world, I don't think.
Yeah, let me think for a second.
Stored attack IDs, that's you added that.
Yeah, I honestly don't think that having shield on here is a problem. One thing I will say, you should type the health as a float.
Yes, that's something that I didn't do. I saw that and I just didn't change it.
Yeah. It's fine. Yeah, it's not the worst thing in the world. I think it's fine.
Yeah, so it's not awful. There's just some stuff that we can remove. Like, we don't need to have this death scene on here or like the damage sound, I don't think.
Yeah.
Because the death scene was what I was using to like spawn the Gibbs. So when it died, it would spawn the scene and then it would shoot them in whichever direction.
Yeah.
Because
the dummy
on here there's also
dummy death on scene or on death, right?
Yes, that too.
Yeah, just a little weird.
But that we could just spawn it like on the base with a script that it receives it on the health empty signal.
Yeah. Yeah, I usually do a death handler node.
That's a good idea.
But I'll have like a node that specifically listens for whenever whatever dies, and then it's like, because then I can say, okay, well, I want this to free on death. I can just attach a free on death node, which will delete its owner whenever it dies.
Interesting.
Or I'll have like a spawn Gibbs on death node, and then I can export which Gibbs I want it to do whenever it dies.
Yeah, I need to rework
like various
the
things like
Gibbs
that.
system a little bit because I made it a little bit too customizable because it's all done through like a custom constructor, because that's back when I like really liked the like instance constructor thing.
Yeah,
a little bit too much. Yeah. So like
so
you pass
honestly,
in,
it's not the worst thing.
You pass in like the sprite, the size of the collision shape. What else? Let me just look. I can literally just find it right now. Gib object? Is that what it is? Yeah. Instance Gib. Sprite, position, direction, velocity, angular velocity, collision shape, fade time, player interact. That's all of it. So it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 parameters, which is a little much for this whole function. Like it works. But...
It works almost.
Oh, it works. What did you? What
almost works. Something's wrong, but almost works.
Not working. Analytic vision.
What?
Please. There we go. It almost
What did
worked.
you do? How did you do this? How did you fix this? Oh shit, you are large. Hello. Maybe you'll know exactly what's wrong with this. I don't. So I changed it so that instead of creating a new visual whenever it dies, that one pops off on the body. What did you do to...
Wait, what do you...
So it doesn't spawn a new card scene.
Oh, okay.
So you're... Oh yeah, sorry, I can hide my thing. Also, sorry people can't see it. Yeah, because before, whenever this died, when it spawned the actual rigid body, it would make a new copy of card visual, and that would be the thing that flies off the screen. Whereas now, the thing flying off the screen is the original card visual. That was it's being reparented. Do you know what you did to make it not ignore the shader? It's fine if not. I can look.
I can look.
I'm checking my thing. Also, goodbye, DG. Have a good night.
Oh yeah, good night. So it's in card activate animation.
Yeah. What was the file history of this? I literally just changed it. I don't remember what I did though. I just added card visual to instantiate card. Is it like a Z index issue? Oh, you know what it could actually be? Let's find out. It might be a Z index thing.
Oh, it might be, because it's probably setting the index based on... Because I think it sets the index based on the position in the hand, if I remember correctly. Or maybe you changed that. You might have changed that.
I did, yeah. Okay, yeah, it is a Z index thing. So if I were to do like evaluator, by the way, you can do this. I can do visual.set Z index :0, and this will now change this to 0 here.
What?
And now if I were to, I'm gonna hit the run button on my debugger. It should. There we go. It worked. Yeah, you can, in the evaluator tab, you can evaluate variables here, or you can, because it uses expressions. It's a little bit weird. You can't just do like visual.zIndex = 0. You have to do this .set function, but you can run that here, which is very cool. But yeah, not like I couldn't just change it over here, but whatever. That's not still in the level, is it? You're like dead, I think. No, you don't have a path, right? Please tell me that you are gone. You are right. Root level tutorial room player hand card activate animation. Please tell me you're gone. Level tutorial room player. And yeah, it looks like it's gone. Player hand card activate animation. Yes. Okay. Yeah. So now whenever a card dies, rather than creating a new version, it will go here. So that's because I didn't do
Oh, you didn't actually set this the index.
yeah, I didn't do write that in code. Sargi. There we go. So
you probably want to make it
on it.
deselected.
Oh yeah.
Because right now it has the. There we go. That looks good.
Okay.
I'm not sure if I like
yeah.
the it having the progress shader on it, but I think that's also just because the progress shader looks really bad, and we need to rework it at some point. Or like the charge shader.
Can I set the? If I set progress %, does this update the shader? What are the chances that the answer is yes? What's the purpose of this? What's the reason that this gets shared throughout the thing? Is this...
I genuinely have no clue. I wrote this a very long time ago when I didn't even know what shaders were.
No, that's fair. Because what we could do is this. Go up to progress %, and then do set val this progress say if val does not equal progress percent. Toss this here, select all of these, and then do val. Oh shit. So now, rather than updating these down here, whenever progress percent changes, it will update this so that inside of dissolve card, set card, I can do progress percent equals 0. And then this will, I think I have to restart the game. I don't think it'll immediately take the changes. Now whenever I load this in, okay, so this needs to be updated immediately. Oh, I know what the problem is actually. Card visual. So yeah, fuck the check. The check doesn't matter. Who cares? It's the world's simplest thing. So that should update whenever I shoot things, yeah. And then I can set it to 0 so the progress shader goes away. So that whenever it spawns, it's 0. So that way, anytime this value changes, it'll auto-update that.
Okay, cool.
Yeah. It's lots of fire.
That looks really good.
Yep.
I love the little progress shader. It doesn't even do a whole lot right now, like practically, but it just looks so nice and it like gives a lot of visual feedback to what's going on.
Yeah. Actually, no, you're not gonna use cooldown. Guess what you're gonna do? You know what you're gonna do? I'm just gonna fire you really fast. And honestly, I just want to relieve a little bit of stress.
It's beautiful.
So we're just gonna, yeah, it really is. Honestly, it's great.
It's not enough bullets.
So, yeah. Let me increase the amount of charges on this. Not meta. Charges? Hand cannon? You should have more than 3 charges. Someone's not picking up charges correctly. Weird. Why are you not? Hold on. Something's wrong. 20? Where are you getting this from? This is hand cannon, yeah. Oh, I know what it is. Card hand cannon. You don't need that anymore. Those are variables we use now. Which, whenever I spawn a new one in, I think this will. Yeah, there we go.
Yeah.
Because those weren't variables that were settable before. Whenever I added the debug menu button, because they're not actually registered in the database, or they're in the database, but they're not registered in this, so that they can't be like looted or whatever we end up using this for. They're just, it's like here and then added through the debug menu. It's very fun. I also really like the change to the cards. Not that redeal works, but like the way that they stack and then fly into your hand.
Yeah,
that's like a lot better
really
than it was
good
before. Minus the weird shifting thing. Don't worry about it. Yeah, there we go. Yep.
Something's not right there,
honestly, yeah, don't worry about it. It didn't happen. It's because there was a pistol that I already had in my inventory that I cleared out.
The shells look so good when there's so many of them. It's very satisfying.
Yeah, what's wrong with this? Oh, okay, yeah. So this is a thing that I need to take care of, which is the change that I made here. Which was doing... Because we're reparenting it, it doesn't actually get rid of the issue that I'm having, which is it's trying to do it multiple times. So I just need to have it not do that multiple times. But I did want to add this because I think I didn't like that it was creating a new one every single time. If you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah. Because I didn't like that it was like taking the card visual and then adding it here and then just being like, okay, you're good. So I guess the issue is dissolve card is called in many places, which is here, actually. neither of you should be calling this. Because when charges get cleared, the card gets discarded anyways. So I don't think that that should be called ever.
Hello, Foxu Pie. Welcome.
Hello. How's it going? Oh, that is an I. I thought that was an L.
L. Foxu
L.
Pal.
Yeah, I thought it was Foxu Pal.
Crazy.
Or I guess, sorry, it's the salami, right? So now whenever I use this, it shouldn't spawn like 3 of them. Okay, it didn't spawn any. Can't add child to... You can't...
Alright, see ya, Jake
Sorry,
Colorful.
what?
Have a great night.
Oh, shit, you're so right. This needs to be deferred. Fuck.
Thank you,
This
Foxu.
needs to be deferred.
I've been working on it for about a year, and then Bitlytic here had just started working on it a couple months ago. It is
Hello.
a action platformer deck builder roguelite.
Yep.
If that makes any
One.
sense. It doesn't make any sense.
Oh, shit. Oh, shit.
Yeah, he started about
It crashed.
a
Why did it crash?
2 months ago at this point.
2 months ago, yeah.
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 And then I started
so,
a little over
yeah.
a year ago for a game jam, and then I ended up winning the game jam. And I was like, let's finish it. So then I spent another year working on it, and it's still not even close to being done. But that's okay. It's fine.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, I see. A couple months ago. Yeah, so I've been programming on it for a couple months.
Yes, I've been working on it for a year, so.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay, let me see if this works. I might be doing some stupid shit. I won't lie to you. Hopefully I'm not. Oh, hello. You guys work? Oh, you're not gonna work because you don't have an ability. Yeah. I need to stop that. I need to also port those over. I really badly need to
Oh,
port
is
those
only
over.
like the gun working?
Huh?
Is only the gun working right now?
Yeah, that's the only one that I've ported over because they all have to be
Okay.
rewritten. Oh, the cooldown is also not working. That's cool.
Yeah, I was about to say.
Yeah, okay, it just froze. And I know why. Okay, what I'm doing is...
I still
insane.
procrastinate and give up every few weeks.
True.
That's why it's been a
Shit.
year and it's still not even close to being done. So.
Yeah.
It'd be like that sometimes,
That's
you
it.
know?
Yeah. I'm also a big procrastinator, but I don't know. Something about this being someone else's game that I'm working on has like changed it for me, where I'm not really procrastinating as much.
You're just breaking everything.
I am, yeah. I am. Unfortunately.
How are we both
Am I,
working
like,
on it? I'm
stupid?
doing mostly art stuff at this point. He's doing the programming. And we do like the collaboration through GitHub, which lets us push up changes and things like that, so that way they combine together well. It's like magic. I don't know how it works. Nobody knows how it works. Okay, that one might be a stretch, but...
Shit. I have a problem, I think. That's somewhat fine. Because I know where this is coming from. Which is... not you. Not you at all. I need to put a breakpoint here. Still shocks you that GitHub is free. So fucking true. There's so many things that GitHub has for free that you can just use. Like, you can make your own website and just host it for free on GitHub, which is great.
So wait, if I have a
Function
sprite, I can get
software.
like the size of the texture. Perfectly fine, right?
Yeah.
Like I get
Yeah,
like
you
the
can just
rect.
write the texture dot size.
Okay, because for the Gibbs, I could literally just get like the average size of the texture or something if it's like not perfectly square, and then set the collision shape size to that size. So I wouldn't have to like manually set the collision shape size for every Gib. So then you could just pass in a sprite and like a couple other easy parameters. Okay, I kind of like that a bit better. I might do that.
Ah, shit. I'm calling this multiple times still. Fuck. Sorry.
Let's add that to my to-do list because I don't think we're gonna get to that tonight. But I'm getting PB.
We do not review each other's changes before merging because it's the two of us and we mainly work on completely separate things. And a lot of what I'm doing right now is cleanup and like preparing other systems. So there's not really a need to review changes. We also like show each other like right before we like push things up. We're like, oh, dude, check this out.
Sometimes.
Yeah. Okay, this is a problem, isn't it? Okay. Launch just visual. Fuck. No, that's fine. I can just visuals.erase. Hello, Nacitos. How's it going?
Hello,
We've only been live
Nacitos.
for a few hours now.
Only a few hours.
Only a few. Only a spoonful.
Only a spoonful.
Reparenting breaks it. I see. Okay. I wonder if this fixes it. I wonder if this does everything I want it to and more. Probably not. Oh man, crag mirrors, bye. All right, dog. Thanks. Very cool.
This guy.
This guy loves his crag mirrors. Ooh, hello.
I'm still so happy with this plant, dude.
What was that?
It's so
What
cool.
was that? Why did it do that?
Oh, what can I do? What
It
can
just
I
didn't
do?
move. Okay, are we broken? Are we upset? Are you queued for deletion? Let's find out. Visual.is queued.
It's weird. I come back to my
The answer should be
project and
no.
it seems to be dropping my frames. Do you have like any other programs open at the same time? There, it's a
Oh, sorry.
Twitch message.
Oh,
In chat.
it seems to be dropping your frames. Do you have any other programs open? Do you have any tool scripts running? Do you have a bunch of scenes open at the top? These guys up here.
Mm-hmm.
Try to not have as many of these open. Also scripts. Try to have as few of those as open as possible for performance reasons. Honestly, that might be your issue as well, JW.
Yeah, it might be.
You don't have that many scripts open though, you know?
Yeah, not that many.
Not that many. Well, it's mainly
Not
the
that many.
scenes, I think, also. But yeah.
Yeah.
Also, I guess for anyone who doesn't know, in Godot, sometimes you might be like, ah, man, I've hit run and my project is taking a long time to start now. I don't know why. Just close all of the scenes you have open.
I'm closing all tabs and all scenes,
Yeah,
and
just-
I'm gonna see if it runs
yeah.
better. I'm just closing everything.
Yeah. Yeah, at the top, right click and just close all scenes.
Yeah,
Start
yeah,
from a fresh slate and your
nope.
project will open faster.
No, it did not like me closing
It's
all
going to
the
take a
scripts.
while because
There we
it's
go.
closing all of them, yeah.
See if this runs better.
It'd be
11
so funny
scenes
if it was, like,
open. That might
noticeably-
be a little bit.
11
many.
scenes could be a lot. It depends on how complex the scenes are.
Yeah.
What am I doing? Oh, yeah, salami. Oh.
Oh.
Oh, because it's null. Oh, so just do like an if
because this
enemy
is on
info.
the. Okay, yeah.
Yeah, you can do like an if
I
enemy info.
attached this to the.
that. Okay, well that broke. Any output errors? I'm closing this fucking project. I keep opening it on accident.
Okay, I think. So if enemy
Oh.
info, yeah, that should be good.
I don't know if it strictly impacts performance, but scenes and scripts open, I'm fairly certain impact
Nah,
the
it's
open
still
speed of your game.
It's still lagging. Let
No?
me check my task
Okay.
manager.
Yeah. But yeah, having scenes open in the editor will increase the amount of time it takes for the game to open.
Yeah, it's my CPU and memory that are getting fried, and that's probably
what bit
from.
rate are you streaming at?
I don't know. Probably too high.
Okay.
What's like a? I don't know. I honestly don't know what bit rate even is.
Okay. Wait, hold up. I think I know what's happening. Here. No, I don't.
Output
What's happening
Video
here?
bit rate. 6,000.
That's
the max Twitch for currently, right? I think that's.
yes.
Like-
You could honestly lower it just a little bit.
Just a little bit. Okay.
If you, on another day probably whenever
Yeah.
you're not streaming, I would
Yeah.
recommend.
But I think a lot of it's also because I have a bunch of browser tabs open. Plus, I have my Twitch stream, like the Twitch stream dashboard, your stream, my YouTube stream dashboard,
Yeah.
and like a bunch of other tabs. So it's probably mostly those. But
The animation, dude. I'm like, I don't. What are you doing? What do you mean?
it's okay. I can sit here and watch this guy bounce up and down.
Yeah. Sorry, I need to debug this. Visual. I want to just like print that you still exist at the end of your like animation freed. And I also want to make sure. I'm just gonna put a fucking physics process prints card visual because I think this should be like somewhat human readable.
I really should just close all my tabs more often and then just like open things based on what I'm actually working on. Because that's also a big problem that I have, is sometimes I'll just sit there with like all of the scenes and scripts open. It's like, which one do I work on? But if I just open like 3 of them, it makes it a lot easier.
Yeah, that's true. Attaching.
499 tabs open. That might be a few too many.
Fuck. This is freed. No, dude. Why are you freed?
The recover tabs from last session feature was a disaster on my RAM. Yeah, that happens to me sometimes too. Yeah. You didn't know that was a thing?
Oh, I didn't know that.
It's really nice.
I don't. Well, because usually it just opens up with the tabs from the last session. Usually you don't have to enable or like click on anything.
Yeah, sometimes my computer will just randomly like die and I have to recover the tabs. It's nice. Let me see.
Who is Q freeing this fucking visual? Who is doing it? Because someone's doing it after I've heard about it. Is it me? Could be. I don't think it is.
Let me think. So it's the visual that's being Q-free. It's not the hand or the card picker.
No, its charge is empty connected to anywhere else. Connected to on card empty. Find in the deck. I don't.
Maybe it's in the deck.
Erase. There's nothing about visuals.
Trying to think.
Here. No, the deck doesn't know about visuals. It shouldn't ever.
Okay. It probably did when I wrote it.
No. Yeah, it definitely did. There's no Q free in here. There's no free in here. Charge is empty dot emit. I'm connected to charge empty. So this is deck card instance. Card picker, but that's not like on card removed. You. Wait, no. What?
Yeah.
No.
No. Yeah.
No.
No.
It shouldn't. Print freeing visual.
Maybe.
No. Who's freeing the
So where is
visual?
it? Where is it freeing it where you don't want it to?
Is
it when it's in your hand?
That's the question, yeah. If it's in your hand, yes. Whenever this does this guy instantly becomes deleted. But currently, right now, he is not queued for deletion. It is just later that he is. Like if I do visual, it's good. If I do like visual.is queued for deletion. Oh, it is. What the fuck do you mean? It is this time? It wasn't last time. Hold on.
I feel like it would be in the card pickle.
Charges emptied.
I could be wrong though.
Charges emit. Charges empty. Dot emit. Activate. Charges minus equals 1. Use card. Nothing in here is about Q free. None of these pass in the card either. Well, I guess the instance does. Did it print anything? Oh yeah, it did. Freeing visual. Ah.
So it is doing that.
It is.
So what did you think it was doing there then? Like,
hold on.
Confused.
Why?
Because it was
what's the order that this is happening and then freeing. Ring visual is attached to on card removed. On card removed is off of the signal hand card removed, which is emitted here or here, neither of which are correct because neither of those are used. On card emptied, yes. It's an ordering issue. Oh my god, it's an ordering issue. Motherfucker. So the problem is, I'm in signal hell right now, is what's happening.
Yeah.
I'm in signal hell. I put myself in signal hell. This is my jail. I put myself here. So what's happening is it's hitting this emission of the signal first.
Oh.
Which causes it to be freed because of hand card removed .emit.
Okay.
I really hate to do this.
Jimmy says Apex soon.
Yeah. Let me fix this and then I can end stream because I feel embarrassed that I put myself in signal hell in front of so many people. I really hate putting myself in signal hell. I've done it a couple times. It's so bad. I'll rewrite the deck tomorrow.
Crazy.
Ah, there we go. We are no longer in signal hell. And do we have errors? We have no errors.
Let's go.
Okay, signal hell has been exited.
Yippee!
Hold on.
Go.
Wait.
Not yippee?
Let me make sure there are no orphan nodes.
Yeah.
Tutorial room. Because I did a bunch of weird shit with nodes just now. Honestly, you should just check if your project has a bunch of orphan nodes always.
Yeah.
So let's see if we have any. I think we have a few. Yeah, we have 161. Just a few. I don't know what they are. I don't know where they are.
Is there any way to like check them?
Yeah.
That's
what I'm about to do.
Oh, you can like print them. Right, yeah.
If input.
Orphan nodes are nodes that don't have parents.
Yep, they are not in the scene, which means that so orphan nodes aren't necessarily something you don't have access to. It just means that it is not in the tree anywhere. And so the engine is like, hey, bud, unless you know for a fact that you want this to be here, like you got a problem.
So like if you instantiate a scene,
and
then
yeah, I know what these are. That's
if you instantiate a scene and set it to a variable, that's an orphan node, right? Until you add it to the tree somewhere.
Yes. So all nodes actually start out as orphan nodes. Yes, they are automatically counted by Godot. And if you want to see what they are, you can do this handy little bit of code here, print orphan nodes, and it will print out all of the nodes that are currently not in the tree. It doesn't know where they came from, but it knows what they are. And so you can probably tell what they're coming from. Do you notice anything about all these orphan nodes, JW?
They're all enemies.
They're all enemies. You know why they're all enemies?
Because
you know where this could be?
They're in the spawners.
Wrong.
No.
Ground enemy poison is not in a spawner. Also, we're in the tutorial scene. There are no spawners.
Oh, I don't know.
You have no idea?
No idea.
I can tell you.
Oh,
we have a menu in the debug menu where we spawn enemies. And I believe I made a mistake, which is...
that could be causing some of the lag too, because a lot of those enemies have particles on them.
So they're not in the tree and they're not rendering. I don't believe. So
yeah, you're right.
I don't think that they would. So yeah, I have an issue where I accidentally put, right, not accidentally, I meant to. But I think I may have just, so I added the buttons. Yep, I spawned it, grabbed its name, didn't queue free it. So this is an orphan node that's just been sitting there. So I can do spawned.queue free.
Cool.
And so now if I rerun the game, we should have 0 orphan nodes.
There'll probably be like 2
if
just
we don't,
to bother
that's
you.
gonna be a problem. I don't think we should have any. Yeah.
Whoa, look at that. You're so cool.
Yep. So now this means that what I can do is I can check, okay, did I write something bad? We can check. We can check. So I'll take a pistol. Bop, bop, bop. Did the orphan node count go up? No. I'll even add a tracker. So you can see that there were some for whatever reason. I don't know what they were. But then they went away. So I think we just instantiated a bunch of nodes and they destroyed them or something.
Yeah.
I'll try to figure that one out. So we use this again and one more time. And yeah, no orphan nodes.
Yeah.
So I guess Hello?
Interesting.
What are you? I can find out. Damage icon.
Damage
okay, the
icon.
card... the card visual was leaked, actually. It was the card visual... From when? Did it happen just... It happened just now, didn't it? There is a leak coming from somewhere. Let me restart
Was
the
it
game
maybe
one more
delayed till
time.
after the animation finished and you didn't notice it?
Yeah, I think so. I think that was the thing. So if I do add pistol, I'm gonna shoot this one, and I'm gonna just like bop, 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 and then we're gonna wait. And we're gonna check the orphan node tracker. So animation freed. No orphan nodes right now. If I hit one, there's nothing.
Maybe it's only if it's in your hand, because it was the heal card. I think that did it.
Maybe. Let me try the heal card. It might, but I don't think it would have. It happened whenever I was shooting the pistol. Not the pistol, the hand cannon. Yeah, so that popped up. That's fine. That's expected.
Is it something?
I think it's the swipe on animation that does that or something weird. What the fuck, man? No orphan nodes? No nothing? If I set this to... Is it particles? No? Why did it go up? Wait, is it Gibbs? Or something?
Gibbs?
No, what?
No.
What could it be? It only does it whenever I shoot a bunch of shots.
It's a card.
Oh yeah, it is the card.
Remember?
Oh. Is it whenever I draw in a new card?
I think it's maybe it's when you no, it's not it. It looked like it happened when you
also the card should be named, shouldn't they?
To the no, I don't think so.
They're not. Wait. Control card visual subview part. Is it you? It's not you. The fact that it's control card visual tells me that it's someone somewhere that is holding on to this. It's not a card visual itself because it's a child of a control, which tells me that it's somewhere it shouldn't be. It's like one of these or something. It went up again. Oh. Interesting. Why are we doing that? What the fuck? Where are we using card visual now? That's in UI. I guess we're gonna take a look really
you
quickly.
added that when you changed up the card visuals into the UI. I mean, it might have been a thing before. We just didn't realize
There's a chance. Reveal. Is this being called multiple times? Prints. That shouldn't be. If you are, that's
Thank
a problem.
Thank you for the follow.
Nope.
Fuck Supai.
So this is not being called. I guess it's anywhere that would be called. Actually, is this print G?
G?
It does, so I can tell where this is happening. It is an inventory cards. It's the old inventory code. Right? Is this what is inventory card? Is this is old inventory, right?
That is old inventory. Why is that being called? Where is that?
Where the fuck is this? Where are you?
Nasiros, did you win your Cragmere?
What is this? I've never seen this in my life.
What is it?
This was used before I was in the project, right? Inventory visual? Where is this source UI inventory visual?
I don't know. Why would you think I
You're
know
in the
what
tree,
this
actually.
is?
I can find out. I can find it. Root inventory. What?
Just making pixel art because I'm making 7 stages in one 2D platformer map. Fun.
Oh, wait. Oh, this thing. Set deck cards and set inventory cards.
Big fan of
Get
pixel
the
art
fuck
myself.
out of here. Fuck out of here. I'm gonna get angry. I swear, dude, if my card system was fine and the issue was the inventory card system. Let's see. Monitors. Nothing. Hold on. Wait, oh, because there's no cards in my deck either. Oh, shit. Oh, no, because no, you're good. You were expected.
It's always so funny when you set a breakpoint and forget about it and you think it's an error.
Yeah, absolutely forget about it and you're like, oh, fuck, dude. No, it crashed. It crashed now. Something new happened.
Yeah.
It's gone, it looks like. Let me make sure. Oh, fuck, I used the wrong card. No. Okay, add cards. Let me only add cards that I can use so that I don't accidentally do that again. That's a lot of pistols. No orphan nodes. Spam escape. No orphan nodes. Up.
I would try the hand cannon one because that was the one that was causing, appeared to be causing issues when you used it for some reason.
Yeah, true. Yeah, I'll do that. Oh shit, I accidentally unequipped it. Yeah, nothing.
Let's go.
Looks like.
He's good-oded.
No orphan nodes, no nothing, dude. Oh, let's go, dude. I'm so happy that it's not an orphan node problem and that it was a problem of old code that was still in the project that we didn't expect.
Yippee.
But yeah, anyways. Yeah. But to let you know, by the way, for anyone who's curious, orphan nodes are not entirely a problem. We actually have a fuck ton of orphan nodes always. You can see here, we have 954 orphan nodes. And the reason is because all of the levels actually exist in memory, or all of the rooms exist in memory, but only the current one is in the tree. So this is the only one that's actually processing and affects physics and things like that. So if I TP to a different room, the old room we were just in got unloaded, and then this room got reloaded. So now we have a different number of orphan nodes. So they're not inherently a bad thing. But if you don't expect there to be orphan nodes, or if it's like, you know, a super inconsistent amount, like this is like slightly different, probably because like certain objects were loaded in the other one, deloaded in this one, like, you know, whatever. But like if I were to go back and forth between these two rooms, I would imagine that they would stay relatively consistent, the amount of orphan nodes. Which, yeah, you can see here, 937, 937, 937, 1039, 1039. So these are relatively consistent, and then if I were to restart the game, this should not be any higher than the original amount. So 954, 954. So,
let's go.
Yeah, if you ever see this number like climbing into like a skyrocket amount, do yourself a favor and debug and go into like one of your scripts and just like add a print orphan nodes or something like that. Honestly, if you need to debug when it happens, you could also like, I believe there's git orphan nodes or orphan nodes. No, I guess there's not. Okay, that's not orphan nodes. Oh, it's only in debug builds. Okay, so never mind. You can't do anything in release builds. So, but yeah, just like add this print so I can see what mine are. I'm gonna print. It's gonna be pissed at me because there's too much text. But I know what they are. They're the rooms for the game, so that's fine. So this doesn't worry me at all, having almost 1,000 orphan nodes, because they're all accounted for basically. Yeah, the only time it's a little scary, which I actually don't know why this is, if I add a bunch of nodes here, it goes up, and I think the reason is because they haven't been added to the tree yet. Which I guess we can double check that. I'm fairly certain it's because I've added cards, and the signals that expect those cards aren't fired because we're paused. So if I go like add cards and then do this, so it's going to sit at 120 until I unpause, at which point it's going to put them in the tree and it's going to plummet down to 0. So, okay, cool beans. I didn't really do, did I do a whole lot today? What did I do?
You did a whole lot.
I fixed
I
bugs. And I helped some people stuff.
Yeah.
Stuff.
And we talked through like the entire enemy
hard cooldown
system, and that was very good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So yeah, we can. I think I'm gonna end stream now, and we can go play like Apex or some shit. So,
Alrighty, sounds good.
yeah. But yeah, you guys are always welcome to join either my Discord or the Dante's 9/Tempuracat Discord.
Mine's better.
That's maybe true. As of recent.
As of recent.
As of recent, yeah. But I'm gonna go into the stream. We stream on Tuesday, Thursday, and Sunday. Those are like the set schedule.
Yeah, same time next Thursday, or this Thursday.
Next Thursday, yeah.
To be 6:30 EST.
Yeah, I might actually miss Sunday stream depending on how long Rivals goes, because I have a tournament that I'm going to. Although that might only be Saturday. I don't remember. I think it's Saturday, Sunday, but
yeah, that's fine.
yeah. So we stream together on Tuesday and Thursday at 6:30 EST is I think what we're gonna roll forward with because this felt good. And then on Sunday I think we do slightly earlier streams around 3 EST, right?
Yes, around 3.
Okay, yeah. Oh shit, I just realized that this was gone. My little dudes on the stream. Okay, but yeah, I will catch you guys later. You guys have a good night. Thanks for hanging out. Thanks for stopping by.
I'm going to raid Jitspo.
Okay, I'm not going to.
Wow.
Because
okay.
I don't think I have anyone in my chat, and I don't.
Yeah, you do.
One again.
You have like 6.
In my Twitch stream?
Yeah. You got more than me.
Oh, what the fuck? Oh,
yeah.
I guess I do. What the hell? I don't know. Your chat's like popping off. I thought it was just Okay.
No,
fair enough.
Okay.
Who are we rating? Sorry.
Jitspo. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. All right. Yeah. Yeah. So we will catch you guys on Thursday. You guys have a good night.
Good night.
Be safe. And thanks for stopping by. Thanks for hanging out.
Yeah.
You guys are the greatest. Good night.
Good night.
Wait, actually, hope I didn't sit in the raid thing.
What? Okay.
Okay.
There you go.
Yeah, I didn't hit the raid thing. It says 2 viewers. Oh, okay. Yeah, I got viewers. All right. Okay. Good night.